Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's wuxia adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3408. Xuanhuan was shocked. Wait, give me a chance. I want to fight for my life with him. You can't go back on your words. Since it's a game, there should be rules. Luyin nodded. I don't care about the time. Sure. Then an incense burned in front of Xuanhuan. Looking at the smoke slowly rising, Xuanhuan suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of security. Last time, Qingyan had taken her life, but this time, Qingyan had saved her. That old bastard must have guessed. I never mentioned this when I came to the Tianyuan universe. He guessed that the key was in my hands and guessed the Zhan family's plan. It's not difficult, but these secrets belong to me, not him. Luyin felt strange. He had just said the same thing. He thought he was a rascal, and Xuanhuan was even more so. But why did it sound reasonable? Because the key is in my hands. I was going to tell you, but you broke the rules of the game. You should have asked me first, not him. If I told his secret in advance, wouldn't he be finished? Xuanhuan was agitated and angrily accused Luyin. Luyin shrugged. Try me. Xuanhuan opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but no words came out. In the end, she could only say, that old bastard was cuckolded. Luyin was speechless. Not interested. Xuanhuan was furious. Anyway, the key is in my hands. The secret is not his. Whoever says it first gets to say it first, Luyin said. If Yuanqi had heard this, he would have vomited blood. Xuanhuan kept cursing and Luyin closed his eyes. He was obviously not interested. Seeing the incense burning, Xuanhuan was powerless. Her eyes were struggling, and it was obvious that she wanted to say something but was hesitating. The incense continued to burn and became less and less. Luyin could not help but open his eyes and look at Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan looked up and met Luyin's eyes. Her hesitation melted away, and in exchange she became gloomy and hopeless. She stopped talking. Luyin frowned. This woman still had secrets, but she was unwilling to say them even at death's door? What kind of secret was more important than the key? Although this secret was not as important as the Ling Cosmos, it still piqued Luyin's curiosity. However, it was useless to be curious. If Xuanhuan did not say anything, he was helpless. Luyin could not think of any way to force someone who did not even care about death. The incense finally burned. Xuanhuan waited for death to come. The aura of death engulfed her, and before Luyin left, he whispered into her ear, the key is in your hands and the secret is yours. You win. Xuanhuan stared blankly at the darkness engulfing him. Was he going to die? He won. Does that mean that old bastard Primordial is dead? She suddenly felt a sense of gratitude towards Luyin. Luyin was her enemy, someone who could take her life at any time. He had even spied on her secrets, but she couldn't help but feel grateful towards him. This man was quite upright. After leaving the underground world, he sat down at a stone table in the back mountain of above heaven. Xiaoran, serve me some tea. There was no response. Luyin could not help but laugh. Xiaoran was already gone. She had gone to the Mirage Domain and was now in charge of the River of Time. She was now the ferryman of the River of Time. Xiaoran, who had recovered her memories, was no longer the simple Xiaoran who only knew how to make tea. He suddenly missed her dearly. However, they would meet very soon. He also had to go to the Mirage Domain. He also had to make up for the karma with Maiden Daughter. Before that, let's awaken the Aragami first. It was precisely because he had awakened the Aragami that the tributary of the River of Time knew about the primordial chaos and found Jianghu. Awakening the Aragami was very simple, and the same scene repeated itself. On the first day, Lu Yuan and the others watched. When the Aragami woke up and saw the Yao Emperor kneeling, it immediately attacked Luyin. Luyin knew that this battle was unavoidable and there was no need to avoid it. The Aragami was an astral beast, and if he did not subdue it, they would not be able to get along in the future. After a short conversation, the Aragami successfully led to the primordial chaos. But where was Jianghu now? Jianghu had been lured out previously because progenitor Chen had targeted the location of the Forgotten Ruins deity, but today Jianghu's whereabouts were unknown. Progenitor Chen could not find the Forgotten Ruins deity either. The traces on the Forgotten Ruins deity's face had been erased by the one true god, and the two women's whereabouts were now a mystery. Forget about them for now. Luyin went to Earth and then to Jupiter to resolve the disaster of Earth's civilization. He placed the stone orb on Jupiter. At that moment, the people of Earth saw the shadow of a dragon. In a parallel universe in White Cloud City, Jiang also saw the shadow of a dragon in the boundless darkness. He muttered to himself, is this a dragon? I see it again. In the Heaven's Origin universe, Lu Yin continued to replenish his karma and was almost done. Next was Maiden. Under the starry sky, a small boat of flowing light flickered around Lu Yin. With a wave of his hand, it traveled through the void and the river of time rolled down. Unlike before, this time the river of time was not under Lu Yin's control, and it did not have the feeling of being at will. On the river of time, a small boat slowly approached. There was a beautiful figure on the boat, familiar yet unfamiliar. "Xiaoran," Lu Yin called out. On the boat, Xiaoran looked through the void and met Lu Yin's eyes. Her gaze was no longer confused but cold. "You are not allowed to use the river of time as you wish. Violators will be punished." Lu Yin looked at the current Xiaoran. Although she looked the same, there was no trace of her past self. "But this is the power that I cultivated. It has nothing to do with me. The river of time is not to be disturbed. Didn't you want to leave the river of time?" As a result, the river of time was left unguarded. This allowed me to cultivate the power to cross the river of time. Xiaoran's tone was cold. "If you use the river of time as you wish, you will be punished." Lu Yin smiled. "The old Xiaoran is still cute. I'm used to drinking your tea. When will you make it for me again?" Xiaoran looked at Lu Yin coldly. Lu Yin also looked at her. At that moment, a voice rang out. "Master Lu, you're looking for me, right?" It was Wei Nu's voice. Xiaoran was one of Wei Nu's misfortunes. Now that she was in charge of the river of time, Wei Nu was also in the mirage domain. Lu Yin said, "I'm looking for you, but I also want to see how my maid is doing. If possible, I really don't want to leave her alone in the river of time." Xiaoran retracted her gaze and disappeared on the boat. "Master Lu, you want to make up for your karma?" "Yes." Lu Yin did not hide it. "My karma with you is because of the Destiny Pearl and because I led you to the Mirage Domain's Forbidden Land. However, you don't need to make up for either because I also avoided the reversal of time," Wei Nu said. Lu Yin looked at the disappearing river of time. "The pearl's karma can be explained in this way because you don't have the pearl now. The pearl is with me. However, the karma of the Forbidden Land is not right." "Why is it not right?" "I don't know, but it's not right." This was Lu Yin's instinct. He felt that something was wrong, but he could not pinpoint the exact reason. Perhaps this was the feeling that came from controlling karma. Wei Nu did not want him to make up for the karma of the Forbidden Land, so she must have some tricks up her sleeve. Lu Yin would not allow her to do so. Even if Wei Nu was right, he had to go to the Forbidden Land to complete his karma. Wei Nu was silent for a moment. "Master Lu, since you don't believe me, let's go to the Forbidden Land. I will help you complete your karma." As soon as she finished speaking, the Mirage Domain opened. Lu Yin stepped into the Mirage Domain and looked into the distance. Beside the river of time, Wei Nu stood calmly. Behind her was a faintly discernible boat. Xiaoran's slim figure held the oar and seemed to be looking at him. Lu Yin looked around. The Star Toad was not here. Could it reverse time? After all, the Star Toad also came from the Mirage Domain. Even if time was reversed in the Xuanhuan universe, it should have stopped by the time it entered the Mirage Domain. "Are you looking for the Star Toad?" "It has entered the Forbidden Land and its time has been reversed," Wei Nu said. "What?" Lu Yin asked. Wei Nu looked in the direction of the Forbidden Land. "If you want to avoid time reversal, you have to be in the Mirage Domain from the beginning." Lu Yin understood. The Star Toad was not in the Mirage Domain when time was reversed, so it must have been reversed along with time. The Star Toad had said that it had been in the Forbidden Land for almost 10 years. According to time reversal, it should have been in the Forbidden Land. However, it did not matter. It was not easy to determine time in the Forbidden Land. There was a cycle of karma there. Who knew what was real and what was fake? "Let's go." Wei Nu walked towards the Forbidden Land. Lu Yin followed behind her. "Are you willing to help me complete my karma?" Wei Nu did not turn her head. "Why not? Since you don't believe me, we will do what you believe. I've said that we are not enemies." Lu Yin did not refute. Wei Nu had always been hiding her intentions, and he had roughly sensed it when he was comprehending karma in the Mirage Domain. It seemed that they were not enemies. They just had a tacit understanding. Looking back, the boat disappeared. "If Xiaoran stays in the Mirage Domain, you will never reach the Eternal Realm," Lu Yin said. Wei Nu paused for a moment and continued walking forward. "Perhaps this is also my misfortune." She then turned back to look at Lu Yin. "The river of time has flowed through many universes and I've seen too many life forms. Master Lu, you are one of the most talented life forms I've ever seen. My greatest failure in life was to underestimate Nyonyo." Lu Yin smiled. "None of the progenitor's disciples are simple. Compared to them, your master's only good disciple is you, Wei Nu said and continued walking towards the forbidden land. Luyin shook his head. That's because the time is not right. Senior Mu Zhu is from the same generation as the Three Realms Six Paths. Her strength is not inferior to the Three Realms Six Paths. Senior Mu Tu, Senior Mu Xie, and Senior Qing Ping are too young compared to the Three Realms Six Paths. If they are given enough time, their achievements will not be inferior to the Three Realms Six Paths. As for me, I am an exception. Wei Nu said, one is old Mu, one is absolute beginning. They fixed the Mirage Domain, cut off the Mirage Domain, disturbed the universe and nurtured many monstrous disciples. They are the heroes of mankind, but also the source of the chaos in the universe. The universe is never peaceful. Whatever they took from the universe, they will eventually return it. Master Lu, we have the same goal. We can be considered allies. Let me remind you, don't take too many things from the universe. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Luyin looked at Wei Nu's back. For example, the karma of the Forbidden Land? Wei Nu stopped and turned around slowly. She looked at Luyin with bright eyes. You are really smart. On New Year's Eve, Sui Feng thanked his brothers for taking care of him in the past year. Thank you. In the new year, Sui Feng would not let everyone down. Since the first word of the book was written, Sui Feng's attitude had not changed. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3409. Luyin stared at Wei Nu and said, aren't you afraid that I will hate you for being so direct? We are not enemies. You know it, Wei Nu said. At this moment she was standing outside the forbidden area. The area suddenly expanded and covered both Luyin and her. Luyin saw the trees again. They were tributaries of the river of time. When he first entered the forbidden area, he was a fruit that looked like him. He picked it and wanted to eat it. But now karma could not confuse him. In his eyes, the trees turned into karma spirals that spiraled upwards. He found the desolate ancestor who was sealed by karma. He did not know if they would ever meet again. Luyin bowed to the desolate ancestor and said, Senior, I swear to protect the Xuanhuan universe and the humans. Then he turned and left. He found the star toad. It was hiding under a lotus leaf and mumbling something. Luyin could hear it when he got closer. Great-grandmother, don't follow me. I miss you, great-grandmother. But don't come so close. Let's keep a distance. Great-grandmother, don't come over. Luyin raised his hand and slapped the star toad's head. The star toad was startled awake. Its eyes flashed fiercely and its body turned colorful. It stabbed out with its fork and said, Go away. Luyin grabbed the fork and used his strength to stop it from moving. The star toad turned around and kicked at Luyin. Luyin snorted and grabbed the fork from the star toad's hand. He waved his hand and threw it at the star toad. The star toad finally reacted and turned around in midair. It looked behind and saw Luyin clearly. It's you? The star toad landed and looked around. It was still in the forbidden area. Luyin waved the fork and said, You see your great-grandmother again? How did you get here? Alone? The star toad was afraid and thought about what happened just now. Where did this brat get so much strength from? Luyin stabbed the fork into the ground. The star toad's eyes were still glowing fiercely. Its body was colorful like poison and the skull on its neck made a soft sound. I'm the only one. I came here by accident and saw you. The toad stared at Luyin and Luyin stared back. A moment later, the star toad broke into a grin. The colorful hue on its body receded, and it reverted back to its original golden color. A lotus leaf appeared on its head, and the skull on its neck turned back into a copper coin. Congratulations, Taoist Lu. You have grown stronger yet again. Luyin laughed. It's just that I'm a bit stronger. After all, it's been more than 10 years, so it's not strange for me to gain some strength. That's right, you're naturally gifted. That's right, how did you accidentally enter the forbidden area? It's only been 10 years and you're here again? Did something happen outside? Did the guardians of the four directions find trouble with you? The star toad kept asking. Luyin was vexed. There's a lot of trouble. Let's hide inside. The star toad swayed its lotus leaf and said, Those four idiots are shameless. Taoist Master Lu, you are doing your best for the human race and yet they are trying to sabotage you. How shameless. Luyin said, It can't be helped. He's a primordial realm expert after all. That's true. I can't afford to offend him either. It's better for me to hide. The star toad agreed. Speaking of which, why are you here again? Luyin asked. The star toad smiled. I can't accept it. You still want to find the path to eternal life. Kai Hong said it so confidently. It should be true. It's true, but it's very difficult. Lu Yin was certain that karma could lead to eternal life. Otherwise, why would you Sang Tian be so anxious? The star toad's eyes burned with passion. What did she say? Nothing. I just think it's true. The star toad was helpless. No matter what, thank you for waking me up. This place is very strange. Why don't we talk outside? Can you get out? Lu Yin asked. The star toad looked around. I should be able to. All right. Lu Yin threw the pitchfork to the star toad. The toad caught it and its body instantly turned multicolored. It threw the coin at Lu Yin and the pitchfork followed. A terrifying aura descended. Die brat. Lu Yin's lips curled up. The toad had been testing him just now, but it would never have guessed how strong Lu Yin was now. Compared to Sha Tianfeng's time, Lu Yin had broken through to the progenitor realm. The starry sky in his heart was complete, and the laws couldn't get close to him. He had broken down the sequence foundation and comprehended karma. All of this had only taken him 37 years. To the star toad, the last time it met Lu Yin was 10 years ago. What could he do in 10 years? If it was any other cultivator, they might not even be able to threaten the star toad in 100,000 years. As for strength, the star toad knew that Lu Yin was strong to begin with. So what if he was strong? It would be fine as long as he didn't compete with him. It wasn't like there weren't any strong cultivators. That idiot Li Shou was even stronger. Lu Yin raised his hand and easily caught the coin. The star toad's coin had unfathomable power. Mr. De Hung had used it to force Luo Shan back. However, the coin was useless in Lu Yin's hand. The star toad's eyes widened. What was going on? Where were the laws? Lu Yin exerted his strength and crushed the copper coin into powder. It slowly fell from his palm. What are you doing? The star toad was stunned. This had never happened before. Even Tai Hong and Old Man Mu could ignore its laws, but they couldn't crush the coin. Was this kid a monster? Lu Yin took a step forward and slapped the star toad in parallel time. The star toad swept its pitchfork. Parallel time was meaningless to a powerhouse like it since it could see through time. However, Lu Yin didn't intend to use parallel time to gain the upper hand. He just wanted to close the distance. The pitchfork swept out, but Lu Yin caught it again. The star toad had expected this, so it let go of the pitchfork and made a strange pose before leaping up and kicking towards Lu Yin. In that instant, the star toad exploded with a power that shocked even Lu Yin. Its four flippers connected together to form a killing technique that pushed through the void and sealed off the surrounding area. It didn't seem to have much destructive power, but it focused all of its destructive power into a single point and displayed the true strength of a bitter disaster realm powerhouse. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. He raised his hand and punched out. Boundless energy transformed into a constellation and his arm was covered with a dark purple substance. With a loud bang, the star toad was sent flying. Its limbs were numb and it felt like they were broken. His mind went blank. How is this possible? Just now, he had actually been defeated? This brat definitely isn't as simple as his strength. A shadow loomed over his head. Lu Yin stomped on the star toad and pressed it into the ground. Ouch, 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 ouch. Dao Master Lu, I was wrong. Please spare me. The star toad begged loudly. Lu Yin stomped the star toad into the ground. His eyes turned cold. I really underestimated you. Back then when I killed Tianfeng, you didn't try your best. The star toad howled. I tried my best, I definitely tried my best. This is something I comprehended in the past few years. Lu Yin sneered. He lowered his head and stared at the star toad. You comprehended it recently? What is it called? The star toad rolled its eyes. Four-palm combo. It's called four-palm combo. I think it's more appropriate to call it toad combo. Fine, listen. You can call it toad combo. Dao Master Lu, please spare me. This is the forbidden ground, it's the forbidden ground. I don't know what I've done. Please save me. Lu Yin retracted his foot. The star toad was flattened and laid on the ground. Its body had already turned golden. It looked extremely pitiful. It trembled. In the face of Lu Yin's overwhelming strength, there was no way for it to resist. It couldn't understand. Where did Lu Yin's strength come from? How could he suppress it so ruthlessly? Lu Yin looked at the star toad and suddenly thought of something. He would definitely go to the spiritualized universe in the future, and it was a problem who to bring along. This star toad was perfect. It would be dangerous to leave it in the Tianyuan universe, but it would be a good idea to bring it to the spiritualized universe. The star toad was frightened by Lu Yin's stare. It smiled apologetically. Congratulations, Dao Master Lu. You are invincible in the universe and your name will be passed down for billions of years. Humans will never forget it. Luin smiled, that's nice to hear. Thank you. The star toad licked its lips. When Luin didn't smile, it was afraid. When Luin smiled, it was terrified. It felt like something bad was about to happen. Luin stared at the star toad. Star toad. Just call me Toad. Toad, are you interested in going on an impromptu trip? Star Toad smiled flatteringly and said, whatever Taoist Master Lu says. I'm not trying to brag, but wherever Taoist Master Lu wants to go, I can go and scout ahead. I'll definitely help Taoist Master Lu find out everything. Is that so? Thank you, but it's a bit far. Let's go together. It's not far, definitely not far. It's just some parallel space-time. We just need to find the path that connects them. Don't worry, Tao Master Lu, I'll definitely scout it out. If the Above Heaven sect needs anything, just tell me. Luin raised a hand and slapped it down, causing the star toad to subconsciously take a step back. Not bad, not bad. With this attitude, I believe that what happened just now was a misunderstanding. It's all because of this forbidden area. You're an eternal friend of the Above Heaven sect. The star toad smiled. Yes, friend? We're friends. Alright, then it's settled. We'll go to the spiritualized universe together. Alright, let's go together. Wait, what's the spiritualized universe? The outer universe is rather far away. Right, it's the universe behind Tianxi, the immemorial battlefield. Primordial Fiend and Xianxia. Their homeland is the spiritualized universe. The star toad's mouth fell open. Then. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he stared at the star toad. The star toad gulped. That far? Luin nodded. Yes, it's very far. But if we work together and use the stars, we'll be able to reach it in a few decades. It's not that far. The star toad really wanted to kick Luin to death. Was the distance a problem? That was a question of courting death. It was not as if it did not know that their auras were different. They were creatures of the xuanhuan universe. Once they entered the spiritualized universe, they would definitely be detected by the spiritualized universe. When that happened, they would be hunted down by the entire spiritualized universe. It did not know how strong the spiritualized universe was, but it was an existence that dared to scheme against the xuanhuan universe. Tianxi, Yuanqi, which one of them was not terrifyingly strong? It did not dare to provoke them. If such a monster had been sent by the spiritualized universe to help the Eternals, one could imagine how powerful the spiritualized universe was. If they went to the spiritualized universe to cause trouble, they would be courting death. On the first day of the new year, make a fortune, make a fortune, make a fortune. Drifting Wind was short on words, but his heart was the most sincere. Brothers, you must make a fortune. Stillwater? P. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:10. Well, Tao Lord Lu, are you sure you want to go to the spiritualized universe? Don't worry, I've thought it through. It's a bit dangerous, but we can definitely survive if we go together. I believe in your strength, friend. Star Toad really wanted to slap him, but he didn't dare. Then Tao Lord Lu, shall we go out now? Luin nodded. It's not easy. After all, it's a forbidden ground. How about this, you come in? Then he took out Mount Supreme and let Star Toad in. Star Toad's face twitched. Luin was going to put him under house arrest. Luin stared at Star Toad. How could he let him go? Once he left, he wouldn't be able to find him again. Star Toad wouldn't be able to escape before leaving the spiritualized universe. Star Toad wanted to refuse. But Luin pressed down again and forced Star Toad into Mount Supreme with a bitter expression. Furball Qingxian was still in Mount Supreme. She was confused when she saw Star Toad enter. Star Toad also saw Furball Qingxian and glared at her. Luin didn't care how these two got along. They weren't good people. He put away Mount Supreme and glanced at Desolate Ancestor again before leaving the Forbidden Ground. Out of the Forbidden Ground, Wei Nu was still standing beside the River of Time. Since we can be allies, I can enter the Mirage Domain whenever I want, right? Luin asked. Wei Nu looked at him. Then, please teach me the way to comprehend karma. Luin smiled. Is this an exchange? You don't lose anything. I can enter the Mirage Domain whenever I want because of my identity as a ferryman. And because of that, I can't reach eternal life. So you want to walk the path of karma? It's an exchange of equal value. Luin nodded. It's fair. Unfortunately, I can't teach you. Comprehending and teaching are two different things. Wei Nu said, I understand. When you can teach me the path of karma, I'll open the mirage domain for you. Lu Yin looked around. He didn't have any more stones to enter the mirage domain. Once he left, he wouldn't be able to enter again unless Wei Nu was willing. The stones that the progenitor mined weren't in the forbidden ground of karma, so Lu Yin didn't dare to enter other forbidden grounds. With Lu Yin's current strength, Wei Nu was no match for him. Her control over time wasn't enough to overwhelm him. But so what if he won? Putting aside whether or not he would be able to keep her, even if she did, he wouldn't be able to force her to open her domain for him. Wei Nu was different from the people of the origin. Even though Wei Nu kept saying that Xiaoran was suffering, wasn't she also suffering? There was no meaning in defeating Kuo. However, Lu Yin really needed to enter the mirage domain again. At the very least, he would have the opportunity to do so before he went to the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, in fact, the time stop of the mirage domain is meaningless to most people. You need to comprehend and recover from your injuries. It's useful here. But for ordinary cultivators, if they can't make a breakthrough, it's just a waste of time. Lu Yin replied, but for the entire Xuanhuan universe, the wasted time is worth it. She looked at the river of time. I'll give you a chance to enter the mirage. A stone appeared in front of him. Lu Yin accepted it, not suspecting that it was fake. Wei Nu would not resort to such methods. Leaving the mirage, Lu Yin returned to the above heaven sect. Now, the karma with the Xuanhuan universe had basically ended. The next step was to wait for the people from the spiritualized universe to arrive and make up for the karma with them. This time, Lu Yin actually hoped that they would come. At the same time, under the starry sky, the red light of the blood-colored sword shone on the faces of the god of forgotten ruins and wuxialover. Not far away, Tingo had found them. The god of forgotten ruins stretched, revealing her beautiful curves. It's time to go. The Xuanhuan universe is meaningless. With little Lu Yin's temperament, he will definitely go to the spiritualized universe. Wuxialover looked into the distance. Searching for Lord Eternity? The god of forgotten ruins smiled. Yes, Lord Eternity wants us to help him. Woof woof, how do we go? Wuxiao's expression was cold. The god of forgotten ruins rubbed her head. Yes, how do we go? If time reverses, the springboard outside the stone door will definitely be gone. Forget it, let's wait. We don't lack time. A year passed, and the 5 spirit clans sent news that they had completely grasped the technology provided by Lu Yin. They could create 108 microarray weapons, and at the same time, they had also developed a microarray weapon that could be timed. This was originally a technology developed by the tributaries of the River of Time, but Lu Yin had brought it over. After a year, the Above Heaven sect had finished collecting the materials scattered in various universes that Lu Yin had provided. At the same time, they had also completely grasped the technology. Lu Yin had originally planned to bring them all to the Mirage domain, but it was not the time yet. There were still nearly 9 years before the spiritualized universe attacked. During this time, they could still collect some materials. The Above Heaven sect experts scattered in various parallel universes to search. Another few years passed. On this day, Shui Chuanxiao brought his plan. Treat the war as a precise machine. Look at the war from the perspective of the battlefield. How should everyone attack at each time, and how to use a time period to avoid the enemy's attack? This requires a complete understanding of the enemy. Through the information provided by you, I can only make a rough plan, Shui Chuanxiao reported to Lu Yin from the back mountain of the Above Heaven sect. Several years ago, Lu Yin had reported the first wave of information regarding the spiritualized universe's attack to Shui Chuanxiao. He had asked Shui Chuanxiao to formulate a plan for this war, along with Wang Wen, Wei Rong, and the others. Even though Shui Chuanxiao's strength was far from enough to participate in this war, if he listed out all of the power levels of both sides in detail and used those powers as data, then combined with Lu Yin's understanding of those people's strength, he would be able to formulate a strategy to deal with that encounter. This would minimize the losses. At first, Shui Chuanxiao had thought that Lu Yin was crazy. How could there be a strategy for a war at that level? The powerhouses could easily destroy a large area. This was a battlefield where the strong ruled. However, jumping out of the mindset of the powerhouses and continuously breaking down the details of the war, including the destructive power of those people and the abilities that they used, it was not that complicated. This included battle techniques, cultivation techniques, strategic thinking, choices, and countless other factors. Even with Shui Chuanxiao, Wei Rong, and the others' intelligence, they had researched for several years before coming up with a rough plan. This was definitely not the final plan. Lu Yin saw an extremely complicated war plan that was as precise as a machine's. Shui Chuanxiao was helpless. Pathmaster, forgive me for being blunt, but there's not much meaning in spending so much effort to come up with this plan. Even if the plan is feasible, will the people involved agree? In the face of life and death, everyone makes different choices. This plan is simply a fantasy. Lu Yin sighed as he obviously knew that this plan was unrealistic. War was a matter of life and death. This was not a game of chess, and it was not a machine. Unless everyone was controlled from the outside and did not develop a sense of self even in the face of death, then it would be impossible to control a war as precisely as a machine. Even if one had an incomparable understanding of both sides, it would still be impossible. However, when Lu Yin thought about the battle at the tributary of the River of Time, he felt stifled. That single battle had killed so many people. Even if Lu Yin was prepared and used all of the power of the Xuanhuan universe, he might not be able to guarantee everyone's safety. Casualties would be unavoidable. Pathmaster, the cruelty of war will never be reduced because of favors. Even if you can reduce the number of casualties, there will still be casualties. Shui Chuanxiao understood Lu Yin's thoughts. Lu Yin nodded. If this path doesn't work, then let's change it. Shui Chuanxiao left, and Lu Yin wrote down the names of the spiritualized universes, which corresponded to the Xuanhuan universe. They were fully prepared to surround and kill the spiritualized universes. This path was much simpler than the previous one, which had only been an idea. Unfortunately, it was too unrealistic. Very quickly 9 years passed. In the tributary of the River of Time, 10 years after Grandmaster Qingqiao had been discovered, the spiritualized universes had attacked. Now that time had flowed backward, Lu Yin had completed his preparations for the next 10 years in just a few months. The next 9 years had been spent waiting and gathering resources. During the 10 years in the tributary of the River of Time, Lu Yin had fought against the insectoid nests and gathered resources to create mechas and other weapons. These 9 years had been very peaceful for the Xuanhuan universe, and it had also been very peaceful for Lu Yin. He had been peaceful for 9 years, either fishing or playing chess. It was a pity that he did not have Zhao Ran's tea. There was still a year before the spiritualized universes would attack. It was time. Lu Yin walked out of the Above the Sky sect and headed to the Ice Spirit territory. He took away all the people who were creating black energy sources and mechas, as well as their resources and equipment. At the same time, he also took some experts from the 5 spirit races and 9-star civilizations to the Mirage domain. There, he would make a final breakthrough. This included the ancient god. The ancient god had awakened, which was good news and timely. Only by awakening could he be taken to the Mirage domain for treatment. Looking at the blurry face in front of him, the ancient god spoke with difficulty. Fertile soil? In the Above the Sky sect, Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and the others had surrounded the ancient god for 2 days. After awakening, the ancient god had gradually regained consciousness and could see his surroundings clearly. Lu Yin stood nearby and looked at the ancient god. The ancient god's body did not seem human at all. It was more like a skeleton with flesh and blood stuck to it. It was very horrifying. If not for the ancient god's strength, he would have died long ago. Lu Yin could tell what the ancient god had gone through. The ancient god's body could not withstand the power of a primordial realm expert, but in the end he could not even touch Grandmaster Qingxiao's body. The strength of an eternal realm expert was so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. The ancient god was like this. If Lu Yin had been the one facing Grandmaster Qingqiao, he would have been the same. There was no exception. Everyone below the eternal realm was like an ant. Lu Yin looked away. Yusang Tian could resist. No matter how strong he was, as long as the Xuanhuan universe was prepared and a primogenitor took action, they might be able to put up a fight. However, an eternal realm expert was difficult to deal with. Fertile soil? The ancient god shouted again. Only Lu Yuan was the closest to him. Lu Yuan smiled. That's me. The ancient god's eye sockets were sunken, and his eyeballs moved like a skeleton. He looked to the side. Floey? I want to beat you up, Jialan Jilua said. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:11. The ancient god grinned. The flesh at the corner of his mouth was torn, but he did not feel it. He looked to the side. Martial Arts University? Wu Tian sighed. If you don't die, you won't die in the future. Not necessarily. If you do this again, no one can save you, Hongyan Mavis said unhappily. The ancient god looked at Hongyan Mavis. I won't. Hongyan Mavis's expression softened. It's good that you know. Finally, the ancient god looked at Chui. Brother, you're pressing on me. Everyone looked over and saw Chui pressing on the side of the bed, pressing on a piece of flesh stuck to the ancient god's arm. He raised his hand awkwardly. Cough cough, I'm sorry. It doesn't hurt, right? What do you think? The ancient god was weak. Then it doesn't hurt, Jialonjilua said bluntly. Lu Yuan sighed. Okay, it's good that you're not dead. You're lucky that Shao Qi reacted quickly. The moment he saw the grass master, he immediately turned back time and found you. Otherwise you'd be dead. The ancient god looked up. I'd rather die than live like this. You're called the Chong. You won't die. I think Shao Chong is even more unlikely to die. Anyway, I'm just strong. Why are you guys so bad at talking? Mu Zhu came. She had a good relationship with the 3 realms and 6 paths. Back then the ancestor and Mr. Mu were friends. As Mr. Mu's disciple, she naturally knew the 3 realms and 6 paths. Walking to the ancient god, Mu Zhu praised, Not bad, De Chang. All these years of humiliation are worth it. The ancient god grinned, revealing his white teeth. Where's Mr. Mu? I want to apologize to him. No need. Although your actions were stupid, the result was not bad. That's what my master said, Mu Zhu said. Lu Yuan said, It was stupid. Very stupid. Not just a little stupid. I say, Hua, how dare you say that? Back then he dared to attack my master. How dare you rush in? Don't you know how to report? That's right. There's strength in numbers. If all of us were to attack together, those guardians of the 4 directions would be useless. In the end, you were stupid enough to charge forward alone. Not only did you end up being sealed by them, we also lost an expert on our side. We're talking about the Chong now. Don't talk about me. Come one by one. Chu Haizi is the same. Why is he showing off? What was the result? That's right. Chu Hiai was the stupidest of them all. If he hadn't died, the Eternals wouldn't have been able to destroy above heaven so easily. Chu Hiai is the stupidest. De Chong, you're better. Yes. Publicly acknowledged. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he listened to their conversation, and he looked into the distance. This feeling was very heartwarming. His gaze landed on a corner in the distance, where the desolate god had left. It had also waited until now, but it had yet to show itself. De Chang's eyes darted around as he listened to Lu Yuan and the others' discussion. A long-awaited warmth surged within him, and he laughed out loud. Even though his flesh was being torn apart and the pain seeped into his bones, he still laughed out loud. Chu Haizi laughed. Lu Yuan laughed. All of them smiled. Their smiles were so happy and warm. Outside above heaven, the desolate god turned around and grinned. Suddenly it turned around and the void distorted as a figure appeared. It was the primogenitor. When it saw the primogenitor, the desolate god shut its mouth and left with a cold expression. The primogenitor was helpless, as some estrangement was difficult to erase in a short period of time. He sighed, looked at above heaven, and took a step forward. Lu Yin looked up. The primogenitor had arrived as well. Time seemed to have flowed backwards more than once. It was as if they had returned to the era of above heaven. Back then, humanity had been at its peak, and the 3 realms and 6 daos had dominated the world. In this era, the heaven's origin universe had developed for many years, but when compared to other universes, they were still considered to be in the wilderness. The ancient gods had been able to survive because of Lu Yin's kindness to the 3 realms and 6 daos. The primogenitor met with Lu Yin alone, and under Lu Yin's shocked gaze he slowly bowed. Lu Yin hurriedly stopped him. Senior, you can't. The primogenitor's tone was deep and filled with gratitude. Thank you for protecting the heaven's origin universe and defeating the Eternals. Thank you for reversing time and saving De Chong. Thank you for everything you've done. Lu Yin supported the primogenitor, preventing him from bowing. The primogenitor was strong, but Lu Yin's strength far surpassed his. Even the primogenitor could not force Lu Yin to bow unless they fought. I cannot accept this. Protecting humanity is my duty as a human. Reversing time is not only for the ancient gods, but also for the heaven's origin universe and for myself. Senior, there's no need for that. The primogenitor stood up and sighed. Good. What you said is true and not false. Zhuzi, you did not disappoint your master. You are the pillar of humanity, the pillar that holds up the sky. Lu Yin was speechless. Can you not call me Zhuzi? The primogenitor's eyes lit up. You have a new understanding of Gooden? I think Zhuzi is good. There's no need to change it. What a pity. Lu Yin felt that he was still too young. He had thought that he could change his name just because the primogenitor was so grateful. Gooden? A few days later, Lu Yin grabbed the stone, tore through the void, and crushed it to enter the Mirage Domain. After everyone was released, they all curiously sized up the Mirage Domain. Those who had never been to this legendary place were all very curious. There was no concept of time here. His daughter was gone and no one knew where she had gone. Above the river of time, a small boat could be vaguely seen. Lu Yin had everyone cultivate in the bamboo forest while he went to the side of the river of time, allowing the time to flow around him in the form of a mist. Zhao Ran. The boat slowly sailed over and Zhao Ran looked at Lu Yin coldly. Lu Yin smiled. Can you do me a favor? Zhao Ran did not reply. I don't want the Mirage Domain to refresh. Let them do what they can here and then leave. How about that? Zhao Ran looked into the distance and then back at Lu Yin. All right. She then rowed the boat away. As long as no one came in and the people in the Mirage Domain left by themselves, 1 second would pass in the outside world. It was like an enlarged version of the Dai's Enhance. However, as long as someone entered, time would refresh with that person. Lu Yin knew that Zhao Ran would agree because she still had the jade around her neck. It was a record of her life when she had lost her memories. Although she had become the ferryman of the river of time and had become cold and indifferent, Lu Yin knew that she still retained her memories and emotions from when she was Zhao Ran. I'll think of a way to get you out of here, Lu Yin muttered before leaving the Mirage Domain. After leaving, Lu Yin turned around and saw a group of people appear. They were the people he had brought into the Mirage Domain. Because there was no refresh time, no one could enter the Mirage Domain at different times. So much time had passed in the Mirage Domain that the people inside had left by themselves. However, to Lu Yin only 1 second had passed. He finally understood how others felt when he used Enhance on his Dai. Normal people would not be able to accept such a sudden change. At this moment, the people who appeared before Lu Yin were all people who had converted the Xuanhuan universe's resources into strength. The 5 spirit races, 9 star civilizations, and the other cultivators all left to gather at the stone gate. Lu Yin saw Wu Tian, who had broken through to the primordial realm, as well as the ancient god who had recovered significantly. However, his recovery could not be accomplished with time, so he could only leave. Many of the Xuanhuan universe's experts had been brought into the Mirage Domain to improve. Of course, not all of them. Sometimes, increasing one's cultivation required more than just time. For example, Hongyan Mavis and Jialan Zhilua did not enter. They needed to break through to the primordial realm and the time was not right yet. There was also Chui Luyuan and the others. Giving them time was meaningless. It could be said that time did not mean much to those who had reached the progenitor realm. They needed to comprehend. What surprised Lu Yin the most was that all the resources had been converted into strength. A tributary of the river of time. When he learned about the spiritualized universe, he gave transdimensional space the task of making 100 black energy sources. At that time, transdimensional space only had 12 black energy sources. According to their knowledge, they could only make 27 at most. Before the attack of the spiritualized universe, they had successfully created 100 black energy sources, using the 5 spirit races' time flow and the Xuanhuan universe's resources. This time they had 175 black energy sources, which was close to double the amount of the river of time's tributary. If not for the lack of resources, they would have been able to create even more. Yiju's symbiotic corpses were still 10, but there were not that many progenitor corpses for him. The Wo expedition also only had 50 corpses. They were a race, and no matter how much they developed, there was only one patriarch crazed. The Limitless Empire's mechas gave Lu Yin a pleasant surprise. In the tributary of the River of Time, the mission he gave Limitless Empire was to increase the number of 10th ring mechas from the current 17 to 50, 11th ring mechas from 10 to 20, and 12th ring mechas from 6 to 12. Now, with the integration of resources and time in the Mirage Domain, Limitless Empire had 80 10th ring mechas, 30 11th ring mechas and 18 12th ring mechas. They had surpassed the total number of mechas in the tributary of the River of Time. The Limitless Empire, who had originally thought that this mission was impossible, was stunned. The integration of the entire Xuanhuan universe's resources was extremely terrifying. The spiritualized universe had its own unified cultivation method, and the Xuanhuan universe also had the advantage of a faster time flow. Once used, their strength would continuously increase. Who would have thought that the 5th mainland had not even had a single progenitor, and that a 10th ring mecha could sweep through them? Now, a 10th ring mecha was considered a beginner, and those who did not reach the 10th ring were not qualified to participate in the war. The number of microarray weapons had also increased by a large amount, which exceeded Lu Yin's expectations. In Celestial Master Xiu's words, there had been another breakthrough in microarray technology. The original 4,000 microarray weapons had increased to 5,000. In other words, the number of the Xuanhuan army had increased from 3,000 to 5,000 from the tributary of the River of Time. This was an increase of 2,000. Microarray weapons had the destructive power of a progenitor, and they were much larger in scale than mechas. However, cultivators could only use them as tools for destruction. Comparing mechas to the Xuanhuan army was like comparing an expert to an army. A new year, a new journey. Windborn thanks my brothers for their support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:12. Other than that, there were also 500 timed microarray weapons, which was a technology that Lu Yin had brought over from a tributary of the River of Time. This tributary of the River of Time had only been discovered after the spiritualized universe had invaded, and there should have been more than 20 years before it would have been discovered. Although there were only 500 of them, they consumed the resources of over 1,000 microarray weapons. Apart from that, there was also guiju. This was a weapon that specialized in searching for sequence laws. The reason why Lu Yin had been able to find Elder Mo and the 7 sky gods was mostly because of guiju. In the tributary of the River of Time, the Above Heaven sect also used guiju to search for the spiritualized universe's hidden cultivators. Guiju's search for sequence laws was extremely obvious. If Lu Yin went to the spiritualized universe in the future, he would definitely have to rely on guiju. After all, there were 88 sequence laws in the spiritualized universe. The conversion of strength depended on the Mirage Domain's time stop. When Lu Yin led a group of mechas and black energy source users to the Stone Gate, they were extremely shocked. Even Chu Yi and the other primordial realm experts were speechless. In their era, the Above Heaven sect had never had so many destructive progenitors, especially the 5,000 soldiers of the Heaven's Origin army. A single volley was equivalent to 5,000 progenitors attacking together. This had never happened before. Now all they had to do was wait for the spiritualized universe to attack. Just in case, Lu Yin asked Mr. Mu to help the progenitor suppress the sequence's string so that the progenitor would be free to attack. Only the progenitor could fight Xianxia head-on. 1 year later, according to his calculations, the spiritualized universe would arrive tomorrow. At that time the Stone Gate would be wide open. In the tributary of the River of Time, Patriarch Lu Yuan had sensed the Stone Gate open and immediately wanted to retreat, but he had been surrounded by Palace Mistress Yao and the President. If Lu Yin and the others had not arrived in time, Patriarch Lu Yuan might not have survived. This time, Patriarch Lu Yuan was still outside the Stone Gate. Lu Yin and the others surrounded him, ready to attack at any time. He wanted to launch a counterattack. Time passed and soon it was the second day. There was still no movement from the Stone Gate. Lu Yin frowned. Was it because he had killed Xianxia that the spiritualized universe's people had become cautious? In the tributary of the River of Time, Xianxia would meet up with the spiritualized universe's battleship outside the Stone Gate. Today, Xianxia from the spiritualized universe was not present, which was unexpected. However, there wouldn't be too great of a change. The spiritualized universe's people had used a springboard to reach the Xuanhuan cosmos. Furthermore, they held the Xuanhuan cosmos in contempt, so it was impossible for them to leave. They would definitely invade. As long as they came, this war would be unavoidable. What Lu Yin and the others needed to consider was how to minimize their own casualties. Time continued to pass, but there was still no movement from the stone door. 10 days passed, 1 month passed, 6 months passed, but there was still no movement from the stone door. Another half a year passed. They had waited here for almost 2 years, but there was still no movement from the stone door. Lu Yin's heart sank as the spiritualized universe should not be coming. Even if the timing was off, it would not be off by 2 years. Why didn't he come? It was impossible for the spiritualized universe to give up on the Xuanhuan universe. Could it be that Xianxia had avoided the reversal of time? This was the only explanation for why the spiritualized universe did not come. But that was impossible. If Xianxia had avoided the time reversal, he would still be in the Xuanhuan universe and not return to the spiritualized universe. What was going on? Lu Yin recalled what Xianxia had said when he had reversed time. He understood karma and he had said something similar to Wei Nu. Thus, Lu Yin had previously guessed that if he were to attack, Xianxia had avoided time reversal, as the wisest thing he could do wasn't to chase after Lu Yin. Instead, he had hidden the karma that Lu Yin needed to make up for so that Lu Yin would suffer a karma backlash. That way, Xianxia wouldn't even need to do anything to kill Lu Yin. However, if he could avoid the time reversal, he should have been in the Xuanhuan universe. There was no need for him to return to the spiritualized universe. The primogenitor's voice rang out. It seems that the spiritualized universe won't be coming. Why is that? Luyin asked. The progenitor looked at Luyin. Perhaps this is xianxia's realm, half-step immortality. Luyin was puzzled. Half-step immortality? The primogenitor nodded. Do you know when the protectors of the four directions ambushed me? That's when I reach the great circle of bitter calamity and take half a step into eternal life. The great circle of bitter calamity is not the bitter calamity realm. Instead, it means that one has already passed the bitter calamity and stepped onto the path of eternal life. After walking this path, I will reach the eternal life realm. This was the first time he'd learned that the primogenitor had already overcome the bitter calamity and was only one step away from attaining immortality. Perhaps it was because he sensed this that the grass grandmaster attacked me and stopped me from stepping onto the path of eternal life. At this point, the primogenitor's eyes were filled with disappointment. Overcoming the bitter calamity and attaining eternal life is the path to eternal life, not rebooting the universe. Of course, rebooting the universe is also a method. Although I didn't reach eternal life, I still walked that path. At that moment, I felt as if I had transcended the universe and the river of time. I wasn't restricted. Although the experience was short, it was the experience of the great circle of bitter calamity, the experience of transcendence. That was the experience of eternal life. He looked at Luyin. That xianxia was at the great circle of bitter calamity. Although he might not have been able to completely transcend the river of time and avoid the time reversal, it shouldn't have been a problem for him to retain his memories in that state. Previously, I guessed that he might have been able to retain his memories, but I still needed to verify it. Now it seems like he did it. Luyin's heart was heavy. The great circle of bitter adversity was not bitter adversity, but the path to immortality. If that's the case, xianxia can step into immortality without restarting the small spirit universe and the Xuanhuan universe. Then, why did he hide the small spirit universe? Elder shook his head and said, I don't know. After all, I haven't really walked down that path. After so many years, xianxia must have walked further than I have. Luyin frowned. The progenitor had not told him about this, but it did not affect him at all. Regardless of whether the spiritualized universe came or not, Luyin still had to prepare to deal with it. However, the biggest problem now was that if xianxia really retained his memories and stopped the attack of the spiritualized universe, then he would have to go to the spiritualized universe to make up for his karma with the president, Baoqi, and the others. Xianxia was waiting for him in the spirit universe. I'm inviting you to enter the trap. This was xianxia's scheme, and Luyin had no choice but to follow his lead. What awaited him in the spiritualized universe was the border between life and death. After waiting for a while, Luyin finally accepted the fact that he was going to spiritualize the universe. Although it would be unfavorable for them to fight in the Tengen universe. However, going to the spiritualized universe would be even more disadvantageous. It would be just like how spiritualized people would be constantly surrounded and killed when they entered the Tengen universe. Luyin could imagine what kind of encirclement he would face when he reached the spiritualized universe. This was different from the way he had imagined going to spiritualize the universe. He was passively facing a trap that had already been prepared to kill him. He did not know what xianxia had prepared for him. Seeing the stone door slowly open, Yuanqi felt helpless. He was surrounded by primordial realm powerhouses, and there was even a progenitor suppressing him. He could not escape. Master Lu, are you really going to spiritualize the universe? Yuanqi asked. Luyin looked at him. What? Don't you want to go back? Of course not, but xianxia is too powerful. It's very dangerous, Yuanqi said. Everyone in the surroundings felt strange. Was this something that Yuanqi should say? Luyin knew what Yuanqi was thinking. Yuanqi also wanted to reopen the spiritualized universe and get a share of the loot. He wanted to test Luyin's confidence. Luyin did not say anything and just locked Yuanqi up in the above-the-sky sect again. He would definitely bring Yuanqi and Jianghu to the spiritualized universe, but he needed to create a springboard first. The stone door had already opened, and Luyin asked Yuanqi, Lu Yuan, and Wu Tian to create it. Fortunately, he had learned how to create a springboard from a tributary of the River of Time through Meng Sang. Otherwise, he would have had to stay in the Tianyuan universe and wait for the karmic backlash. With the three of them working together, the springboard that would have taken 3 years to create was completed in 1 year. A year later, they would set off for the spiritualized universe. Going to the spiritualized universe was not something that Luyin could do alone. This was different from when he had gone to the Cosmic Tree Sect or the Six Paths Society alone. This time, it was a war between two universes, and there was a huge trap waiting for him. First of all, the Star Toad, Furball, and Qingxian would definitely follow him. There were also Su Wang and Li Shou. If Lu Yin was not in the Above the Sky sect, no one would be able to keep them in check. Yuanqi would definitely bring Zhan Yan along. They would lead the way and figure out the spiritualized universe. Next, they would have to find other people among the Tianyuan universe's experts. This trip to the spiritualized universe was a dangerous one. Yu Sang Tian's strength, Master Qingsao's unpredictability, and the many experts of the spiritualized universe made everyone feel pressured. However, there were many people who wanted to accompany Lu Yin. They had all taken the initiative to find him. The 3 realms, the 6 paths, the 3 suns, and the 6 lords, none of them retreated, including the 8 paths. They knew very well that this was a universal war, and it wasn't Lu Yin's battle alone. If Lu Yin died in the spiritualized universe, then the Tianyuan universe would be rebooted sooner or later. Thus, they might as well take a gamble. Stillwater? Pete, there's no need to be so pessimistic, the progenitor spoke up. He had been accompanying Lu Yin at the stone door the entire time, waiting for Yu Sang Tian to arrive as well. I'll go too. Lu Yin was surprised. You're going too? The ancestor smiled proudly. You have to go to the spiritualized universe to face Yu Sang Tian and Master Greengrass. You can't handle them alone, but I can help you deal with Yu Sang Tian. As for Primordial City, it will depend on how much Old Mu loves your disciple. Master would like to invite Senior Primogenitor to accompany Junior Brother to the spiritualized universe, the immemorial ancient city. Unless he dies, the sequence of strings will not move, Mu Zhu said. Mr. Mu had already prepared for this. The progenitor laughed. We've finally left Primordial City. Old Mu still has to help me suppress the sequence of strings. Lu Yin looked in the direction of Primordial City and seemed to see Mr. Mu. Even though Mr. Mu hadn't interacted much with him all this time, Mr. Mu had helped him several times during the battle at Primordial City. Mr. Mu truly loved this disciple of his. Thank you, Master. Aside from the progenitor, no one else in the Tianyuan universe could deal with Yu Sang Tian. As long as Lu Yin wasn't easily wiped out by Yu Sang Tian, he was confident that he could fight against him in the spiritualized universe. The Tianyuan universe had been able to unite against the spiritualized universe because of Lu Yin's influence and also because the spiritualized universe wanted to reactivate the Tianyuan universe. If they had gone to the spiritualized universe instead, they might not have faced the hostility of the entire spiritualized universe. This was because they didn't want to reactivate the spiritualized universe. Instead, they wanted to deal with Yu Sang Tian and the realm beyond heaven. To many people in the spiritualized universe, this was a chance for their power to be reshuffled. Perhaps many people in the spiritualized universe had been waiting for this day. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:13. After a period of time, Lu Yin decided who would accompany him to the spiritualized universe. Primogenitor Chu Yi Lu Tianyi, Su Wangtian, Mu Zhu Yiro, and Second Fate. Originally, Lu Yuan had wanted to go, but the Tianyuan universe could not be left without experts. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the others all had to oversee the Tianyuan universe, so having more people wasn't necessarily a good idea. Lu Tianyi was taking care of Lu Yin in Lu Yuan's place. Celestial Victor wanted to kill the only true god. So Wang Tian wanted to avoid Big Sis, since they had to be separated. Mu Zhu would take care of Lu Yin in Mr. Mu's place. Lu Yin had not expected Yi Ro to be willing to go. He had hoped that Yi Ro would go, as they could form symbiotic corpses and increase the number of experts in the spiritualized universe. Aside from them, there was also the Tianyuan army. The Tianyuan army was going to show off the Tianyuan universe's strength and make the spiritualized universe wary. This would increase their bargaining power in the spiritualized universe, as there was not much meaning in leaving the Tianyuan army behind. Only by following them would they be useful. This included mechas, black energy source users, and so on. The spiritualized universe did not know that these experts were the Tianyuan universe's vast resources and the Mirage Domain's accumulation of experts. The moment these experts appeared in the spiritualized universe, they would cause a huge commotion. Lu Yin appeared in the 3 sovereign spacetime alone, but he did not find Luo Shan. He then went to the Starfall Sea to find Nebula. Where is Luo Shan? Nebula shook her head. I don't know. She had not lied to Lu Yin as she truly did not know where Luo Shan was. Lu Yin wanted to find Luo Shan and bring him to the spiritualized universe. He had not forgotten that Luo Shan had also acted when Yu Sang Tian had massacred the above heaven. It was not that Luo Shan was willing to sacrifice his life for the above heaven, but he knew that this was a war between universes. Once the above heaven was wiped out, the Xuanhuan universe would also be gone. He did not care about anyone else when he acted, and he acted only because it was beneficial to him. It was also that action that had reminded Lu Yin of Luo Shan. Luo Shan was selfish, and although there would not be any problems if he stayed in the Xuanhuan universe because of Hongyan Mavis and the others, he was still a hidden threat. Lu Yin would bring him to the spiritualized universe. Nebula did not know where Luo Shan's location was. After thinking about it, he released the Star Toad. Where is Luo Shan? The Star Toad was confused. Luo Shan? What about him? I'll bring him to the spiritualized universe. The Star Toad gloated. He's going too? Alright, but I don't know where he is either. He and Daheng are martial brothers, so I can only bring you to the place where their master used to be. Let's go. The starry sky seemed to be the same. No matter where he went, it was vast and boundless. Only the large number of stars in the distance told him that he was no longer in the Genesis space. He and the Star Toad arrived at a strange parallel dimension. This is where their master is, the Star Toad said. Lu Yin was not interested in the past. Luo Shan and Daheng's master was already dead, and he would not go so far as to stick his neck out for a dead person. The past had nothing to do with him. Found it. He grabbed the toad and threw it into Mount Supreme before taking a step forward and appearing at the center of the lake. There was a pavilion in the middle of the lake and Luo Shan was there. Lu Yin's arrival caused Luo Shan's expression to change. He subconsciously wanted to leave, but it was already too late. Even if he hid in the realm of nothingness, he would still be caught by Lu Yin. Dao Master Lu, why are you looking for me? The enmity between us has long been settled. Luo Shan was vigilant. Lu Yin took another step forward and appeared within the pavilion, not far from Luo Shan. After a few meters. This distance was not safe for Luo Shan. Although he had not seen Lu Yin for a long time, he knew about Lu Yin's deeds and had been secretly observing him. Lu Yin defeated the Eternals and chased after the only true god after the battle in Immemorial City. Above Heaven's sect commanded the universe, and no one dared to disobey him. Lu Yin himself was very strong, and he knew that he was not his opponent. Follow me to a place, Lu Yin said. Luo Shan squinted his eyes. I don't need to go with you. Lu Yin put his hands behind his back and looked at the lake. The scenery is not bad. I am not interested in you betraying your sect, but you can betray your sect. In addition to my understanding of you, once Above Heaven's sect becomes weak, you will take advantage of the situation to rise up. Now I am leaving this universe and I cannot allow you to stay here. Luo Shan was shocked. What do you mean by leaving this universe? A place called the spiritualized universe. It wants to fight with our universe. The losers will be reactivated and no one will be left alive, Lu Yin said calmly. Luo Shan narrowed his eyes. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand and pressed it on Luo Shan's shoulder. This action was not fast, but Luo Shan did not avoid it. He knew that if Lu Yin wanted to kill him, he would not be able to leave this lake alive. Lu Yin pressed his hand on Luo Shan's shoulder and looked at him. Follow me to the spiritualized universe. You have no choice. Luo Shan was helpless. Lu Yin understood him and he understood Lu Yin as well. This was a tyrannical person who did not allow others to choose. Since Lu Yin had already found him, he had no other choice. Not long after, Luo Shan entered Mount Supreme and stared at the Star Toad. The Star Toad grinned. Long time no see, Luo Shan. Luo Shan was shocked. The Star Toad was much stronger than him. He did not expect the Star Toad to be here. You? Lu Yin put away Mount Supreme. Next, the Ancestor. After returning to Above Heaven's sect, Lu Yin waited for the Ancestor to come. He could directly contact the Ancestor. In order for the Xuanhuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe, the Ancestor had told Lu Yin both the truth and lies. But no matter what, she was definitely an enemy of the spiritualized universe. This person's existence was also a hidden danger. No one knew what she would do, so it was best to bring her to the spiritualized universe. A few days later, the Ancestor came to Above Heaven's sect. The Ancestor did not avoid the time reversal, so she did not know that the spiritualized universe had attacked in the tributary of the Time River. She also did not know how much Lu Yin wanted to take action against the spiritualized universe and how much he wanted to make up for his karma. She was still thinking of ways to incite Lu Yin's hostility towards the spiritualized universe. Tell me more about the spiritualized universe, Lu Yin said. He fished with his back facing the Ancestor, just like when the Ancestor found him after the battle in Immemorial City. The Ancestor did not understand. What do you want to hear, Master Lu? Everything you said before. The ancestor did not understand what Lu Yin meant. Her words were both true and false, so she had to be careful when she said them again. Next, the ancestor repeated what she had said to Lu Yin before, and it was the same as before. She did not know that Lu Yin had learned a lot about the spiritualized universe through the tributary of the Time River. He even knew some things better than her. Lu Yin listened quietly, neither interrupting nor exposing her. The ancestor waited for Lu Yin to finish. Lu Yin looked at the lake. You really want us to start a war with the spiritualized universe? The ancestor emphasized, we have no choice but to start a war. This has nothing to do with the consciousness universe. The spiritualized universe wants to restart both the consciousness universe and the Xuanhuan universe. There are no exceptions. All right, Lu Yin shouted and put down his fishing rod. He then turned back to look at the ancestor. Since that is the case, let's start a war with the spiritualized universe. The ancestor was stunned. She did not understand why Lu Yin was so agitated. Lu Yin stared at the ancestor. Let's go to the spiritualized universe. The ancestor was at a loss. She hoped that Lu Yin would lead the Xuanhuan universe to start a war with the spiritualized universe, but wasn't this going too smoothly? It was so smooth that she could not believe it. When? Prepare. Within a year. So fast. If we don't hurry, the spiritualized universe will restart the Xuanhuan universe and your consciousness universe. But why are you hesitating? You don't want to start a war with the spiritualized universe? No, it's just that. Are you afraid? No. Then let's go. Let's go to the spiritualized universe and start a massacre. Instead of restarting both our universes, why don't we restart the spiritualized universe? Who knows, we might even be able to step into eternal life by restarting the spiritualized universe. The ancestor felt that something was wrong. There was definitely something wrong, but she could not pinpoint what was wrong. She carefully recalled what she said. Which sentence made Lu Yin so agitated? Was the hatred stirred up too much? Wait a minute. I have to go too? Lu Yin found it funny. Of course. If you don't go, who will lead the way? The ancestor's expression changed. She did not know how to refute Lu Yin. This was clearly the answer she wanted, but she felt that something was wrong. Let's enter Mount Supreme. Lu Yin spoke and took out Mount Supreme. The ancestor looked at Mount Supreme and knew that something was wrong. How are we going to the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin smiled. Primordial origin will help us. Primordial origin. The ancestor was shocked. Lu Yin pointed at Mount Supreme and stared at the ancestor. The ancestor's expression changed. She knew that something was wrong. Primordial origin actually helped Lu Yin, which meant that Lu Yin must have found out about the three universes through primordial origin. Her lie was seen through. No wonder he wanted her to say it again. A chill descended and the ancestor looked at Lu Yin again. What she saw was cold killing intent. She had no choice but to enter Mount Supreme. The development of the situation was beyond her expectations. Her thoughts were in a mess. She felt that something was missing in the middle, but she could not find the source. Putting away Mount Supreme, Lu Yin pointed at the void. Light shuttled through the river of time. A small boat appeared and Xiaoran looked over. I'm going to the spiritualized universe. Take care. Xiaoran did not say anything and left with the boat. Wei Nu, are you here? What's the matter? Wei Nu's voice rang out. She had returned to the Mirage domain. Lu Yin looked at the river of time. Let's go to the spiritualized universe together? Wei Nu said indifferently, Master Lu wants to take away all the hidden dangers of the Xuanhuan universe, but I'm not your hidden danger. Zhao Ran has become a ferryman, so I can't leave the river of time unless the Mirage domain is free. Lu Yin did not know if she was telling the truth, but he could not force her to go to the spiritualized universe with him. The river of time disappeared and Lu Yin sat down. After an unknown period of time, the aroma of tea drifted over. Lu Yin stared at the lake in a daze. Behind him stood a beautiful figure. It was Long Shi. I want to go to the spiritualized universe too. Lu Yin blurted out, No. Why? You are not strong enough. Long Shi said, It's enough to replace Zhao Ran. I can make tea for you. I don't like tea. Lu Yin didn't even turn around. He didn't dare to, as he hadn't expected Long Shi to come. Due to the cycle of karma, those scenes kept appearing in his mind. There was also that cute child which made his heart ache. Stillwater? Bing. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:14. Long Shi did not know that Lu Yin had experienced all of this. I've already become Jianghu's disciple, and my strength has increased very quickly. The White Dragon tribe specialized in spears, and Jianghu's weapon was also a spear. Lu Yin had asked Jianghu to accept Long Shi as his disciple, and Jianghu had agreed. Alright, you don't have to go. Lu Yin then disappeared. Long Shi looked at the empty lakeside with a gloomy expression. There were too many people who wanted to accompany Lu Yin to the spiritualized universe, and people were constantly applying to the Above the Sky sect. These people knew about the spiritualized universe and that Lu Yin wanted to go there, so their identities were not simple. Long Shi found out through Jianghu that the others had their own ways as well. However, they could not find Lu Yin. Lu Yin came to Astral 10. This was the place where he had started his cultivation. The tributary of the River of Time had been massacred, and everything had returned to normal. Lu Yin walked around Astral 10 and saw that the students were full of vigor, and his mood improved greatly. These students could not see through his face at all. He walked to the treasure pavilion. Little brat, this is a money bomb. Youngsters these days are really ignorant. Even if you haven't heard of the money bomb, you should at least have heard of the Above the Sky sect. They specifically asked you to make one for me. What? You don't want it? Scram, scram, scram. You don't have any foresight at all. A few students hurriedly fled. I've heard that old Kai cheated his own students, and it's true. This money bomb only has the power of a hunter. It's useless against us. He even shamelessly said that Master Lu asked him for a money bomb. Master Lu is someone who doesn't even care about progenitors, let alone hunters. Liar, he's a liar. Lu Yin brushed past them and walked towards old Kai with a smile. Old Kai saw Lu Yin arrive, but he could not see through his face either. His gaze turned cold. Who are you? Lu Yin revealed his true face. Long time no see, mentor. Old Kai was stunned. Lu Xiaono, Master Lu? Why are you here? Lu Yin shrugged. I haven't graduated yet. Old Kai laughed. Graduate? Don't even think about it. You won't graduate. Astral 10 has a universe master who hasn't graduated yet. Do you believe it? Ah. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. But I'm also one of the instructors who left their names behind. Old Kai rolled his eyes. That's true. By the way, why are you here? Lu Yin's current status was too high, but old Kai only cared a little about the way he addressed him. He wasn't a reserved person to begin with. When he had first become an enlighter, not only had he seduced the Day-Night clan's Night Queen Xiuyu, but he had also used a money bomb to blow up the Day-Night clan's ancestral land's stone tablet. At that time, the Day-Night clan was equivalent to a sect in the Xuanhuan cosmos, and almost no one dared to provoke them. Even old Kai had done such despicable things. Lu Yin looked around. There's a lot of stuff here. Did you scam them all? What are you talking about? What do you mean by a trap? That's a business transaction. Bah, it's a transaction. No, it's a cooperation. Lu Yin glanced at him before shifting his gaze to a corner where a girl walked out. It was Night Queen Xiuyu. Night Queen Xiuyu had a respectful expression on her face as she bowed from afar. Greetings, Master Lu. Lu Yin looked at old Kai. I still brought it back. Old Kai said proudly, my woman can't run away. Lu Yin smiled. Congratulations. When will you have a son? Old Kai couldn't help coughing. Night Queen Xiuyu maintained her saluting posture. It could be said that Lu Yin had single-handedly destroyed the Day-Night clan, but none of them dared to offend him. The second Night King was like a doorman in the Xuanhuan cosmos while the third Night King wandered the universe. The once glorious Day-Night clan had vanished into thin air, but because the second Night King was in the Xuanhuan cosmos and Lu Yin's relationship with Zhua Day-Night and Hui Day-Night, no one dared to provoke them. Lu Yin stood at such a high position that the Day-Night clan could not even muster the slightest bit of hatred for him. Lu Yin chatted with old Kai for a while longer before leaving. He went to the River of Forgetfulness Sand Ocean and met with the Sand Master. He then went to the ruins of Stargazing Tower and the Trial Zone. He also met with Big Pow and Little Pow as well as many old friends. Finally, he went to the Rain Observatory. Atop a large tree, the crazy headmaster opened his eyes and watched Lu Yin walk over. He stood up. You're going to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin nodded. Boundless can be used. Lu Yin looked at the endless trees in the distance. Thank you. Boundless does not belong to anyone. It only belongs to the humans of the Xuanhuan cosmos. Anyone who fights for the human race can use Boundless. Lu Yin's goal in coming here was to use Boundless. This trip would be considered a war between the Xuanhuan cosmos and the spiritualized universe, so he could not leave the progenitors at Mount Supreme. Just like how the spiritualized universe had battleships, the Tianyuan cosmos also needed battleships to invade the spiritualized universe. It was boundless. Only boundless could withstand the pressure of a springboard. Boundless was a bloodline that had been passed down for an entire era. It was the future of the Tianyuan cosmos humans, and it was also the vehicle that would be used to invade the spiritualized universe. If boundless wanted to go, then the crazy headmaster naturally had to go as well. Sometimes, the path of the mortal world would bring about unexpected events. Bao Qi had been forcefully pushed into a bitter predicament by the path of the mortal world. In a tributary of the river of time, Astral 10 had been massacred, and rivers of blood had flowed. Now, time had reversed, and Astral 10 was also going to the spiritualized universe. Only the mentors and students had remained behind. However, Lu Yin believed that in the near future, rivers of blood would flow in Astral 10 and above boundless, but it would be the enemy's blood. The wheels of karma continued to spin. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, a year was almost up. Outside the stone door, the springboard was almost complete. Aside from the crazy headmaster, all of the mentors and students of Astral 10 had left. Boundless moved once more, and its first stop was the burial gardens. Lu Yin stood atop Boundless and bowed towards the burial gardens. Lu Yin respectfully invites all of you to enter Boundless to fight for the Tianyuan cosmos and pave the way for humanity. Within the burial gardens, the progenitor's hand had already returned, leaving behind an empty shell. Many wandering corpses were still walking on the shell. As Lu Yin spoke, the yellow springs roared, and the wandering corpses all stopped and turned to face Boundless. Beneath the rain observatory, Silver looked at the burial gardens with a burning gaze. He would create another bone arc. After all these years in the Mirage realm, he had succeeded in his experiments. Whatever the only true God could do, he had done it. He would make Boundless the second bone arc. One by one, the wandering corpses stepped onto Boundless. Soon after, Boundless arrived at the Sky Sect. 5,000 Tianyuan soldiers, black energy users, and mechas all boarded. Countless people watched this scene, and the aura of the boundless universe shook the world. There had never been an era where so many experts had been gathered. Even the glorious era of the Sky Sect had not been as powerful as this one. This was the gathering of the entire Tianyuan cosmos power. To what extent could the power of an entire universe be unleashed? It was hard for ordinary people to imagine. The desolate god had come, and it wanted to go to the spiritualized universe as well. Lu Yin had not expected this. Even though the desolate god hated the humans, Lu Yin did not see it as a hidden danger. It did not want to take revenge on the humans, it just wanted to lead the astral beasts and live on peacefully. The desolate god did not say a word as it entered Boundless. The progenitor stood on the rain observatory watching the rain fall as he sighed. Big Yellow had still come. Although he did not say anything, he knew that Big Yellow was worried about him. No matter what grudges his disciple had, Big Yellow was good, really good. Boundless left the Sky Sect and headed towards the stone gate. A bell rang in the Sky Sect, and the sound of the flute rang out in Immemorial City. Numerous gazes watched as Wu Jiang left. After this farewell, no one knew if they would ever meet again. In the astral tree, Lu Qi took a sip of wine and closed his eyes. In the cosmic sea, Big Sis and Heizage Leon sat on the deck and looked up. If we can't meet again after this farewell, we will still go. Generations of people from the Tianyuan cosmos will go. So what if the enemy is strong? The flames of war will never be extinguished. In every corner of the Tianyuan universe, countless people walked towards Lu Yin's statue. They didn't know what had happened, but they could feel the solemnity and bravery of death. Must come back, home? Wu Jiang passed through the stone door and landed on the springboard. As the springboard tore apart the universe surface, Wu Jiang was bounced up and disappeared. The spiritualized universe Wu Jiang had arrived. The stone door closed. When Boundless disappeared, there were only two futures for the Tianyuan universe. They could either return triumphantly or be destroyed. When the stone door opened again, that would be the outcome. This time, the closing of the stone door was different from the previous ones. Previously, there was a bolt outside the stone door, and only Qianxia and the people from the spiritualized universe could open it. Now the bolt was not on and anyone could open it. The purpose of closing the stone door was not to guard against the spiritualized universe, but to prevent people from the Tianyuan universe from using it as a springboard to leave. After all, there were still hidden dangers in the Tianyuan universe. Under the starry sky, the god of forgotten ruins held a blood-colored sword. He finally left. Looking at the time, we only need to wait a few more decades before we can leave. It's just a seclusion, right, Xiaoyu? Wang Xiaoyu looked calm. There's nothing worth staying for here. Oof. In the above heaven sect, in the courtyard filled with books, Huikin found Tua Lin. Senior, let's go. Tua Lin was puzzled. Where to travel? Master, let us go out? Master has already left. I heard that he won't be back anytime soon. We can't be trapped here. That's not good. Let's wait for Master to come back. Huikin was anxious. Senior, Master didn't say that we can stay in the above heaven sect. He has already gone to a very far place. At least for 100 years, no, for a few hundred years he might not be back. It's too long. Tua Lin pondered. That long? I really need to travel. Then let's go. Master didn't say that we can't go out. Huikin urged. Tua Lin looked at the books around him reluctantly. He hesitated for a moment. Wait for me. I'll pack up. Okay. Huikin was happy. Then he watched as Tua Lin carefully organized each book and placed them in different categories. This process took 10 days. There were simply too many books. Huikin was anxious and wanted to help. However, Tua Lin didn't let him. In Tua Lin's words, one must have a sincere heart to do it. He asked Huikin to touch his heart and say that he was sincere. Huikin was speechless and retreated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:15. When he finished organizing the books, Tua Lin dragged out a statue from the house and carried it on his back. He smiled at Huikin. Let's go. Huikin was stunned. Senior, this is Master's statue? Where did you steal it? Tua Lin's expression changed. Don't be rude. I carved this for Master. Carrying Master's statue on my back is a sign of respect and sincerity. Huikin was speechless. He felt that Tua Lin's brain was damaged. Imagine traveling with Tua Lin with a statue on his back. He would be surrounded wherever he went. Although Master's prestige was at its peak and countless people worshipped him, it shouldn't be like this. He smiled. Senior, I've thought about it. Why don't we travel separately? Tua Lin was puzzled. Junior, what are you worried about? No, it's just that I'm good at fighting while you're good at reading. Our goals are different, so the journey will definitely be different. Huikin hurriedly said. Tua Lin thought about it seriously. That's true. Alright, take care. Senior too. Take care. Huikin hurriedly ran away as if he had been pardoned. After Huikin left, Tua Lin said, Junior definitely has his strengths. It's just that you don't see them. Only Master can. Xiaoyu, let's go. Where do you think we should go? The Endless Battlefield? Are you familiar with that place? Oh, alright, then let's go to the Endless Battlefield. Why did you say, again? Ever since the Dimensional Master's death, Ultra Space had become a vassal of the sect above heaven. However, not long after, Lu Yin's sect above heaven dominated the Heaven's Origin universe. Not just Ultra Space but the entire Six Direction Association was also a vassal. Iran sat on the stairs. It was a familiar position and a familiar starry sky. She looked into the distance. So many things had happened in just a few decades. The Ultra Space had become so unfamiliar. At that time, the Dimensional Master was in charge while she and Bai Chen competed. The powers below were intertwined, but everything had changed because of Lu Yin. The Ultra Space of today was much stronger than before. Although it had lost its Dimensional Master, it was still connected to the Origin Space. It was equivalent to being protected by the sect above heaven. The black energy source users had not decreased. Lu Yin had taken away more than 100 black energy sources created in the Mirage domain. As for the original black energy sources in the Ultra Space, they were all left. Wu Zhang's departure represented a great war in the universe. No one knew how long this war would last and where it would lead to in the future. The universe was vast and endless. How many enemies would mankind face? Congratulations, you are once again in control of hyperspace. A cold voice sounded. He looked over and was surprised. Bai Chen? Wu Zhang's departure also took away countless thoughts. Long she held the silver spear in her hand and pointed it at Jialonjulua. Jialonjulua frowned. You can't even hold the spear properly because of love. I'm sorry, Master. Wu Jiang, this battle might not be the end. Perhaps it is. Hold the spear, you'll have to walk onto the battlefield in the future. Even if Lu Yin dies, you have to go with him. At least go with dignity. I understand, Master. In reincarnation space-time, Wendy Yushan stared at the starry sky in a daze. How long had it been since she last saw Lu Yin? It wasn't that they couldn't see each other, but rather that there was no need to. This person stood too high, too far, and too fast. She couldn't keep up with him, and she didn't want to be a burden. She clearly had a progenitor as her master. But compared to Lu Yin, she could only be considered an ordinary person. But one day she would reach that height. There was definitely a place for her on the stairway to heaven. Jiahao raised his wine flask. Have a safe journey, Wu Jiang. Mira, Zhou Day Knight, Madame Nailin, Zhou Shan, Ku Wei, and many others who had interacted with Lu Yin gradually learned of this matter and sent him off. On Night King Planet, a figure slowly walked. Ever since the Day-Night clan had been defeated by Lu Yin, the Night King bloodline had been reduced to prisoners under the cage technique and had been unable to recover. Night King Planet had become the place where many people had witnessed Lu Yin's rise. This place had once attracted countless people, who had watched every inch of Lu Yin's battles and sighed in amazement. But now there were gradually fewer people. After all, this was only the place where Lu Yin had fought in his early days. Back then Lu Yin had still been too weak. Now, everyone wanted to see Immemorial City and the Disaster Zone. These were the places where Lu Yin had fought when he had reached the pinnacle. Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 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 Editor, Nioibo Studio Peak. The figure slowly walked forward, his shadow elongated as he walked through this desolate and cold place. Night King Planet had always been like this and it had never changed. Regardless of whether Lu Yin had defeated the Day-Night clan or not, Night King Planet would always be a lonely star in the heavens. The figure walked for an unknown amount of time before finally stopping. He crouched down and touched a human-shaped hole in the ground. Brother. Her name was Night Queen Yanqing, and she had once been the princess of the Night King bloodline. It was because of her that the Day-Night clan had formed a grudge with Lu Yin, which had led to a series of battles of wits and courage. She had also witnessed the Night King bloodline's decline, and she had watched as Night King Xuanhu was trampled to death by Lu Yin. At that moment her pride and self-esteem had also died. Night Queen Yanqing had once been so beautiful that it was impossible to look at her directly. She had been full of vigor and arrogance, but now she looked as if she had aged 10 years. With her cultivation, her appearance could have remained unchanged, but she had forcibly aged 10 years. She now looked like a middle-aged woman, and her hair was now white, not black and white like the Day-Night clans. She wore ordinary clothes and did not look like a cultivator. Brother, I've come to see you again. I always come around this time every year. Lu Yin, you're probably not in this universe anymore. I vaguely heard that you died too early. This universe is too big. The Starry Sky Tree, the Hexagon Society, the Parallel Spacetime, and the Outer Universe. If you're still alive, you should be very happy, Night Queen Yanqing muttered to herself. She had worshipped Night King Xuanhu, but she had also resented and feared him. Now, all of these feelings had transformed into longing for her family. Night King Xuanhu, it's not bad to have a sister like you, a voice said. Night Queen Yanqing suddenly turned around and stared at the person who had spoken. Are you Lu Xiaoga? Lu Xiaoga looked up, his eyes hidden beneath his hat, and his lips curled up. Long time no see, Night Queen Yanqing. It had been almost a year since the boundless frontier had departed from the Xuanhuan universe. Lu Yin and the others quietly waited on the boundless frontier, and when they looked up, all they saw was darkness. He did not see any stars, nor did he see any celestial bodies. It was as if he had left the Xuanhuan universe, and all that followed was boundless darkness. Were there no stars between the Xuanhuan universe and the spiritualized universe? Where did this complete darkness lead to? This was not the first time that Lu Yin had such doubts. The boundless frontier slowly descended, and this process had already lasted for several months. This was the leftover energy of the springboard pushing the boundless frontier forward. When the boundless frontier completely stopped, it would be time for another springboard to be built. This is clearly a starry sky, so why are there no stars at all? Lu Yin muttered to himself. The primogenitor appeared beside him. Zhuzi, what are you thinking about? Lu Yin was already numb to the primogenitor's title. Senior, do you think that this is a starry sky? Of course. But why aren't there any? Are there stars? That's a good question. I've been thinking about it, but I can't figure it out. Since it's a starry sky, then there should be stars. If there aren't any stars, then it's not a starry sky. No matter how big the universe is, and no matter how unsuitable it is for living creatures to survive, there should at least be some matter. However, there's nothing here. It's just darkness. The primogenitor looked up. Yes, it's just darkness. What's going on? I've had many guesses over the past year. What guesses? Don't listen to them. Some of them might scare you. This junior has been scared many times. Are you sure you're not afraid? Don't be afraid. Once you leave your own universe and return, you'll be able to see life forms that don't belong to your own universe. You know this, right? Yes. Have you thought about why? I have, but I'm not sure. I've asked Xianxia, but they don't know either. They only know that one's aura can be seen. For example, if the cultivators in the small spirit universe that xianxia controls have never left the spiritualized universe, they won't be able to tell even if the people in the small spirit universe don't cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique. However, due to the war between the spiritualized universes and the consciousness universes, they'll be able to see those who don't belong to the spiritualized universe. That's why xianxia taught the people in the small spirit universe to cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique. Have you ever thought that it has nothing to do with the universe itself, but it has something to do with this distance? Luyin looked at the primogenitor. Here. The primogenitor's expression was solemn. It seems like there's nothing here, but that doesn't mean that there's nothing here. How can the aura change so obviously after leaving? If you can't even feel it yourself, then maybe it's not your aura that's changed. Instead, it's people who have walked through this distance that can see each other's existence. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Contaminated by something? The primogenitor nodded. Yes, contaminated by something within this distance. You, me, and everyone who has left their own universe may have been contaminated by something within this distance. That's why we can feel each other's existence. Xianxia made the people of the little spirit universe cultivate the heavenly spiritualization technique, which means that he can't get rid of this contamination, Luyin said. The primogenitor looked at Luyin. We can't see anything, but we're contaminated. Perhaps even an eternal life realm expert can't solve this problem. Otherwise, do you think that Master Grass wouldn't know about the little spirit universe? If he could tacitly acknowledge the existence of the little spirit universe, why wouldn't he help Xianxia solve this problem? You should know that once someone suspects something, they can confirm the existence of the little spirit universe. Just like you said, the Mingsang branch of the long river of time is very dangerous for Xianxia. Luyin nodded. I can't solve it, so I can only use the heavenly spiritualization technique to cover it up. If even an eternal life realm expert can't solve it, then let's not solve it. After all, living things can't be bigger than the universe. Zhuzi, it's good that you've thought it through. I thought that you also had the idea of people conquering the heavens and going against the heavens? That's all fake. What is the heavens? Is the universe a circle that covers everything? Everything you do is covered by the heavens. Even if you can go against the heavens, it's only because the heavens want you to. Everything has its own rules. The primogenitor smiled. Luyin had never thought of going against the heavens. There was no need for that. Whether it was going against the heavens or following the heavens, as long as he was given what he wanted, it would be fine. All the tribulations and pain in the world had karma. Looking at the darkness above him, he realized that his thoughts were not like those of a youth. In fact, in the world of cultivation he was very, very young. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:16. Look at this darkness, doesn't it look like a lid? The progenitor asked again. Luyin was surprised. A lid? The progenitor nodded. Maybe we're all covered and can't see the real sky. We can only see it when we open the lid. He turned to Luyin and smiled. It's like food on a plate. Luyin was speechless. Senior, this joke isn't funny. The progenitor smiled. I'm not joking, I didn't call you a pillar. Luyin looked up again, but this time it felt weird. A lid food? The more he looked, the more it looked like a lid. Was this what the progenitor meant by fear? Luyin stopped looking. A few days later, Boundless came to a complete stop. Luyin walked out of the Boundless boundary. The core space felt no different from the true heavens, but there were bound to be some differences. It was just that, at his level, the differences were no longer that obvious. Let's do it, Chui said. They were going to build a springboard. Luyin took out Mount Supreme and released Yuan Qi and Star Toad, together. Star Toad was confused. What for? Yuan Qi frowned. Build that constellation? Chui looked over. Yes, come. Star Toad was taken away, but when it looked back, it saw that they had really left Heaven's origin universe. It felt bitter. It didn't even have freedom in the bitter calamity realm. A year later, Boundless continued its journey through the springboard. Year after year, year after year. 18 years later, Boundless was ejected from the springboard. This was the last time. 1 year later, Boundless would reach the giant springboard between the three universes. That was the true springboard. 18 years passed in the blink of an eye, but there weren't many changes on Boundless. A mere decade passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yin had also passed the period where he could transform in a few years. Now, if he wanted to increase his cultivation level, he would either have an epiphany or increase his sequence particles and consciousness. Apart from making up for his karma, this trip was also related to his cultivation. That springboard is definitely guarded by spiritualized universe experts, but we don't know how many of them there are. Will the spiritualized universe notice our arrival? Ancestor, she was worried. So Wang Tian dug his nose. They definitely have a way to contact us. Look, before time flowed back, the spiritualized universe took 10 years to reach Heaven's origin universe. This means that they used that springboard. No matter how they set off from the spiritualized universe, it took them 10 years to reach Heaven's origin universe. Time flowed back from the moment they set off. What about Xianxia? He shouldn't be at the springboard. After time, Xianxia stopped the spiritualized universe's Heaven's origin, which means that they have a way to contact us. Lu Yin and the rest looked at Su Wangtian in astonishment. This guy was right, he had some brains. All along, Su Wangtian had always been a greasy man in their minds. He would pick his nose and throw his slippers whenever he had nothing to do. No matter how they looked at him, he was always sloppy and had never expressed any opinions. Su Wangtian shook his nose. Hey, what's with your expressions? Lu Yin retracted his gaze. Senior Su Wangtian is right. There must be a way to contact the spiritualized universe in that springboard. Although we don't know what method they use, if they can't contact us, Xianxia won't be able to stop the first wave of invaders. So, when we reach that springboard, we will immediately take action and control the spiritualized universe's origin universe. However, it shouldn't be that simple. That springboard is located between the three universes. The spiritualized universe has been fighting the consciousness universe for a long time, so there might be a large number of spiritualized universe experts there. He then looked at Ancestor Shi. Senior, do you have anything to say? Ancestor Shi was the one who had mentioned the spiritualized universe's origin universe. Lu Yin and the others knew that Ancestor Shi had mentioned it because she knew something. She might not know of the springboard's existence, but since it existed between the three universes, it was normal for the spiritualized universe to place a large number of cultivators there to attack the consciousness universe. Lu Yin's words caused Ancestor Shi's expression to change. It wasn't because of the springboard but because of the three universes. Initially, she had told Lu Yin that there was a spiritualized universe between the consciousness universe and the heaven universe, and that the spiritualized universe could attack both universes. She had always thought that the consciousness universe was on the other side of the spiritualized universe. Now that Lu Yin had mentioned the three universes, it meant that Lu Yin knew. Actually, she had already guessed it the moment she appeared, and now she had confirmed it. She looked at Lu Yin with a twinkle in her eyes. Lu Yin didn't have the time to lie to her. He had directly mentioned the three universes to remind Ancestor Shi to speak her mind. It was fine to lie once, but if she lied again, even if he agreed, the people around him wouldn't. Ancestor Shi took a deep breath and bowed to Lu Yin. As I have been away from the consciousness universe for too long, and with the appearance of the springboard, my understanding of the situation is a little blurry. Master Lu, please allow me to consider for a while before telling you my conjecture. Lu Yin nodded. All right. Ancestor Shi bowed again and left. Looking at the ancestor's back, Chui said, the beings of the mind universe cannot be trusted. They are not the same species as us and they have their own standpoints behind them. Her words must be taken with a grain of salt. Stillwater? Lu Yin understood. She lied to me several times. When we fought against the spiritualized universe in the tributary of the River of Time, she also tried to lie to me. Compared to her, I'm more willing to trust the origin. So Wangtian said, agreed. That old man Yuanqi doesn't want to die. He's afraid that you'll kill him if you're unhappy. He'll tell you everything you ask and he'll definitely tell you the truth. It's a pity that he's been away from the spiritualized universe for too long. Otherwise he'd be even more valuable. No matter what, there will be a great battle waiting for us in a year. It might not be very intense, but it is extremely important. If we can't control the people in the spiritualized universe right away, we will face an unprecedentedly tough battle when we go to the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin's voice spread throughout the boundless expanse. Everyone, even though we're going to risk our lives, I, Lu Yin, do not wish for anyone to die. Please take care. Not long after, Lu Yin arrived at the forest below the rain observatory. Every tree was huge. Lu Yin walked through the forest and looked at the wandering corpses of different shapes and sizes. Pathmaster. Silver arrived and bowed. How is it? Luin asked. The bone grafters were very important. If they could replicate a bone ark, it would be a disaster for the spiritualized universe. The bone ark could fight against Immemorial City, and Immemorial City had gathered many of the top experts of the Xuanhuan universe for countless years. A single bone ark was at least comparable to Royal God Mountain. Silver said, I've succeeded a little, but wandering corpses are different from corpse kings. They can't immediately change their bones and gain strength like the bone ark. I'm still researching. How many? 12. Where's the strongest one? Luin looked in a direction and saw a wandering corpse. He didn't know how strong it was when it was alive, but it was lying on the ground and staring at a tree root. Wandering corpses had no self-awareness and were completely different from corpse kings. They were more like corpses that did what they cared most about when they were alive. For example, the one-legged old man Luin had seen liked to step on people's feet with his wooden leg. There was also the little girl Tong Lao who liked to slap people's heads. Gu Eccentric liked to play hide-and-seek. Luin didn't know what this wandering corpse had encountered when it was alive, but it was lying on the ground and staring at the tree root while muttering to itself. Luin felt a trace of sharpness from it that was familiar. It must be a power that had appeared in the Immemorial City battlefield. Silver replied, yes, that wandering corpse can use 7 swords. 7 swords? Luin looked at the wandering corpse. He hadn't fought against a corpse king with 7 swords in the Battle of Immemorial City, but he could feel the sharpness of the entire battlefield. The 7 swords were invincible in their combined attacks and could use sequence laws to kill Immemorial City's experts. Their master must have dominated an era. There was no need to fight. Luin could feel the wandering corpse's current strength. It was at the level of sequence laws. Continue. Hopefully we'll have more wandering corpses by the time we start the war with the spiritualized universe, Luin said. Silver bowed respectfully. Yes, Pathmaster. After all, Silver wasn't the only true god. If he was, Luin might have already replicated a bone ark. In fact, what limited the only true god wasn't the bones, but the powerhouse's bones. If he was given 10,000 sequence laws powerhouse's bones, he could even destroy the spiritualized universe, let alone Immemorial City. When he thought of this, Luin's eyes flashed. The only true god had arrived in the spiritualized universe ahead of time, and he definitely wouldn't expose his identity. If he could do that with the spirit seed bestowed by the heavens, then what would he do? Meet xianxia? If Luin was the only true god, it would be impossible for him to meet xianxia. It was too dangerous. With the turbid spirit seed and the power of his former godly power, the only true god would transform in the spiritualized universe. Luin had to find him before he transformed. There was a huge celestial body in front of the boundless universe. It was like a springboard that had been magnified billions of times. This place was in the middle of the 3 universes. This springboard was the real one that had been discovered by the spiritualized universe. The springboards that the spiritualized universe and the heavens origin universe could create with the help of primordial realm powers could only cover 1/10 of the distance of this springboard. This wasn't something that could be achieved by increasing the springboard's power by 10 times. That was an unimaginable difference. Even if all the primordial realm powerhouses in the 3 universes worked together, they wouldn't be able to create such a huge springboard. It was precisely because of this that the spiritualized universe had misgivings. If this springboard was naturally formed, then it would be fine. However, if it was created by a living creature, then that creature's strength would far exceed everyone's imagination. Perhaps even an eternal realm powerhouse would find it difficult to deal with it. This was also why the spiritualized universe couldn't use this springboard. The springboard's celestial body was like a colossus that occupied space. There were no stars or other celestial bodies around it, but there was a man-made city that was circular in shape and surrounded the entire springboard. This city had been built by the spiritualized universe and it was called Torch City. Torch was a warning to all living creatures not to use the springboard rashly. The springboard was like a torch in the darkness of space. Once it was used, it was unknown what would target it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:17. Torch City was built around a springboard. It was a base for the spiritualized universe in the middle of the 3 universes, but it was also a springboard. Outer space was dark, but Torch City was brightly lit. Countless spiritualized cultivators were stationed there, and it was the front line to attack the consciousness universe. Cultivators were different from mortals. Every cultivator had their own cultivation environment and method. Even if the spiritualized universe invaded the consciousness universe, it was impossible for them to arrange their cultivators like an army. The ancestor had already told Lu Yin this in the boundless universe. Small teams. Lu Yin was surprised. The ancestor, Chui, and the rest were surprised as well. The ancestor's tone was heavy. The spiritualized universe used many methods to attack the consciousness universe. At first, it was, as everyone knew, a large-scale attack to sweep through our consciousness universe. However, the strongest thing about the consciousness universe is its consciousness, and you've all heard me say that consciousness is completely illusory. It's connected by the thoughts of living beings, and the consciousness will appear in whatever form the living being imagines. This caused the spiritualized cultivators to be unable to fight as one. Furthermore, consciousness is an area of effect attack. It doesn't matter if it's a single person or a group of people, they're all enveloped by this consciousness. A large-scale attack was not worth it. After that, the spiritualized universe constantly changed their methods of attack. Before I left the consciousness universe, they had a fixed method of attack, which was small teams. Every small team depends on the strength of the leader. They can have 10, 100, or even 1,000 people. Every small team has an extremely powerful consciousness cultivator who matches the members of the team according to their attacking methods. This ensures that they can deal with all the consciousness life forms that have appeared in the consciousness universe. Although this method is not as efficient as a large-scale attack, it's more stable. They can advance step by step, and some powerful teams can use the boulder's foundation to attack the powerful life forms of the consciousness universe. This can be considered as training for the spiritualized universe. The ancestor's expression was ugly. When I left, the consciousness universe had already been suppressed by countless small teams from the spiritualized universe. I don't know how it is now, but the situation should be even worse. Why doesn't the consciousness universe work together to wipe out those small teams? Muzhu asked. The ancestor of the past said bitterly, squads can communicate with one another. For every 10 or 100 squads, there's a distance where you can avoid them as quickly as possible and reinforce them as quickly as possible. Moreover, there will definitely be captains. Captains are usually primordial realm experts. Even in our universe, how many primordial realm experts do we have? At the end of the day, their absolute power is still inferior to the spiritualized universe. The spiritualized universe has the absolute advantage. Lu Yin frowned. A small team attack? It didn't seem like a problem, but if he wanted to defeat the consciousness universe as soon as possible, this method would waste too much time. Regardless of whether it was the spiritualized universe or the universe of consciousness, both sides might have thought that this was for the sake of the spiritualized universe's cultivators. They wanted to reduce the losses and would rather take a longer time. However, Lu Yin was certain that this was because xianxia did not want to restart the universe of consciousness so early. He controlled the small spirit universe, so restarting the consciousness universe and the xuanhuan universe would not benefit him. In the past, there were 7 sang heavens in the spiritualized universe. 5 of them went to our universe of consciousness, and xianxia took the boulder's foundation. In that battle, our universe of consciousness suffered heavy losses. More than half of the absolute elites were slaughtered. Some surrendered and some fled. Black Wuxian and White Wuxian joined the spiritualized universe during that battle, and I also fled during that battle. She guessed. At that time, I didn't know about the existence of a springboard, and the spiritualized universe shouldn't have been able to use it either. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them 10,000 years to reach the xuanhuan universe. Since the springboard exists between the 3 universes, there must be many spiritualized teams stationed there. They can switch teams from the consciousness universe at any time. Although I don't want to admit it, to the spiritualized universe, going to our universe of consciousness to fight is both a training and an honor. It can pave the way for many people to climb to a higher position. If we can eliminate all of those teams, the spiritualized universe will definitely be turned upside down. At this point, her eyes lit up and she looked at Lu Yin expectantly. Master Lu, if there are 100 teams attacking our universe of consciousness, then there must be at least 100 people who are related to the spiritualized universes Xianxia, and other absolute higher-ups. These people might be juniors or disciples. As long as we control these people, the spiritualized universe will definitely be shaken. They can't afford to lose them. Lu Yin nodded. That makes sense. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the ancestor's neck. The ancestor subconsciously wanted to resist, but with so many experts around her, she forcefully endured it and didn't dare to move. She allowed Lu Yin to grab her and forcefully pull her down. She couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood that spilled onto the ground. Lu Yin looked down at Ancestor. She Are you used to lying to me or do you think I'm stupid? The tremors of the spiritualized universe brought no apprehension or compromise, but slaughter, revenge, and hatred. You want to shift the hatred of the spiritualized universe onto me? You're courting death. Ancestor, she coughed. Master Lu, I didn't. That's not what I meant. Lu Yin stared at her. If you want to resolve the crisis of your universe, then cooperate with me. I will deal with the spiritualized universe. If I help you deal with those small teams now, I will only bring about the attacks of Yu Sangtian and the 7 Great Sangtian. What I want is to disintegrate and completely destroy the spiritualized universe, not a battle where I know that I will die. I can't care if you want to court death, but if there's a next time, I will kill you. With a casual wave of his hand, the ancestor she fell into the distance with a pale face. She had once been the Qing Luo sword sky who had killed her way up to Lu Tianjing. She was extremely powerful, and even after she joined the everlasting race, she was considered the housekeeper of disaster region. Even the 7 heavenly gods didn't dare to act rashly. To a certain extent, she could command the everlasting race in battle, and she had indeed done so many times. If not for her value, Lu Yin would have killed her long ago. The ancestor, she looked calm, but her heart was filled with countless schemes. These schemes constantly wanted to push Lu Yin to the opposite side of the spiritualized universe so that she could exhaust the spiritualized universe's strength. Lu Yin had experienced the 37 years in reverse, and he was very clear about the status of those elites in the spiritualized universe. Those who had been able to accompany the president and the others in the first wave of attacks against the Tianyuan universe were all geniuses amongst the elites. All of them had reached the level of envoys at a young age, and all of them had spiritualized molds that were related to the Yu Sang Sky and the 7 Great Sang Skies. Even so, when Lu Yin had captured those people in the tributary of the River of Time, he had never thought of using them to threaten the spiritualized universe. A universe with a unified cultivation model had no lack of geniuses. If this generation couldn't do it, then the next generation could. Killing those people would only bring about hatred. The ancestor, she had hoped that Lu Yin's limitless would directly enter the consciousness universe and sweep through the spiritualized universe's numerous small teams. How could that be possible? At first glance, this seemed better than Lu Yin and the others directly attacking the spiritualized universe. At the very least, they would be working together with the consciousness universe. However, the true result would be that Limitless would become bait and help the consciousness universe exhaust the spiritualized universe's strength. In the end, it would be spiritualized. The universe would be massacred, and not a single person would be left alive. The consciousness universe would then take the opportunity to recuperate. If they went to the consciousness universe, they wouldn't be working together. Instead, they would be schemed against by 2 universes. Lu Yin had started as an ordinary person and slowly climbed to his current position. Although it had only been a short time, what had he not seen? He had Wei Rong and Wang Wen by his side, and he had heard of all sorts of plots and schemes. He had also devised many of them, and he had seen through the ancestor she at a glance. It wasn't just him. The progenitor, Chu Yi, Celestial Victor, and the others had all seen through it. The consciousness universe's life forms could not be trusted. Even if they had been invaded by the spiritualized universe, it did not mean that they were good people. Different life forms did not understand each other, and if they truly wanted to cooperate, it would be impossible unless one side was in a desperate situation. Survival in the universe was cruel, and kindness did not apply to the universe's laws, much less to war. Furthermore, Lu Yin still had to make up for his karma. Yu Sangtian could not possibly send those who had karma with Lu Yin to the consciousness universe. He was not stupid. Limitless continued to head into the distance. A year's time was almost up, and Lu Yin and the others had solemn expressions. Soon. At the same time, some distance ahead of them, Torch City had been brightly lit, but many of the lights had been extinguished. Bang! There was a loud bang as ripples spread out into the distance. Torch City was in chaos. They won't be able to escape. Seal off the news and don't spread it back to beyond heaven. Once Lord Yu Sangtian finds out, everyone will die. Don't worry, the other members of their team have already been controlled. No one will help them. What about the people from the Myriad Beasts border and Imperial God Mountain? They want to kill that bastard couple even more than we do. That bastard couple actually dared to break the rules and implicate us. They'll die a horrible death. Cultivators shuttled through Torch City searching for them. In a corner of Torch City, 2 figures were hiding under a wall. It was a man and a woman. The man's appearance was strange and he looked like a human. However, his ears were twice the size of a normal person's and were dark green in color. They were vertical as if they were being blown by a gale. His dark golden eyes rippled with a cold aura, and he had a tail that was also dark green in color. The woman had a tranquil appearance, and although she could not be considered beautiful, she gave off a warm feeling. The two were curled up under the wall, hugging each other tightly. Fresh blood flowed and dyed the ground red. It came from the man's back. The woman pressed her hand on the man's back and blood dyed her sleeves red. Her eyes were red as she said with heartache, "You shouldn't have done this." The man hugged the woman tightly and smiled. "If I didn't do this, would you still be able to come back? That old man knows about us and doesn't dare to make a move here, so he specially arranged for you to enter the consciousness universe again. You won't be able to survive there. Don't worry, we'll definitely be able to escape back to the spiritualized universe and live in seclusion for the rest of our lives." The woman shook her head. "This is Torch City. How can we escape? I won't make a move if I'm not fully prepared. That old man wouldn't even dream that I would make a move at this moment. He has already followed this team to the consciousness universe, and the team from the consciousness universe hasn't returned yet. Now is the time when Torch City has the least number of cultivators. The city lord is still here. I have a way." Suddenly, the two of them raised their heads and looked down. Immediately after, a majestic pressure descended and shattered the house. The two of them hurriedly dodged and the ground caved in. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34:18. The walls of Torch City were made of the toughest stones in the spiritualized universe. Even ordinary half-martial ancestors would find it difficult to destroy them, but now they had collapsed. In the surroundings, quite a few people were implicated. They came out from their broken houses, but they didn't dare to speak out. They didn't even know what had happened. In the distance, Xianxia was furious. Which idiot doesn't know how to make a move secretly? Go quickly. As the city lord of Torch City, Xianxia was the ruler here. One expert after another came from all directions. There were progenitors and half-progenitors. In the spiritualized universe, progenitors were known as spirit progenitors. Half-progenitors, including envoys, were known as spirit warriors. There were many of them at this level, and they were the most numerous among the teams that attacked the consciousness universe. Without reaching the level of an emissary, one was not qualified to attack the universe of consciousness. Similarly, a demi-ancestor was also considered to be at the level of an emissary. The pressure descended once again. "Balui Yao, you are too presumptuous." The person who attacked stood in the air and pressed down with his palm again. Balu's face turned ugly. "Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me?" As he spoke, a flying knife appeared in his hand and shot out. The attacker was terrified and hurriedly dodged. He avoided the flying dagger but inexplicably spat out blood. The 8-willow flying dagger never missed its target. Its form did not meet its intent, and its intent did not meet its form. Although he was only a half-martial ancestor, he was strong enough to challenge those of a higher level. The person who had attacked was the spirit patriarch, yet he was unable to evade this saber strike. Around them, a violent wind blew, changing the sky and earth. It seeped into the void and turned into a slash from behind, slashing towards the 8 willows. But Chiliu turned around and had no time to react. A lantern appeared in front of Yao, raising 9 flames. When the slash swept past, one of the flames was extinguished. The two of them were unharmed. Balu once again shot out a flying knife, piercing through the wind. Blood spilled out along with the wind. Yao said anxiously, "I can sense that a sequence law powerhouse has made a move." Before the 8 willows could reply, attacks appeared in the void one after another, all of them originating from the ancestor realm. The flames were constantly being extinguished. There were clearly 9 flames, but now there were only 3 left. Stillwater? Bing. Yao was in the progenitor realm and possessed a spiritualized weapon, the fire of the 9 lanterns. Every wisp of flame could replace an injury. When the 9 flames were extinguished, the person would die. Balu shouted, "City Lord Xianxia, what will happen if the springboard is activated?" Around them all the attacks stopped. Figures appeared one after another, surrounding the two of them. They could not escape at all. Even though the number of cultivators in Torch City was the smallest, it would not be a problem for them to take care of the two of them. Xianxia walked out and stared at the two with a gloomy face. "What did you say?" Balu heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they came out. He was afraid that the people around them would make them unable to even speak. If that happened, all their plans would be in vain. On the side, Yao's face was pale. Out of the 9 flames, 6 of them had been extinguished. She had used up a lot of energy, but if she hadn't extinguished the 6 flames, they would have already died. In the face of so many powerful beings, even if they possessed the power of the spirit patriarch, it was useless. Ba Lu and Xianxia look at each other. If the springboard is activated, will this taboo be more serious than ours? How do you want to activate the springboard? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that other than him, there was anyone else in Torch City who could activate the springboard. However, he did not dare to take the risk. If Ba Lu could really activate the springboard, he would be finished. Even if he was the grandson of Xianxia, he would still die. This was the taboo of the spiritualized universe. Fresh blood dripped down Ba Lu's arm. Yao quickly grabbed his hand. This scene made Xia's face even gloomier. I can't activate the springboard, Ba Lu said bluntly. Yao was surprised. The surrounding people's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Xia heaved a sigh of relief, but his murderous intent became even stronger. Are you playing with me? Ba Lu transmitted his voice to Xia. I can't activate the springboard because both of us are here. However, I can tell others how to activate it. As everyone knows, the springboard is sealed by 8 powerful beings who cultivate the sequence law of the cross-section technique. The 8 directions have completely sealed off the springboard. Only you, City Lord, or the 3 deputy City Lords can enter at the same time, right? However, in reality, those 8 people are not the only ones who have sealed off the springboard. Xia's pupils shrank. City Lord, I don't need to activate the springboard. As long as this matter is transmitted to the spiritualized universe, the spiritualized universe will know that I have spied on this matter and spread the news. What do you think Lord Yu Sangtian will do? Will you be able to continue being the City Lord of Torch City freely? I heard that Yi Sangtian is trying his best to give you the Sky Devourer Luo umbrella. Once you obtain the Sky Devourer Luo umbrella, you will have the qualifications to fight for the position of Sangtian in the future. Once this matter is out, do you think you still have the qualifications? Xia stared at Ba Lu. How do you know about the cross-section foundation? This matter was not serious. It was just a sequence foundation that had not been ranked into the sequence of 10 foundations. The serious thing was that this was a secret. Once this was spread, how would Yu Sangtian and the 7 major Sangtian view him? His future would be over. He could not understand how Ba Lu, a cultivator who had not even reached the spirit ancestor, knew about this matter when even the 3 deputy city lords did not know. Ba Lu exhaled, I guessed. Xia looked at him deeply, you are very smart. He did not suspect that Ba Lu guessed because this matter was not explained in words and there were no traces. Other than him, only the Door of Arts, which created the sequence foundation, knew about the 7 major Sangtian and the 7 major Sangtian. Ba Lu's 10,000 beast territory was at odds with the Door of Arts, so he could not have known about this matter through the Door of Arts. Moreover, there were very few people in the Door of Arts who knew about this matter. The Door of Arts did not create the sequence foundation together. Every sequence foundation was created by a fixed person and had nothing to do with others. The person who created the cross-section foundation had never appeared in Torch City. I can help you hide this matter. You should know that I am also responsible for you breaking the rules. After all, it happened right under my nose. I will help you make this matter disappear, but the condition is that you will never meet again. I promise you that nothing will happen to you. How about it? Xia said in a low voice. Ba Lu laughed, as expected of the grandson of the Chamber of Commerce's president. You want to make a deal just like that? Unfortunately, I do not agree. Xia's expression was gloomy. You are threatening me. Ba Lu said, I just want to leave Torch City, leave everyone's sight. If you let me go, the words cross-section foundation will never come out of my mouth. Xia stared at Ba Lu. Ba Lu also looked at him. They looked at each other. Let me think about it. Impossible. You can let us go immediately. We will not return to the spiritualized universe and go to the consciousness universe. Ba Lu said. Yao was surprised. Not returning to the spiritualized universe? Ba Lu was helpless. We can't go back. Even if we go back, we will be hunted down. Actually, I plan to take you to the consciousness universe from the beginning. Yao held Ba Lu's hand tightly. Wherever you go, I will go. Ba Lu nodded. I have been delaying it. Otherwise, I could have used this to negotiate with Xia long ago. The main thing is to let that old man arrive at the consciousness universe earlier. He will never expect that we will go again. This way we can avoid each other. I understand. Yao touched Ba Lu's face with heartache. She touched Ba Lu's face. Right, if Torch City sends a message to the consciousness universe, They can't do it. I destroyed a few springboards in advance. Without those springboards they will not be able to send a complete message. It will take at least 12 years to build them. By then, we will already be in the consciousness universe. From here to the consciousness universe, it will only take 10 years. After all, we don't need to build our own springboards. With that, Balu looked at Xia with a determined gaze. If we go to the consciousness universe, we will no longer be a threat to you. City Lord Xia, it is not worth sacrificing your future for two ants like us. Xia nodded. Okay, let them go. The surrounding people were puzzled but did not dare to disobey the city lord's orders. They could only open the city gate to the consciousness universe. Outside the city were springboards that could be used to reach the consciousness universe. Someone reported to Xia. Xia looked deeply at Balu again. The spiritualized universe, the consciousness universe, and Torch City were the springboards for information transmission between the three. Through the construction and destruction of the springboards, the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe could form a connection with Torch City's springboards to read information. Torch City naturally built many springboards around it. As long as the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe had many springboards, they could sense each other and create waves to read information. Balu destroyed some of the springboards that Torch City used to transmit information to the consciousness universe. This meant that before they reached the consciousness universe would not know what was happening here. Balu had calculated a lot of things. However, he did not consider one thing. Behind Xia was Sang Tian. Sang Tian's ability was unimaginable to ants. When Balu brought Xia to the city gate, they did not see it open. The city gate was still tightly shut. He looked at Xia warily. What do you mean? Xia's lips curled up. Just now, Sang Tian announced to the public that the broken base has officially replaced the landscape map as the sequence of the 10 bases. The location is Torch City. Balu's pupils shrank. How could this be? Xia's heart sank. Sang Tian had exposed the broken base. In this way, even if Balu spread this news to the spiritualized universe, it would be Sang Tian who spread it and not Xia's fault. You win. Balu was shocked. Xia was pleased. Not long ago. Then why did you bring us to the city gate? This place is the closest to the consciousness universe that you escaped from. I gave you the hope of this path. Xia's face darkened. Balu, who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? I am the grandson of Sang Tian, the future president of the spiritualized universe Chamber of Commerce, the city lord of Torch City, and someone who can compete for Sang Tian's position, yet you dare to scheme against me. I won't let you die so easily. The consciousness universe is right in front of you. Once you step through the city gate, you can board the springboard and fly far away, but can you do it? Everyone looked at him with ridicule. This person did not understand the city lord at all. Who could threaten the city lord? Originally, I wanted to get rid of you immediately, but now I've changed my mind. Xia's eyes were filled with coldness. You dare to threaten me and make me ask the ancestor for help? Although this matter will not be leaked, I will be punished by the ancestor. Brat, I will make you suffer 1,000 times the pain. Since you like Yao, I will let you watch your woman being tortured by others. Catch them. Under the city gate, Yao grabbed Balu's hand, her eyes dim, and she smiled bitterly. We still can't escape. Instead of being humiliated, little Lu, let's go together. It was Wu Jiang. At the bow of the ship, Lu Yin, the primal ancestors, and the others looked at Torch City. As expected, there are many cultivators here. There are many more springboards. That's just too many. Only primordial realm experts can create springboards. Just how many primordial realm experts did the spiritualized universe use? How many years did it take? What's the point of these springboards? That's the true springboard. Originally, I thought it would only be a few hundred or a few thousand times larger than the ones we created. I never thought it would be so much larger, like a planet. With each jump, even if it's just a tiny increase in distance, the size of the springboard will multiply. There's nothing strange about that. The spiritualized universe is very cautious, completely protecting the springboard and creating a city. It's both a transit point for attacks from the consciousness universe and our heaven's origin universe, and it's also a place to keep an eye on the springboard. However, there were clearly lights in this city earlier, but they were extinguished all of a sudden. We hadn't done anything back then, right? Lu Yin looked at Torch City, 14 sequence law experts. There aren't a lot of them, just a little less than I expected. 8 of them surround the springboard, using the same sequence law. As for the other 6, 3 are in a corner, and the other 3 are scattered in 3 other directions. From the looks of it, something has happened in Torchfire City. Interesting. It's not so boring anymore. After 20 years of traveling, Wu Jiang finally arrived at Torchfire City. Although 20 years wasn't a long time, traveling in pitch-black darkness for 20 years was very lonely. Lu Yin's gaze landed on Ba Lu and Yi Yao. It seemed that the people around them were attacking them and they weren't very strong. The spiritualized universe was finally about to meet. When Wu Jiang arrived, he naturally took action immediately and took control of Torchfire City. With Lu Yin and the others' strength, whether it was their domain, spiritual force, or consciousness, they could instantly take control of Torchfire City, unless Sang Tian was overseeing it. But now, it seemed that Sang Tian wasn't in Torchfire City. It was normal for Sang Tian to be overseeing Torchfire City, but it was also normal for there to be no Sang Tian. The spiritualized universe was aware of Torchfire City's importance, but it was also dangerous here. If the spiritualized universe's apprehensions were real, and there were unknown civilizations eyeing the springboard, Torchfire City would be the first to suffer. Furthermore, there was the war between the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, as well as Sang Tian's memories of time reversal, leaving behind the president and other people who had karmic ties to Lu Yin. There was probably no free Sang Tian to oversee Torchfire City. Boom. Wu Jiang shook and landed outside Torchfire City. Lu Yin and the others stepped into Torchfire City. This was their first step into the spiritualized universe. Su Wangtian stretched lazily. It feels good to have one foot in the ground. The ancestor of the past looked in a certain direction, which was the consciousness universe. How long had it been since they returned to the consciousness universe through Torchfire City? She had thought that she would die in the Tianyuan universe. Even though life forms in the consciousness universe could live for a long time, they were not immortal. She had never thought that she would one day pass through the core space and return to the consciousness universe. She looked at Lu Yin's back. If she wanted to return, she would need this person to make the decision. The group split up, with some going to check the springboard while others were curious about Torchfire City. More than 100 black energy users spread out and captured all the spiritualized cultivators who had fainted. Lu Yin arrived at the city gate where Ba Lu and the others were, with Second Life following behind him. Second Life's group of 5 had also followed Wu Jiang. During the battle at the stone gate in the tributary of the River of Time, Second Life had been on the brink of death several times. Now that time had been reversed, they could not avoid the war with the spiritualized universe and had followed Lu Yin here. Ba Lu had a splitting headache and he opened his eyes in a daze. What was going on? Yao. He suddenly stood up and looked to his side. Yao had collapsed on the ground, but he did not have time to check his surroundings. He heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Yao had only fainted. It was only then that he looked around and saw that everyone had collapsed on the ground. His eyes narrowed as he saw Xianxia, who had also collapsed on the ground. Xianxia was the city lord of Torchfire City and was an absolute powerhouse. What had happened? He suddenly turned around and met someone's gaze, his expression dazed. Lu Yin's lips curled up as he sat there leisurely. Second Life was behind him, and even further behind them was the enormous Wu Jiang, which loomed over Torchfire City like a colossus. Torchfire City was huge and so was the boundless expanse. Against this backdrop, Ba Lu looked at Lu Yin and felt the pressure from the boundless expanse. She was stunned for a moment as if she had been struck by something. She couldn't say anything. Lu Yin smiled leisurely as he sat there. Behind him, Second Life had their own unique characteristics, like a painting from the abyss. Please explain this scene, Lu Yin said. His tone was calm and his expression was casual. Everything was under his control. In Ba Lu's eyes, the high and mighty city lord of Torchfire City, someone he had never been able to scheme against, was now lying there like a dead dog. He did not even have the ability to stand in front of this youth. Who was this person? Was he a god? Second Bone's gaze turned cold and pressure descended. Ba Lu was instantly pressed down and he coughed up blood. Our lord is asking you a question. Ba Lu's eyes widened. A powerhouse of the sequence laws. Could it be that the 5 people behind this person were all such powerhouses? No wonder they could control Torchfire City. Who was this person? Countless possibilities flashed through Ba Lu's mind. The consciousness universe? Impossible. He had fought in the consciousness universe for too many years, and such a person would definitely know about it. Spiritualized universes? Yes, only those hidden ancient families in the spiritualized universes would have such a person. Those hidden families and sects would only appear when Sang Tian's position was empty. Under Sang Tian's suppression, they would not show themselves. Who knew how strong their foundations were? These thoughts only lasted for a moment. Balu did not dare to delay. He half squatted on the ground and raised his head to look at Lu Yin. My lord, this lowly one is called Balu, and the woman beside me is called Yi Yao. We were surrounded and attacked in Torch City. Fortunately, my lord came to our aid. Otherwise we would already be dead. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Why were they surrounded? Balu opened his mouth trying to find a reason, but his heart palpitated inexplicably. He had a feeling that he could not lie to this person. This was a human instinct. This instinct had allowed him to survive in the universe of consciousness. Now this instinct had never been so strong. He could not lie, absolutely not. He would die. Xian xian de xian xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan xing chuan Pete, he gritted his teeth. This lowly one is from the 10,000 beasts border Yi Yao from the Imperial Spirit Mountain. Lu Yin did not speak and waited for Balu to continue. Balu did not speak either, waiting for Lu Yin's response. The people from the myriad beasts border and the god-governing mountain were together, which violated two taboos. First, the god-governing mountain could not marry outsiders. They could only marry their own people. This was a rule set by xianxia that could not be violated. Second, beast-shaped spiritual molts could not be together with human-shaped spiritual molts. This was a rule of the entire spiritualized universe. Balu was a cultivator from 10,000 beast border. 10,000 beast border, as the name suggests, all of them were in the form of beasts. For example, Meng Sang was in the form of a beast while Yi Yao was in the form of a human. Even though they were both humans before they started their cultivation, but after they transformed into different species, they could not be together. Moreover, Yi Yao came from Divine Dominion Mountain. This was also the reason why wuxia had pursued them. If something like this happened in Torch City, he would be held accountable. Yi Yao's identity involved the god-governing mountain, which was a taboo of xianxia that could not be violated. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3420. Balu did not know which family in the spiritualized universe Lu Yin came from, or if he came directly from beyond heaven. He could only wait for Lu Yin to deal with him. Lu Yin was also waiting. From his point of view, Balu was completely clueless. One was from the 10,000 beasts border, and the other was from the divine governing mountain. What was the connection? Balu looked like he had finished speaking. Lu Yin guessed something. Could it be that the 10,000 beasts border and the divine governing mountain were mortal enemies and could not be together? That's right. The people of the divine governing mountain all came from the small spiritual universe. If he was xianxia, he would not allow the people of the divine governing mountain to marry outsiders. Otherwise, the children born might not be able to tell that they came from another universe. This should be the reason. However, guessing alone was not enough. Continue. You were surrounded and killed because of these two identities? Balu suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Yin in shock. You're not from the spiritualized universe? Lu Yin said casually, no. Balu was stunned. How was this possible? He was not from the spiritualized universe? It was impossible for the people of the spiritualized universe not to know the taboos that these two identities represented. Where did this person come from? He slowly turned his head and looked at the springboard. An unknown civilization? Ever since the springboard was discovered, the spiritualized universe had experienced the initial excitement. They felt that they could open up the distance between the consciousness universe and the Xuanhuan universe. However, this was followed by worry, apprehension, and countless guesses. As time passed, these guesses became heavier. Over time, the springboard was like a blade hanging over one's neck. The spiritualized universe did not dare to use it for fear of being discovered by the unknown civilization. Humans were always fearful of the unknown. The spiritualized universe was no exception. That was why there was the broken foundation, the 8 sequence law experts guarding the springboard, and Torch City. The existence of Torch City was to inform the spiritualized universe as soon as possible. Once an unknown civilization appeared, the spiritualized universe would be notified. However, not everyone in the spiritualized universe thought this way. Some people had never thought of an unknown civilization and only thought that it was a kind of astrological phenomenon. Balu had also never thought of an unknown civilization. It was not that he did not believe in it, but it was not the time to think about it. He was not qualified to think about it. Who would have thought that this unknown civilization would be the first to appear in front of him? The entire Torch City, including City Lord wuxia, had collapsed. Only he was clear-headed. He was the first person in the spiritualized universe to face the unknown civilization. He created the history of the spiritualized universe. Luin looked at Ba Lu amused. Tell me what's wrong with these two identities. Ba Lu swallowed his saliva and subconsciously glanced at Yi Yao. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse, but at least they wouldn't be killed because of their identities. He told them about the taboo that the two of them had violated. Luin wasn't the only one who was listening. Within Torch City, the progenitor, Chuyi, and the others were scattered all over the city, but they were also listening. It was just that the 8 willows did not know of their existence. Luin sat there quietly and tapped the void with his finger, causing faint ripples to appear. Taboo? Spirit molting in the form of beasts, spirit molting in the form of humans. Myriad beasts border, divine dominator mountain, the foundation of the sequence. Ever since he had set off from Limitless, Luin still had not thought about how he should appear in the spiritualized universe. Should he fight directly? If that was the case, they might as well join forces with the consciousness universe. However, if they did not fight, their auras would definitely be detected by the spiritualized universe. They would not be able to hide or disguise themselves, and even xianxia would be able to find them. He originally had some ideas, but now Ba Lu's experience gave him a new idea. Perhaps it was time for the spiritualized universe to change. The spiritualized universe was controlled by xianxia, and there were 7 major xianxias under his command. Countless experts from grandmasters were entrenched there, and there were also mad dogs vying for the position of xianxia. It would be very difficult for the people of the Limitless Belt to resist such a colossus. Even if the top experts could resist the spiritualized universe, how long could they last? Luin wasn't here to court death. He was here to destroy the spiritualized universe as much as he could so that the spiritualized universe would not be able to plot against the Xuanhuan universe. What was more destructive than violating a taboo? When he thought of this, Lu Yin's gaze landed on the 8 willows again and he smiled. Congratulations, your dream has come true. The 8 willows felt like he was dreaming. Ever since this youth had told him that his dream had come true, the 5 people behind him had looked at him with much gentler gazes. Then, one expert after another appeared in the surroundings. Their auras were piercing to the eyes, and none of them were weaker than City Lord Xia, even though he could not sense the difference. Then, although their auras were not strong, they appeared in large numbers and gathered all of the cultivators in Torch City. The 8 willows was sure that these people were not his match in a one-on-one fight, but they outnumbered him. There were more than 100 of them. More than 100 spirit progenitors? There were definitely not that many in the spiritualized universe, but that was an entire universe. The 8 willows had participated in the invasion of the consciousness universe for so many years, but at most, there were only a dozen spirit progenitors in a small team, which was already very exaggerated. The teams that he had participated in usually only had 2 or 3 spirit progenitors. More than 100 spirit progenitors were enough to split into 20 teams. What kind of civilization was this? The 8 willows felt a warm touch and he turned around to meet Yi Yao's confused gaze. He shook his head and did not speak. At that moment the two were standing beside Luin. Yi Yao looked at Luin, and the 8 willows hurriedly pulled her back. He did not know what Luin was planning, so he did not dare to be impudent. At that moment Xia moved. As the strongest person in Torch City and an expert of the sequence laws, he was not weak and could rival the 8 Daos above the Sky One sect. The one who had knocked him unconscious was a primogenitor. Xia woke up with a stabbing pain in his head. He looked around and saw that the ground was littered with people who had fainted. His expression changed and he suddenly turned around to see Luin staring at him. There were also 8 willows and Yi Yao standing beside Luin as well as several other experts. He wasn't impulsive and he didn't dare to be impulsive. He could tell at a glance that those experts were very strong. Slowly getting up, Xia looked at Luin. May I ask who you are? Luin sized him up. Ranked 16th in the sequence, Devour. To be able to become the owner of this city, you should have xianxia behind you, right? Who is he? Ba Lu was astonished. xianxia was an existence from the spiritualized universe. This person represented an unknown civilization and had some understanding of the spiritualized universe. Xia frowned. Who are you? You don't know me? Just like Ba Lu, he believed that Luin had come from a spiritualized universe. However, his knowledge far surpassed Ba Lu's, and he had already considered a few places. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pete. My grandfather is Yishang. Lu Yin's brows rose. Yishang. So that was the round-faced president's grandson. No wonder he could become Torch City's city lord. Right, the Devour sequence. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. No wonder the president was willing to pay the price to obtain the Sky Devourer parasol. It was not for the spiritualized universe but for his grandson. To a spiritualized universe, a sequence foundation like the Sky Devourer parasol was very important, but it was definitely not as important as Xuanhuan. War in the universe was more important. For the Sky Devourer parasol, the president had been willing to give up his advantage in the war. Lu Yin had felt that something was off back then, but because he lacked understanding of the spiritualized universe, he had not thought much about it. Now, it seemed that the president had clearly left the Sky Devourer parasol for his grandson. His grandson was Torch City's city lord, and he was not weak. Once he obtained the Sky Devourer parasol, he might be able to take a shortcut to become Xianxia like Baoqi. Of course, this would require time and effort. Xianxia would not allow the president to become Xianxia with his grandson, but that would not stop him from preparing for the future. Who are you? If news of you attacking Torch City reaches Lord Xianxia's ears, you might not be able to protect the organization behind you. Furthermore, the two beside you have violated a taboo that Lord Xianxia will not tolerate, Xia said as he looked at Ba Lu and Yao with hatred. However, when he met Ba Lu's gaze, he did not see any fear. All he saw was mockery and an unfathomable expression. What did this mean? What did this expression mean? What if I insist on protecting these two? Lu Yin asked. Xia subconsciously answered, then you will become enemies with Lord Xianxia and the entire spiritualized universe. You had best think carefully. This taboo should not be violated. Where are you from? Tell me, and perhaps you have some history with my Yi family. This matter should not reach Lord Xianxia's ears. There was a thud as a figure crashed down nearby. Xia looked over and his expression changed. It was a cultivator who had broken through the sequence. He stared at Lu Yin in shock. Sir, this person is guarding the springboard and cannot be touched. This is also a taboo. Thud, thud, thud. One figure after another crashed down. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were the 8 cultivators who had been guarding the springboard. Finally, under Xia's shocked gaze, Lu Tianyi held a transparent square object in his hand and walked over to Lu Yin. Lu Yin took the transparent square object. This is the broken foundation? Xia felt like he was going crazy. What was this person doing? Did he have a death wish? He had taken in Ba Lu and the others, attacked Torch City, and snatched away the broken foundation. This person was rebelling against the spiritualized universe. He had to be crazy. Wait, that's not right. No one in the spiritualized universe would dare to do such a thing, not even Xianxia. He looked at Lu Yin. You are not from the spiritualized universe. Ba Lu exhaled, finally reacting to the situation. Xia could not be blamed for his slow reaction, as Lu Yin had not revealed any obvious flaws. Lu Yin sized up the broken foundation. He had obtained another sequence foundation, but this sequence foundation was used to protect the springboard. Honestly, if the spiritualized universe was worried that the springboard would attract an unknown civilization, how could Lu Yin not be worried? If there was a day when the 3 universes reached a balance where no one could do anything to the other, then the springboard would need to be protected by all 3 universes. Otherwise, once an unknown civilization was attracted, no one knew what they would face. The spiritualized universe had such a big picture perspective, and so did Lu Yin. You are from an unknown civilization and you have been monitoring the springboard all this time. Are you humans? Xia was shocked. Lu Yin frowned. Too noisy. Lu Tianyi pointed out with his Tao of Tianyi. In front of Xia, the devouring sequence's law blocked, but it was pierced through by the destruction sequence's law. Lu Tianyi's finger pierced through Xia's shoulder, causing blood to spill onto the ground. Xia clutched his shoulder and slowly squatted down. His eyes flickered. He had not been able to block it? This was definitely an unknown civilization. He had never seen such a law before, and the spiritualized universe had never seen one before. An unknown civilization had arrived, and the spiritualized universe's worries had come true. The springboard was being monitored by an unknown civilization. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-21. The 8 willows were shocked. A single finger pierced through Xia's body. This person's strength was too terrifying. Lu Tianyi was one of the 3 sons and 6 lords of the Above Heaven sect. He possessed the sequence law of destruction and cultivated the Tao of Tianyi. Ever since the era of the Above Heaven sect, he had been extremely powerful. Although he hadn't fought much since the appearance of the 3 realms and 6 daos, that didn't mean that he was weak. He was also an expert who could reach the primordial realm. If he really fought, he might not necessarily be weaker than the desolate god Hongyan and Mavis. Looking at Xia, who was in a sorry state, Lu Yin turned the broken sword on his fingertips and said leisurely, "You're right, but you're also wrong. We're not from the spiritual universe, so we don't have a surveillance platform." There was blood at the corner of Xia's mouth as she stared at Lu Yin. "Xuanhuan universe." As soon as these 4 words came out, several sharp gazes fell on Xia, causing Xia to feel a chill. Lu Yin held the broken base and the corners of his mouth curled up. He looked at Xia. "How many people know these 4 words?" Xia was stunned. He really was from the Xuanhuan universe. 20 to 30 years ago, a battleship was about to set off from Torch City to invade the Xuanhuan universe. This was the second major event in the spiritualized universe that attracted the attention of the world after the war in the consciousness universe. However, the day before the battleship was about to set off, Yu Tian stopped it. This caused a huge uproar in the spiritualized universe. No one knew why Yu Tian stopped him. Yu Tian's reason was that the time wasn't right yet, so he had to wait a little longer. His grandfather contacted several Tians and wanted to talk to Yu Tian. At the very least, he wanted to give him a proper reason. After all, invading the Xuanhuan universe had been the spiritualized universe's grand plan for many years. They were about to set off, but they suddenly stopped. They could not take it. They were Tian, experts who had crossed the bitter calamity. They could not see the path of eternal life on the bitter calamity Dao. They only wanted to restart the Xuanhuan universe. However, Yu Tian still did not give an answer. Xia had never expected that after 30 years, the Xuanhuan cosmos would actually attack. How could this be? Shouldn't the Xuanhuan universe be waiting to be invaded and rebooted? Why were they able to kill their way here? Where did their confidence come from? Where did this strength come from? How did it come about? They should not have known about the springboard. Without it, it would have taken them at least 10,000 years to come here from the Xuanhuan cosmos. Could it be that they had set off 10,000 years ago? It wasn't impossible. For an expert to spend tens of thousands of years to cross the distance of a square inch, while this youngster was sealed in ice the entire time, it was possible. However, he could not understand why the Xuanhuan universe dared to attack the spiritualized universe. Where did they get their strength from? Also, Lord Yu Tian suddenly stopped them. Could it be related to this matter? In front of him, the void distorted as Lu Qianni's finger descended once more, piercing through Xia's other arm. Blood splattered all over the ground. Xia coughed up blood and looked at Lu Qianni with hatred and fear. "I'm asking you, how many people know these 4 words?" Lu Yin's voice rang out. Xia did not dare to hesitate. The entire spiritualized universe knows about it. Lu Yin looked at Ba Lu. Ba Lu said respectfully, "Yes, the spiritualized universe knows about the Xuanhuan universe." When the battleship set off, the entire universe saw it off. He hadn't expected them to come from the Xuanhuan cosmos. To everyone in the spiritualized universe, the Xuanhuan cosmos was a cosmos that could be rebooted and destroyed at any time. There were no powerful cultivators there, and everything was under their control. Spiritualized universe experts had long set up a trap in the Xuanhuan cosmos. They had always been waiting for the Xuanhuan cosmos to be rebooted. As for whether it could be rebooted or not, it was not within their scope of consideration. After countless years, even a child in the spiritualized universe knew that the Xuanhuan cosmos belonged to them. It could or should be destroyed and they could snatch and enslave it at any time. 30 years ago, when the battleship had set off from the spiritualized universe, it had attracted the attention of the entire universe. Countless people had cheered as they waited for the Xuanhuan cosmos to be rebooted and for the spiritualized universe to give birth to an eternal realm powerhouse. There had been a group of geniuses and elites on that battleship, and they had not been randomly selected. They had been selected through competition after competition, and the entire spiritualized universe's atmosphere had been raised to the highest level. Everything had been done to prepare for the invasion of the Xuanhuan cosmos. This was also why the president and the others had been so anxious and had wanted to negotiate with Yu Tian. Otherwise, someone as shrewd as the president would not have been so impulsive. Lu Yin stared at the broken foundation in a daze. Behind him, Second Fate and the other 4 had gloomy expressions. Within Torch City, Chu Yi, Celestial Victor, Su Wangtian, and the others had all arrived. Above Limitless, the desolate god opened his eyes and stared at the spiritualized universe. Luo Shan stood in the shadows and sneered. This spiritualized universe really treated the Xianhuan universe as a delicacy. They could eat it however they wanted. To the spiritualized universe, holding a competition to select the elite geniuses who could go to the Xianhuan universe was a reward, the greatest reward. What a joke. The primogenitor laughed. Interesting. The atmosphere has already reached this point, but he still decided to back out. This Xianxia is truly daring. Ah. Two more figures fell to the ground, still unconscious. Ba Lu raised his eyebrows. Vice City Lords, these two were both Vice City Lords of Torch City. Torch City had a total of 1 City Lord and 3 Deputy City Lords. If one wanted to activate a springboard, they would either need the City Lord's orders or the 3 Deputy City Lords would join forces and have the authority. Both sides could restrict each other. This was how Torch City was formed. It was also a miniature version of the authority of the spiritualized universe. No matter how they divided their authority, their strength was still at the level of sequence laws. They were actually unable to withstand a single blow from the Xianhuan universe's experts. Was the Xianhuan universe really that weak? With a thud, another figure fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Don't attack. Calm down. Everyone calm down. The person who fell to the ground was an elder. His head hit the ground in an undignified manner, and he shouted before he could recover. Luin looked at the elder. Aside from Xia, everyone else had fainted, but this elder had actually woken up. He was not weak, and Luin felt that he was on par with Xia. In fact, he might even be stronger. Nobody made a move, and the old man finally recovered. He rubbed his head and looked around, and his gaze landed on Luin. A flattering smile appeared on his face, and he hurriedly stood up and bowed. Who is the master of this extraordinarily handsome and powerful young master? Let me guess. Could you be Lord Xianxia's disciple? This is all a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Ba Lu and Yao are your disciples? That's easy. Everything is easy. Luin was amused. They violated a taboo. The elder hurriedly said, No, definitely not. If no one knows, then that means no. If the young master says no, then no. Shameless. Second Life and the others looked down on him. This old man did not have the demeanor of an expert at all. Xia growled, Old Tao, they're from the Xianhuan universe. The elder was puzzled. What? I didn't hear you clearly. City Lord, what's wrong? Why aren't you bowing to the young master? Xia gritted his teeth. This old thing. This old thing was the most troublesome person in Torch City. It was not that this old thing was unworthy of Xia. On the contrary, this old thing cooperated with Xia the most. He would do whatever Xia told him to do, and he would not object at all. However, this was precisely what worried Xia the most. He could not find a way to subdue this old man. If the others were unhappy with him, he would either have to find a way to subdue them or eliminate them. This old thing was the only one who treated him respectfully. He was slippery and had no dignity at all. However, he was also one of the Vice City Lords. He was powerful and his seniority was extremely high. He was of the same generation as Lu Yin's grandfather, and he had many connections with the spiritualized universe. Even Lu Yin's grandfather had warned Lu Yin not to touch this old thing. Lu Yin had been Torch City's city lord for so many years, but this old thing had changed from being the most pleasing to the eye to being a thorn that could not be removed. It did not hurt, but it was disgusting. We're from the Xianhuan universe, Lu Yin repeated. The elder exclaimed, the Xianhuan universe? That grand universe? That universe that countless people worship and view as a mythical place? Heavens, young master, you're a god. Please accept this old man's bow. If possible, this old man hopes to join the Xianhuan universe. Even if it's just a name, I don't ask for anything else. I just hope to be closer to the mythical place and admire the demeanor of young master and the other experts. After saying that, he really bowed. Lu Yin was speechless. Everyone else in the Xianhuan universe was speechless. Even the primogenitor was stunned. How could there be such a shameless person? A dignified expert of the sequence laws was so shameless. Ba Lu and Yao stared at the elder in a daze. They had not expected a Vice City Lord to be like this. They had seen Old Tao before. From afar he had the aura of a banished immortal. Up close he had a kind countenance, but now he was shameless. Shameless. Second Purple despised him. Second Purple glared at her. Xia closed his eyes. This old man was just like that. He had no dignity at all. Introduce yourself, Lu Yin said indifferently. The elder hurriedly said respectfully, I'm Old Tao. Young master, you can call me Little Tao. I'm one of the Vice City Lords of Torch City. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Regardless of whether it's Torch City or the spiritualized universe, I'm willing to contribute my meager strength to the gods of the mythical place. I only hope that young master will be satisfied. Then let's introduce Torch City. Young master, listen to me. This Torch City, everyone in Torch City had been captured and had yet to wake up. They were all unconscious. At that moment, Lu Yin and company were standing in the cosmos. In front of them were endless springboards. These springboards were the channels that connected Torch City and the spiritualized universe. Let's begin, Lu Yin said indifferently. Xianxia took a deep breath and walked into the springboard. He began to connect with the spiritualized universe. He destroyed some springboards in a rhythmic manner and then completed some springboards that were just one step away from being completed. Through the destruction and completion of the springboards, he would create a connection with the spiritualized universe's springboards. This method consumed quite a lot of springboards. Every springboard could only be created by a primordial realm expert. Once they were destroyed, they would have to be remade. Therefore, even though there was a method to connect with the spiritualized universe, it was rarely used. Only the city lord and the 3 vice city lords had the right to use it. It was the same for the spiritualized universe. A message was sent to the spiritualized universe. Xianxia said in a low voice, "The next person to reply is Lord Yu Sang-tian." Lu Yin looked at Xianxia. "Are you willing to accept this?" Xianxia was puzzled. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back. "As the grandson of Sang-tian, your grandfather has already paved the path for you. The foundation of the sequence has also been prepared. You're just waiting for him to abdicate and take up the position of Sang-tian. But now I've captured you. Let's not talk about your negligence in losing Torch City. Now that I've captured you, this stain is enough to become a mountain that stops you from taking up the position of Sang-tian." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3422. Xianxia was filled with hatred. "So what? Torch City is too weak in front of you. Wait, how do you know that my grandfather helped me pave the way? How do you know that he prepared the sequence foundation for me? What exactly do you know?" Lu Yin did not answer. The more mysterious he was, the more intimidating he would be. Xiao's thoughts were in a mess and he could not figure it out. It was one thing for someone from the Xuanhuan universe to come to Torch City, but how did this person know about him? He even knew that his grandfather had prepared the sequence foundation for him. What was going on with this person? Suddenly, old Tao's words rang out in his ears. Mythological lands, gods. He actually remembered that shameless old man's words. At that moment, the springboard in front of him vibrated rhythmically. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. "Yu Sang-tian, it had been a long time. We meet again, Master Lu." This was a message that Yu Sang-tian sent to Lu Yin through the springboard. Xianxia understood and was surprised. They meet again? Yu Sang-tian had seen this person before? He had been to the Xuanhuan universe? What? His instincts told him that there was a huge secret behind this, but another instinct told him to leave quickly. He could not watch as it would not end well for him. "I'll leave first. You can understand it yourself." Xianxia wanted to leave. Lu Qianni stopped him. "It's too late." Xianxia looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin ignored him. He had already learned how to send messages through the springboard. "Yes, we meet again. I never thought that you would be able to avoid the time reversal. If you did, you wouldn't be standing here. Is Torch City under your control? That should be within your expectations. The warship stopped at the last moment. You're inviting me into your trap. Don't move the springboard. You don't want to die. Don't worry. I'm just as afraid of unknown civilizations as you are. You've been to the Xuanhuan universe, so you should know about the hive. There's an eternal realm existence behind it. I don't know. I'll just kill my way into Immemorial City, kill your master, and then slaughter my way to the Above Heaven sect. I'll kill the experts of the Xuanhuan universe one by one. I don't have time to understand." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Aren't you afraid that I'll use the springboard to fight you to the death if I'm destined to die? But you're not destined to die." Yu Sang-tian was very confident. As long as one understood karma, they would know that Lu Yin had to go to the spiritualized universe. Otherwise, only death awaited him. Lu Yin smiled. "You want to attack me in the spiritualized universe? You're thinking of a way to stop me from attacking? Tell me about it." Little Ling Cosmos. After a moment of silence, "I should have killed Zhen Kai back then." Lu Yin did not reply as he was waiting for Yu Sang-tian's reply. After this conversation, more than half of the springboard was destroyed. Torch City was connected to the spiritualized universe, but it had never sent so many messages before. Xia's heart ached when she saw this, but she was not shocked by the messages she saw. What reversal of time? What killing into immemorial city? What above heaven sect? What karma? What small spiritual universe? What were they talking about? His heart sank to the bottom knowing that he was finished. Regardless of whether he could understand them or not, he would not be able to survive if he knew the names. It was not just the Tianyuan cosmos, it was even more impossible for him to survive in Yusang heaven. Yusang Tian clearly had a secret that only he and the Tianyuan universe knew. He was done for. Even if I don't do anything, you can't reveal that you are from the Tianyuan cosmos. Lu Yin sneered. You want to protect your prestige? Some people are destined to know, but that's fine. We won't expose ourselves. You can think of a way to stop Torch City from revealing it. Then I'll see you in the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, I admire you very much for daring to come to the spiritualized universe. Once you come, your auras will be sensed. You won't be able to hide. Even if I don't do anything, there are plenty of experts in the spiritualized universe. You don't have to worry about that. We'll meet very soon. After ending the message, Lu Yin looked ahead silently. More than half of the springboards had been destroyed. The price of this conversation was rather high. Even if a primordial realm expert wanted to replenish the springboards, it would take a very long time. Most importantly, which primordial realm expert would be willing to slowly build a springboard here? And this was only Torch City's loss. The spiritualized universe's losses were even greater. They were probably all gone by now. If they used the small spiritual universe to stop Yusang Tian, they would lose a peak enemy like Yusang Tian in the spiritualized universe. Even though the spiritualized universe still had many experts, they were not pushovers. In short, they could do whatever they wanted. The spiritualized universe had a bone-deep disdain for the Tianyuan universe, so Lu Yin would let the spiritualized universe see how he would torture them in the end. Now that they were no longer tormented in their own universe, Lu Yin felt like he was a bird flying freely. He stretched lazily and only then noticed the ashen Xia. What did you understand? Xia stared at Lu Yin. There was no longer hatred in his eyes, but confusion. He knew that he was doomed. Even if the Tianyuan universe did not kill him, Yusang Tian would not let him off. What? Lu Yin looked at Wu Jiang. There's no reason. You're just unlucky. My grandfather won't let you off. I'm not going to kill you. Someone else wants to kill you. Get your grandfather to find trouble with him. Xia was bitter. He knew that Lu Yin was referring to Yusang Tian. How could he be fine after knowing such a huge secret? This person had only passed on a few words, and Yusang Tian did not dare to act against the people from the Tianyuan universe. Those words were a huge secret, and if he knew, he would die. Lu Yin smiled at Xia again. Don't be so discouraged. You still have a way out. Xia looked at Lu Yin numbly. Lu Yin said, Torch City. Xia did not understand at first, but then his eyes widened as he angrily shouted, You're too vicious. Lu Yin did not have the time to control Torch City. He had Xia stand against Yusang Tian. Torch City would still be under his control, but from now on he would no longer belong to the spiritualized universe or the Tianyuan universe. He would only live for himself. Torch City was his way of protecting himself. Even if Yusang Tian promised not to act against him, Lu Yin would not believe him. This was because Yusang Tian's secret was too huge. This was the way that Lu Yin was giving him a way out. Torch City was located between the three universes, and Lu Yin would not return it to the spiritualized universe. There was no one in the Tianyuan universe that he could leave behind. After all, there were still many spiritualized experts in the consciousness universe, and they would be troublesome if they returned. He could only let Xia continue to watch over Torch City. Nothing had changed in Torch City except for Xia. He had gone from someone who could become Yusang Tian's successor in the future to someone that Yusang Tian could not tolerate. Even his grandfather could not protect him, and he could only protect himself. Lu Yin shrugged. You have to be more ruthless against your enemies. He then straightened his expression, and a torrential killing intent descended upon Xia. This was the first time that Lu Yin had made a move here, and Xia felt as if the entire universe was collapsing. This was much more ferocious than Lu Tiany's attack. He had not felt such despair even when facing his grandfather. Xia's mind crumbled. How could this person be so powerful? It was no wonder that Yusang Tian called him Master Lu. He was the master of the Tianyuan universe and a top powerhouse. Who do you think I am? I am Lu Yin, the master of the Tianyuan universe. If xianxia can take your life, then so can I. Remember? This is the way that I'm giving you a way out. Always remember this. Luin left and Xia closed his eyes. Everything changed in an instant. Although he was still alive, he had to think of ways to protect himself. He also had to face xianxia's pressure. His future was dark. Luin had not given him a way out but an abyss. But he had no choice. When he returned to the boundless universe, Luin told everyone about his conversation with xianxia. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Although they were not afraid of xianxia's pressure, Luin had been forced to reverse time because of xianxia. Mr. Mu had replaced the primogenitor in suppressing the sequence's cord, and the primogenitor had followed him to the spiritualized universe to deal with xianxia. Without xianxia's pressure, they would have a much easier time. Let them do whatever they want? We have no choice. If we go to the spiritualized universe, we'll have to pass through its borders. There's probably a stone door there, and then we'll be chased by the entire spiritualized universe. That's a lot of trouble. This is war, not trouble. We won't have to fight all the time. There'll be a time to rest. There'll be a time when we can escape. Don't be so pessimistic. We're humans and humans get tired. If we're chased by the entire spiritualized universe, they can kill us with their lives. Luin nodded. That's why the first step is to avoid being chased by the entire spiritualized universe. There's no need for us to fight to the death with the spiritualized universe. It's better to join forces with the consciousness universe. Stillwater? Pig, with Wu Zhang's ability and elder ancestors' power, I believe we can escape. Xianxia is worried about the spiritual universe, so he will not interfere. Besides, xianxia is in the consciousness universe, so there will be at most 5 xianxias attacking us. The spiritualized universes cannot be united. The more uniform their cultivation methods and resources are, the fiercer the competition will be. This is our opportunity. As he spoke, he paused and looked at the crowd. Everyone present was a top-notch expert with good manners and self-restraint. They might not be able to come up with a good solution if they were to try. Fortunately, Luin had thought of it, and it was Ba Lu and the others who had given him the inspiration. I'm preparing to establish an organization that will specifically take in people that the spiritualized universe cannot tolerate, Luin announced. Everyone was puzzled. What do you mean? Luin laughed. Has anyone ever seen someone being hunted down for a treasure? Have you ever seen someone with a blood feud? Some people are like clear water that cannot be tainted. We need such people. As for people like Ba Lu who have violated 2 taboos of the spiritualized universe, we need even more. Everyone work hard. If you have nothing to do, find something for the spiritualized universe. If there are no difficulties, create difficulties for the spiritualized universe. In short, I want to torment the spiritualized universe to death. This organization is called the Dayu Villa. At the city gate of Torch City, the people who had fainted were sent back to their original positions. Luin did not want to touch Torch City anymore, so he wanted to leave it as it was. Xia would help him explain. Ba Lu and Yao looked at the city gate and held each other's hands. From now on, we are no longer people of the spiritualized universe, right? Yao was at a loss. Ba Lu was firm. No matter where we go, we will be together. Yao smiled and looked at Ba Lu. Be careful. That Master Lu will not help us out of kindness. He has his own motives. Ba Lu nodded. I know. We are at the mercy of others. This is the only way. Besides, he did save our lives. By the way, little Yao is still here. I hid her. Hurry up and find her. Don't lose her. Don't worry. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3423. Not long after, the two picked up a cute kitten from an abandoned box in a hidden corner of Torch City. Yao happily hugged it. Little Yao, did you miss me? 8 Willows smiled happily. Ever since we parted, little Yao hasn't eaten or drunk for a few days. I told her that I would definitely bring you here, and she was finally willing to eat. Luckily, we didn't bring her along in the battle or she would have died. I know. If I had any other choice, I wouldn't have hidden her here. Once we escape to the consciousness universe, she can only wander about. I've let her down. Above Boundless, Luin looked at the corner of Torch City. Was that a life form from the consciousness universe? A very small life form from the consciousness universe? The spiritualized cultivators had actually adopted a life form from the consciousness universe. Interesting. Ancestor, she arrived and was shocked. They're actually adopting a life form from the consciousness universe. Can't they? This is a taboo in the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin raised his brows. There are so many taboos in this spiritualized universe? Just one? Ancestor, she smiled bitterly. Once a person breaks a taboo, they will no longer care about the taboo that once restricted them. It's obvious that they've adopted this life form for some time. Perhaps this is the first taboo they've broken. Lu Yin looked at 8 Willows and Yao. Was it kind to adopt a life form from the consciousness universe? Although the Dayu Villa existed to stir up trouble, it would not take in people who were wicked beyond redemption. 8 Willows and Yao were rather suitable, and perhaps he could find them a backer. The genesis was not bad. Right, since adopting a life form from the consciousness universe was a taboo, Lu Yin looked at Ancestor Shi. Ancestor Shi did not understand Lu Yin's gaze, but she had a bad feeling about it. What's the difference between adopting and surrendering? Lu Yin looked away. Ancestor Shi sighed as Lu Yin's gaze made her feel danger. Surrendering life forms from the consciousness universe must be confirmed by Xianxia. After all, that's a consciousness. Once it becomes strong, it can take over a cultivator's body. Only with Xianxia's confirmation can it be considered a surrendering life form and survive in the spiritualized universe. And Xianxia will leave a mark after confirming it. At this point, her expression sank. A mark of humiliation for us. At this point, Old Tao arrived and bowed respectfully to Lu Yin. Honorable Lord, I'm here. May I ask what your orders? Lu Yin waved and Ancestor Shi left. Old Tao was astonished. Life formed from the universe of consciousness? Yes, it was normal for the Heavens Yuan universe and the consciousness universe to work together. Perhaps it was because of the consciousness universe that the Heavens Yuan universe knew about the spiritualized universe and attacked. It was too obvious that the spiritualized universe wanted to restart them. Although he was astonished, he didn't show it in the slightest. He was as respectful as when they first met, and even bowed even deeper. Seeing him, Lu Yin smiled faintly. How was the exchange with Xia? Old Tao said respectfully, we exchanged our admiration for Sir. Through City Lord Xia, this lowly one's admiration for Sir is like the torrential Milky Way, endless and unstoppable. It's also like the destruction of the starry sky, unstoppable. Xia scolded me quite harshly, right? No, absolutely not. Old Tao hurriedly said righteously, in front of this lowly one, he doesn't dare to scold Milord, but if he says a single word about Milord, this lowly one will fight it out with him. Xia was now clear about his position, and he knew that Yu Xianxia would not let him off. For the sake of Torch City, Lu Yin would not do anything to him. However, Lu Yin didn't care about any of this. He carefully sized up Old Tao. I've gotten to know you, Old Tao. You're not bad, right? Old Tao's hair stood on end, and he carefully looked at Lu Yin. What do you mean by not bad? Everything. You're too kind, sir. I still have to learn from you. These words were sincere as he knew about Xia's encounter. He sucked in a breath of cold air, as he had a deep understanding of Lu Yin's ruthlessness. He could not offend this person even if he was beaten to death. Lu Yin turned to look in the direction of the consciousness universe. Prepare to head to the spiritualized universe with me. Old Tao was shocked. The spiritualized universe? Surprised? Of course he was surprised. He had originally thought that the people from the Tianyuan universe would head to the consciousness universe and join forces with it to deal with the spiritualized universe. He had never imagined that they would actually want to go to the spiritualized universe. Wasn't that just courting death? He admitted that there were many experts in the Tianyuan universe, but they couldn't compare to the spiritualized universe. Yu Xianxia alone should have been able to deal with them. Xia had only told Old Tao about his situation, but he hadn't said anything about Yu Xianxia's conversation with Lu Yin or the conditions they had agreed upon. He didn't dare to say anything at all, so Old Tao didn't know about this. Old Tao's reaction also made it clear to Lu Yin that Xia hadn't said anything. He was a smart person. Sir, the spiritualized universe is fraught with dangers, especially since you're from another universe. You don't belong to the spiritualized universe. Once you enter, you'll definitely be found, and it'll be very easy to find you. He knew that he had no choice, and since Lu Yin had suggested bringing him along, he didn't plan on refusing. He couldn't refuse, but going to the spiritualized universe meant that once he boarded Wu Zhang's ship, he would be a corpse the next time he wanted to get off. Lu Yin placed his hands behind his back and calmly said, "You don't have the right to decide where I go. Either come with me or think of a way to escape from me. Choose one." Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio P. Old Tao's expression turned ugly as if he had eaten a dead fly. However, he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Lu Yin, so he had no choice but to bow again. Sir, the direction you point in is where this lowly one will charge. I'll listen to everything you say. Is Torch City currently in an empty period? Yes. A group of people have gone to the consciousness universe, and a small group from the consciousness universe is rushing back. Then let's set off. Leave this place to Xianxia. Old Tao looked at Torch City with nostalgia. After this farewell, he didn't know if he would be able to return alive. Torch City was his favorite place. Not only was he free from the various struggles for power and schemes in the spiritualized universe, but he was also a Vice City Lord. He was free and unfettered, and he could see all sorts of people heading to and returning from the battlefield. Back then he had used up all his connections to come to Torch City, but not long after he had to leave again. He was too unlucky. Why did he have to be so unlucky? He glanced at Lu Yin's back again. That fiend. Wu Jiang set off towards the spiritualized universe. In all of Torch City, only Xianxia watched as Wu Jiang left. Everyone else had fainted, and it was up to Xianxia to explain things to them. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Spiritualized universe, here I come? The spiritualized universe was similar to the Heaven's Origin universe in that there were many parallel spacetimes. The difference was that the spiritualized universe had opened up many parallel spacetimes and arranged them in 4 different directions according to their rules. The entrances to these parallel spacetimes were connected in some way in the spiritualized universe's main spacetime, and any cultivator could go to any parallel spacetime through this connection. If the entire spiritualized universe was spread out and looked at as a painting, these connected spacetime lines formed a perfect combination. They formed a single word, spirit. At this moment, at the edge of the spiritualized universe, there was a giant stone door with many springboards inside and outside. There were even more springboards here than in Torch City, but because of the conversation between Xianxia and Lu Yin, more than half of them had been used up. On this day the round-faced old man arrived. He wanted to use Xianxia's authority to contact Torch City. I'm sorry, Lord Xianxia. Lord Xianxia has ordered that no one is to contact Torch City. The president's expression sank. I'm Xianxia. I'm sorry, Lord Xianxia. The president looked at the springboards in front of him, which were clearly missing more than half, and his expression turned ugly. What was happening to Torch City? Xianxia controlled the spiritualized universe, but he was not supreme. There were many things that needed to be discussed with Xianxia. The 7 major Xianxians had to know that Torch City had been taken down by the Xuanhuan universe. They could not contact Xianxia in the consciousness universe, so they could only inform Xianxia in the spiritualized universe. When the president received the news, he immediately wanted to contact Torch City, but he was rejected. Letting them know the news was out of respect for Xianxia, but not letting them contact Torch City was also Xianxia's right. The president urgently wanted to contact Torch City. Xianxia was a junior that he had painstakingly nurtured, and he had planned a cultivation path for this junior. From birth until now, he understood Xianxia better than Xianxia himself. The Sky Devourer parasol combined with the devouring sequence was enough for Xianxia to compete for Xianxia's position. But now that something like this had happened, he felt that his efforts might have been for naught. He only hoped that Xianxia would not die. As long as he did not die, there would be a chance. In the vast starry sky there was a deep darkness. The distance to the spiritualized universe was no different from the distance to the Xuanhuan universe. Above Limitless, Lu Yin released Yuanqi and smiled as he asked 8 Willows and Yao to become his disciples. Yuanqi was stunned, as he could not understand what kind of disciple he had accepted. He was Lu Yin's prisoner, so why would he accept a disciple? But under Lu Yin's gaze he did not dare to refute, so he could only accept 8 Willows and Yao. 8 Willows and Yao were equally confused. They did not know Yuanqi, and they could not understand why Lu Yin wanted them to become his disciples. Disciple is 8 Willows. Disciple is Yao. Greetings, Master. Yuanqi grunted. Although he was confused, he was just accepting a disciple, not a life-and-death battle. Moreover, these 2 disciples seemed to be pretty good. Yao was a soul progenitor, and although she was not proficient in killing, her realm was still there. She was also a cultivator from the spiritualized universe and had come into contact with sequence laws. It was not impossible for her to reach the sequence laws. As for 8 Willows, Yuanqi was even more satisfied. Ling Zhan was a half-step progenitor who could fight progenitors. This was an extremely talented disciple. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied with being forced by Lu Yin, this was the first time he had accepted a disciple in so many years. Looking at the man and woman in front of him, they were equally confused. Were they also forced by Lu Yin? He felt a rare sense of familiarity, but of course, it was only a trace. As for them being forced by Lu Yin to become his disciples, Yuanqi coughed. Are you cultivators from the spiritualized universe? 8 Willows respectfully replied, Yes, master. I am Yuanqi. 8 Willows was stunned. Yuanqi? What a familiar name. Yao was also stunned, and then her gaze changed as she blurted out, Yuanqi? 8 Willows was shocked. Yuanqi? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-24. Yuanqi's lips curled up, and he smiled in satisfaction. This was the reaction he wanted. Forced by Lu Yin to become his disciple? That was impossible. The fact that these two little fellows were able to acknowledge him as their master was the fortune of 8 lifetimes. Not bad. Ba Lu and Yao looked at each other in shock. They had never imagined that Sang Tian would be the one being forced to become their disciple. They subconsciously looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's expression was calm. Nearby, Wang Tian picked his nose and rolled his eyes. Battlemaster Celestial held his golden staff and looked out into space. Old Tao watched from nearby and he was equally shocked. This was his first time seeing Yuanqi, and he had never imagined that Yuanqi would be captured by Lu Yin. He had seen Yuanqi being released from Lu Yin's cosmic ring with his own eyes. But then again it was normal. Yuanqi's Sang Tian had gone to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago, and this was one of the things that Yu Sang Tian had announced to the spiritualized universe. The great Sang Tian had already killed his way into the Tianyuan universe, so there was nothing for the Tianyuan universe to fear. However, since the Tianyuan universe had attacked first, they must have dealt with their internal problems. Yuanqi's Sang Tian was the biggest internal problem. It was not surprising that he had been captured. Yuanqi looked at their shocked expressions and was even more satisfied. What? Am I not worthy to be your master? Ba Lu and Yao hurriedly bowed. We would never have dreamed that we could become Yuanqi's disciples. Thank you, master. They then bowed to Lu Yin. Thank you, my lord. Lu Yin smiled. Are you satisfied with this, master? Ba Lu respectfully replied, We wouldn't dare. Lu Yin looked at Yuanqi. Are you satisfied with these 2 disciples? Yuanqi did not know what Lu Yin wanted to do, but he did his best not to appear humble in front of his disciples. Thank you, Master Lu. Lu Yin smiled. That's good. Since they are your disciples, you must protect them. There are many in the spiritualized universe who want to deal with them. What? Yuanqi looked at Ba Lu and Yao curiously. He knew that the reason why Lu Yin had asked him to take them in as disciples was about to be revealed. Even Yu Sang Tian felt a little uneasy. After all, he understood Lu Yin too well. This person's methods of doing things were unconventional, but they were surprisingly effective. Yu Sang Tian was definitely being used, but he did not know to what extent. Furthermore, these 2 brats were at most at the spirit progenitor level, so how could they possibly offend Yu Sang Tian? As long as it wasn't Yu Sang Tian, he could settle it. Ba Lu and Yao looked at each other, not knowing what to say. I come from the 10,000 beasts border, while Yao comes from the Divine Dominator Mountain. We're together. Yuanqi frowned and didn't react for a moment. Then he thought of something and said in shock, Spirit molting in beast form and spirit molting in human form. You 2 are together? This is a taboo. That's not all. Royal God Mountain is forbidden from marrying outsiders, and they've even adopted a life form from the consciousness universe. Hurry up and let primordial mulberry sky take a look at little Yao. Make her happy. Yuanqi was speechless and he looked deeply at Ba Lu and Yao. He understood that Lu Yin wanted him to take the lead. Lu Yin's goal in bringing these 2 along was obvious: to cause trouble for the spiritualized universe, or rather to have the spiritualized universe cause trouble for him. Breaking a taboo was absolutely forbidden in the spiritualized universe, and he wanted them to take him as their master so that he could take the lead. The dignified primordial mulberry sky was harboring 2 people who had broken a taboo. If news of this spread, Lu Yin would be in trouble. The spiritualized universe would definitely strip him of his position as mulberry sky. His position as mulberry sky was empty. Yuanqi looked at Lu Yin. Master Lu, you want the spiritualized universe to fight for mulberry sky's position? Lu Yin did not refute this, as this was indeed his plan. He wanted to make one of Mulberry Sky's positions empty and see just how crazy those mad dogs Bao Qi had mentioned before his death were. He wanted to see just how attractive Mulberry Sky's position was to them. Ba Lu and Yi Yao fell silent, not daring to think too much. They knew that they had been used by Lu Yin, but they had never thought that he would use Mulberry Sky's level. Yuan Qi sighed. Master Lu, you're a good person. I'm impressed. Lu Yin did not care about Yuan Qi, and his gaze landed on Ba Lu and Yi Yao. I saved your lives, so we're even now. Even if you and I are enemies, I will do my best to protect you and give you a chance. If we can safely retreat from the spiritualized universe in the future, you can follow me to the Tianyuan universe. If we can't, then we will die together. This is your fate because you met me. Remember, my name is Lu Yin, Master of the Tianyuan universe. Ba Lu held Yi Yao's hand and slowly bowed to Lu Yin. We understand. Everything is decided by Master Lu. We have no complaints. Yuan Qi sighed. He had complaints, but were they of any use? Now that he looked at these two disciples again, he felt disgusted. By the way, Primordial Mulberry Sky, they are your disciples, so please guide them carefully. I hope that you will treat them as your disciples and develop a relationship with them. Then you will have someone to send you off. Lu Yin's final words made Yuan Qi want to curse. Year after year passed. There was a springboard between Torch City and the spiritualized universe, and there was no need for Lu Yin and the others to build one. This saved them the time needed to build a springboard, and they only needed 10 years to reach the spiritualized universe. 9 years later, Wu Jiang continued to head toward the spiritualized universe. There was only 1 year left before they reached the spiritualized universe. What awaited them was a huge battle. Even if Yu Sang-Tian did not participate in this battle, there were other Sang-Tians and some other powerhouses from the spiritualized universe. They might not be able to gain an advantage. Someone's here. Luo Shan's voice rang out. Lu Yin looked ahead and saw that someone was heading toward the spiritualized universe. That was strange. Those who could travel this path were all spiritualized cultivators. Was this person trying to return to the spiritualized universe without the help of a springboard? How long would that take? Furthermore, this person was not very powerful. The only reason he could fly within the space was because of a power vessel. Bring him up. The genius was extremely unwilling and extremely hateful. He hated himself for being so weak. Lu Yin's voice sounded with interest. Old Tao fell silent. Kai Jun was astonished. He had only hoped that these people would bring him to the spiritualized universe, and his matters would not be of interest to anyone else. This was the world of cultivation. Old Tao could not possibly make the decision for him just because of a few words of praise. That was impossible. However, this person was curious about his matters. Kai Jun looked at Lu Yin. Could this young man be Old Tao's disciple or a junior? Lu Yin sized Kai Jun up. Your cultivation is not high, and you're only a spirit warrior. You're relying on a power vessel to survive in this space, but the power vessel itself has a flaw. You're walking towards death and someone is tormenting you. They're pushing you closer to death, but you're powerless and will forever be lost in the darkness. I'm very interested in your matters. Tell me about it and I might be able to help you. Kai Jun did not believe him at all. Help him? Since when was there such a kind person in the world of cultivation? Many people had helped him along his path of cultivation, such as Mr. Mu, Leon's Armada, Astral 10, and many others. He also had the innate gifts that the 7 heroes had given him, the turbid treasures that he had brought with him, the legacy of the Lu family, and the opportunities that others envied. Even so, he had narrowly escaped death several times. Their sympathy only lasted for a moment. There were many people who were more miserable than Kai Jun, and they had seen many of them. Kai Jun himself had never expected anyone to help him. He still had to rely on himself. Lu Yin calmly looked at the prodigy as the objects around him gradually disappeared. Instead, he saw many figures surrounding the prodigy as he used the self-illumination technique. His fingertip. He leaped in a spiral and flicked his finger. A karmic spiral pierced through the figures and the prodigy. At this moment, only the prodigy sensed something strange and looked at Lu Yin. The others could not sense the karmic spiral. The prodigy felt something the moment he was pierced through by the karmic spiral, but it also seemed like he hadn't. He subconsciously looked at his own body, but there was nothing out of the ordinary. So what had that feeling been? Lu Yin relied on the karmic spiral to see part of what had happened to Kai Jun. Everything had a cause and an effect. What he wanted to see was why Kai Jun had ended up in such a state. What was the cause that this effect had induced? He saw two youths, one male and one female, toss Kaijun off the battleship. At his fingertip, the spiral leaped again and pierced through Kaijun. Kaijun felt the strange sensation of being pierced through again. He looked at his own body again, but there was still nothing. He looked up at Lu Yin and suddenly felt like he had been completely seen through. It was as if he had no secrets in front of this person. This feeling was like the birth of heaven and earth, where nothing had ever happened and nothing had ever fallen. What was this feeling? Kaijun could not describe it, but he knew that this one look had given him an extreme sense of worship. He should not have any secrets in front of this person, not even a single one. You've gone too far. We'll help you, Lu Yin said, returning to normal. Kaijun was stunned and thought that he had misheard. Sir, what did you say? Lu Yin was serious. The Kai family has gone too far. We can't stand it, so we'll help you. Kaijun heard it clearly and could not believe it. Was there such a thing in the universe? He had described his experiences, but these people had not even confirmed anything and were now willing to help him? Was there really such a kind person? The feeling of meeting Lu Yin's gaze appeared again, and Kaijun could not resist Lu Yin's words. That innate trust made it impossible for him to refute. Everyone looked away. Ba Lu and Yi Yao were the first batch of offenders to join the Dayu Villa. Although this genius wasn't an offender, he gave the Dayu Villa an excuse to cause trouble. Lu Yin liked people like this. If you're willing to let us help you, then join the Dayu Villa. I forgot to tell you that we all belong to the Dayu Villa, and I'm the third master. He then pointed at Old Tao. He's the second master. Stillwater? Old Tao was stunned. Sir, Lu Yin pointed at Xuanqi again. He's the boss's. Xuanqi was speechless. This was forcing him to his death. Kaijun was also stunned. Head of the household? No matter how he looked at it, this form of address didn't sound reliable at all. It felt like he had taken over a mountain and become a king. Had he fallen into a trap? However, with what had happened to him, he was already extremely lucky to be able to survive. He bowed deeply to Xuanqi. This junior greets the first master. Xuanqi ignored him. Kaijun bowed to Old Tao again. Greetings, second master. Old Tao rolled his eyes. Finally, Kaijun bowed to Lu Yin. Greetings, third master. Go and rest. Kaijun retreated. He did not know where he should go, and he just wanted to find a quiet place to stay. Wu Jiang continued to head towards the spiritualized universe. Lu Yin looked up at the sky, hoping that he would run into one or two more unlucky fellows. The Dayu Villa needed to make a name for itself, and only then would it be able to attract the attention of everyone in the spiritualized universe. Once someone noticed, someone would come knocking on their door. They were tormenting themselves to death. Half a month later, Kaijun finally calmed down. At this moment, he was in the desert of forgetfulness, looking at the desert with a dazed gaze. He analyzed everything that he had said and heard over the past half a month, and he gradually realized that these people definitely did not sympathize with him. They were just using him. However, he did not know what he could be used for. After thinking about it for a long time, he walked out of the desert of forgetfulness and looked for the man and woman he had seen before. After all, he had cultivated in the spiritualized universe for many years, and he had some ability to judge people. Although he had been a little confused that day, there was one man and one woman who were clearly different from the others. They looked at him differently, and they were one of the few powerhouses who did not give him any pressure. He decided to look for them to understand the situation. A few days later, Kaijun saw Ba Lu and Yi Yao in the treasury. They were strolling around with little Yao. Kaijun walked towards them and bowed. Greetings, seniors. Ba Lu and Yi Yao did not give Kaijun any pressure. It was not that they did not give him any pressure, but rather that the pressure they gave him was much smaller than the others. Now that Kaijun was facing them alone, he felt that the pressure they gave him was not small either. They should be half-step spiritual ancestors or even spiritual ancestors. Why were there so many experts in the Dayu Villa? What is it? Ba Lu asked calmly. Kaijun respectfully replied, Since I've joined the Dayu Villa, I feel that I should learn more about it. Fortunately, I met the two of you. Do you have the time to give me some pointers? Yi Yao bent down and hugged little Yao. Little Yao bared its fangs at Kaijun and was very cute. Ba Lu teased little Yao. It's called little Yao. It's very cute, right? Kaijun smiled. Yes, it's very cute. It's a life form from the universe of consciousness. We adopted it without permission. Kaijun's expression changed. When he looked at little Yao again, his gaze was completely different. Adoption without permission was a taboo in the spiritualized universe. He looked at Ba Lu. Before he could say anything, Ba Lu continued, I'm from the 10,000 Beast territory. You can see that. She's called Yi Yao from the Royal God Mountain. We're together. After that, Ba Lu teased little Yao again and slowly left with Yi Yao. Kai Jun was dumbfounded. What was going on? How was this possible? She had taken in a life form from the universe of consciousness without permission. Not to mention the fact that the woman was from the Royal God Mountain. The Royal God Mountain forbade marriage with the outside world. This was a strict order from the Royal God Mountain. They had violated 3 prohibitions in a row. By the way, the first master is Yuanqi. Kai Jun suddenly turned around and was shocked. Sang Tian? Yuanqi? Ba Lu and Yi Yao had already left, leaving Kai Jun in confusion. He could not see the Dayu villa clearly, but he knew that his life was completely different from before. What he was going to face next would be completely beyond his imagination. Perhaps he was involved in Sang Tian's battle. At the boundary of the spiritualized universe, the president once again requested to contact Torch City. Yu Sang Tian's reply was very simple. He did not allow them to contact Torch City, but allowed the president to go to Torch City to deal with this matter. The president could not understand this result, but since he could go to Torch City, he would naturally go. In order to prevent any accidents, the head guild master continuously recruited experts from his faction. Whether it was hiring experts, benefits, or favors, he used all of them. Yixia was the only one in his generation who could succeed Sang Tian. He tried his best to make Yixia the city lord of Torch City. With this qualification, as long as she was strong enough, she could succeed Sang Tian and protect their Chamber of Commerce for another generation. This was the spiritualized universe's Chamber of Commerce. It was the future of the entire region. Nothing could happen to it. The Tianyuan universe? He wanted the Tianyuan universe to know how terrifying the Tianyuan universe was once they went all out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3426. Under the General President's summons, more and more experts arrived at the border of the spiritualized universe. There are already 6 spirit ancestors and Yi Sang Tian is still recruiting. Someone at the border was discussing. Not only that, I just saw 2 more spirit ancestors arrive. 2 sequence law experts have already arrived. That's Dongyi? Dongyi is here too? That's right, he was trained by the Chamber of Commerce. That's Dongyi? He's 7th on the White Soul list. Anyone who can get on the White Soul list has a 90% chance of reaching Spirit Genesis. The next step is to compete for Sang Tian's position. They're only 2 steps away from Sang Tian. You can't say it like that. These 2 steps have stumped too many people. There are many spirit beginning experts in the 36 domains, but there are only 7 in Sang Tian. Have you forgotten how tragic Sang Tian's ascension was back then? If Bao Qi hadn't taken a shortcut and obtained the Cauldron Bell, he might not have gotten Sang Tian's position. Shut up, Sang Tian isn't someone we can talk about. Be careful not to cause trouble. As time passed, more and more experts gathered at the border. The General President was waiting. He didn't know that Wu Jiang had arrived. Yu Sang Tian knew, but he didn't say anything. He allowed the General President to go to Torch City, but could they really go? The General President turned around and a murderous intent flashed. The 3 assassins had also arrived. In order to invite the 3 assassins, he had paid a great price. 30 years ago, they had gathered to invade the Tianyuan universe, and there had been 3 assassins. The 3 of them weren't weak when they joined forces. Only 3 blades had also arrived. The General President had used a lot of favors to invite the Kai family. Although 3 blades was far from being Sang Tian's match, he was still on the White Soul list, so Sang Tian couldn't order him around. In order to invite 3 blades, the General President had used up all the favors he had given the Kai family. The arrival of 3 blades shocked the border again. Dong Yi was able to come because he was trained by the Chamber of Commerce, and 3 blades' arrival showed them the General President's influence. So far, the General President had recruited 3 sequence law experts, 12 spirit ancestors, 2 White Soul list experts, and 3 assassins. Outsiders couldn't detect them at all. With so many powers gathered, the president was confident that he could fight against the people from the Tianyuan universe. How many experts could a mere Tianyuan universe send? Although he was surprised that the Tianyuan cosmos had taken the initiative to come here, the Tianyuan cosmos still had primordial origin and xianxia. These people might have fled, but he did not believe that the Tianyuan cosmos could defeat primordial origin and the others, much less the Eternals. Even if he did not make a move himself, the strength he had gathered was enough to fight xianxia. The main guild leader immediately contacted xianxia and requested to head to Torch City. Xianxia did not reply. The president continued to contact them. Half a month later, the president was still unable to contact xianxia. His face darkened. Xianxia couldn't have played him. After all, he was xianxia. Xianxia wouldn't do such a thing. But why did he ignore him? He could only continue contacting her patiently. Leaving the spiritualized universe without xianxia's permission was a crime. Another month passed, and on this day the president finally contacted xianxia. With xianxia's approval, they could head to Torchfire City. The president ordered, "Open the door." The huge stone door opened. On the battleship, the president stood beside several sequence law experts. They looked into the distance. 10 years. In 10 years he could reach Torchfire City. He hoped that Wuxia would not die. Those people from the Xuanhuan universe would definitely flee to the consciousness universe. But no matter where they fled, they were doomed. 40 years ago he had not invaded the Xuanhuan universe. Since he had failed to achieve his goal of invading the Xuanhuan universe, he would deal with the Xuanhuan universe's cultivators first. The battleship was about to set sail when a small dot appeared in the darkness. It was getting closer and closer. The president frowned. What was that? Was that a battleship? He had never seen such a battleship before. Suddenly the president had a flash of inspiration. Xuanhuan universe. Xianxia had only replied now. It had been exactly 10 years since the incident at Torchfire City. Those people were from the Xuanhuan universe. Not good. Close the door. In an instant the president cleared up his thoughts. His heart sank to the bottom. He had underestimated the Xuanhuan universe. Previously, he had believed that the Xuanhuan universe had come to Torch City because they had received an invitation from the consciousness universe to work together against the spiritualized universe, or that they had fled the Xuanhuan universe and given up on it. As a result, he did not pay too much attention to it. He only wanted to go to Torch City to deal with it, but now that he saw that the Xuanhuan universe had taken the initiative to attack the spiritualized universe, he knew that he was in deep trouble. Stillwater? Pete, going to Torch City and going to the spiritualized universe were two completely different concepts. The fact that the Xuanhuan universe had the confidence to attack the spiritualized universe meant that they were extremely powerful. He was no longer thinking about how to deal with the experts of the Xuanhuan universe. Instead, he wanted to stop them outside the stone door. He couldn't let them in. He had also figured out Xianxia's goal. Xianxia had given him time to gather the experts of his faction, and they were all gathered at the border. If this war started, the people of his faction would most likely die. He would not allow that to happen. Absolutely not. If he sacrificed the experts of his faction for Wuxia, then who would protect Wuxia and become Xianxia? The giant stone door slowly closed. Above Wu Jiang, the progenitor looked into the distance. He took a step forward and instantly appeared before the stone door. He raised his arms and easily pushed the stone door open, causing a commotion in the spiritualized universe. A completely unfamiliar feeling appeared. In front of the progenitor was the sealed realm, and the president immediately tried to push him away. Is this the sealed realm? The progenitor struck out with a palm, causing the starry sky to tremble. The sealed realm actually showed signs of collapsing. The president was shocked. This was an expert on Xianxia's level. Retreat. Everyone retreat. The progenitor's figure disappeared as he headed towards the president. Wu Jiang passed through the stone door and entered the spiritualized universe. At that moment, the spiritualized universe's sky changed. Xianxia's gaze landed on the border. At that moment, the Xuanhuan universe had officially invaded the spiritualized universe. The tributary of the River of Time also experienced a reversal. At that moment, the history of the spiritualized universe changed. No one knew where the future would lead except for Xianxia. He had schemed against the president and wanted to use the Xuanhuan universe to bury the Grand Commons. He had also schemed against Lu Yin. Karma was enough to bury Lu Yin. Although Lu Yin had not avoided the reversal of time, he had retained his memories. This was his strength. When he reactivated the little spiritual universe, everything would be settled. Whether it was the spiritualized universe, the Xuanhuan universe, or the consciousness universe, they would all be toyed with. Chu Yi, Desolate God, Lu Qianni, Celestial Victor, and the others walked out of Wu Jiang and charged towards the spiritualized universe's border. At the spiritualized universe's border, besides the Grand Commons experts gathered by the president, There was also a group of cultivators who had originally been guarding the border. Although these cultivators were not peak powerhouses like the President, Dong Yi or only Sandao, the number of sequence laws powerhouses far exceeded the entire region. More than 10 sequence laws powerhouses moved out. They joined forces with the Grand Commons. Only the immemorial battlefield and the tributary of the River of Time could be seen. The Xuanhuan universe's border battlefield could be compared. Those were all sequence laws powerhouses. But no matter how many there were, it was useless. Lu Yin had Su Wang at his waist and the strength beast at his shoulder. With a wave of his hand, the stars were extinguished and replaced the sky. Under the sky palace, the power of the constellation circulated and shattered the endless void. Su Wang and the strength beast all charged out. There was also a battleship in front of Wujiang, but it was much smaller. This was the ship that the president and the others had planned to use to head to Torch City. On the battleship, Dong Yi, Kai Sandao and the others were shocked. Experts that made their hearts tremble walked out of Wujiang. How could there be so many of them? Kai Sandao did not even think before fleeing. Dong Yi wanted to leave as well, but he was too late. Su Wang Tian had already arrived and was playing with the void. The Su secret word used the stars as chess pieces. The chess pieces could be destroyed but the board could not. He held a slipper in his hand and seemed to have no image at all, but it was a disaster. In a corner, the three assassins looked at each other. Are we leaving or not? We've been hired. We can't leave. If we don't leave, we're dead. Dong Yi was instantly suppressed. Let's go. It was also too late as the second anima had targeted them. Perhaps this was fate. In a tributary of the River of Time, the three assassins had killed the Forsaken Path and attracted the second anima. Both sides had fought to the death on the spiritualized universe's battleship, and the second anima had used a life for a life to wear down the three assassins. Now, the three assassins were facing the second anima once again. The only difference was that the Luo Shan had joined in this battle. The desolate god had torn apart the spirit progenitor with a swipe of its claws. Do Sheng the celestial's golden staff swept out, and no one could block it. Mu Zhu Yi Qing and the other experts suppressed the border. Green sword light from the ancestors' light-sifting sword swept out, destroying the essence, energy and spirit. 8 Willows, Yao genius and even Old Tao were stunned. Was this a war? No, this was a massacre. This was the border of the spiritualized universe, and even Sang Tian had appeared, but he was being slaughtered. When had the spiritualized universe ever been so weak? Lu Yin had not expected Yu Sang Tian to be so bold. Of the 7 Sang Tians in the spiritualized universe, 2 were in the consciousness universe. Meng Sang and the one true god did not know of the situation, but Lu Yin was the origin. Bao Qi was connected to Lu Yin by karma, so it was normal that Yu Sang Tian did not allow him to appear. What about the other Sang Tian? Sang Tian from the School of Arts had not appeared either. Lu Yin had thought that a difficult battle would await him here. Yu Sang Tian would gather countless experts from the spiritualized universe to attack him. However, this group of people could not compare to the experts from the tributary of the River of Time that had invaded the Tianyuan universe. What was Yu Sang Tian thinking? Had he allowed Lu Yin to enter the spiritualized universe? Was he really that confident that everything was under his control? The more Yu Sang Tian allowed Lu Yin to do as he pleased, the more uneasy Lu Yin felt. However, this uneasiness would disappear as his strength increased. If Yu Sang Tian dared to play big, then so did Lu Yin. It was just a matter of who would play bigger. This border might as well disappear and see what Yu Sang Tian was capable of. The starry sky around the heart spread out, and those who had already escaped did not count. Those who remained would not be able to escape. No one could stop the experts of the Tianyuan universe. The difference was too great. If this had been a spiritualized universe, it would have been equivalent to using sequence laws to fight against Sang Tian. There was simply no comparison. The Tianyuan universe did not even need to sacrifice anyone. There were simply too many top-notch experts. The spiritualized universe had never been invaded like this before, and blood was not enough to describe it. In the end, the president fled and abandoned the sealed world. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3427. As someone who had crossed the bitter adversity, Sang Tian had abandoned his sequence foundation to save his life, and even the progenitor had not been able to catch him. Don't worry about it. He's someone who has crossed the bitter adversity, and he's been a Sang Tian for far too long. Senior, you've been suppressing the sequence's strings in Primeval City. In terms of cultivation time, he might not be any slower than you, Luin consoled. The progenitor rolled his eyes. He didn't rely on his strength to escape. He relied on a turbid treasure. Luin was astonished. He has a turbid treasure? What do you think? Turbid treasures are rare, but what's so strange about someone at the bitter adversity obtaining one? Don't you have one as well? The probability of you obtaining a turbid treasure is much lower than Du Kui obtaining one. Luin thought about it and agreed. Then why hadn't the president used a turbid treasure in the tributary of the River of Time? Was it not time to save his life? Against the progenitor, he had abandoned the sealed world and used a turbid treasure instead. Perhaps even xianxia did not know about this treasure. This is what you wanted. The progenitor gave the sealed world to Luin. Luin's eyes lit up. He had never obtained a sealed world in the tributary of the River of Time, which was ranked 5th among the 10 sequence foundations. It had a boundless amount of sequence particles, and it had been condensed by 359 sequence foundation powerhouses since ancient times. It was the most sequence foundation that Luin had ever seen. The president had tried his best to protect the tributary of the River of Time, and now he had obtained it in his first battle against the spiritualized universe. The president had retreated, and the spiritualized powerhouses had been killed one after another. Dongyi had lost to Su Wangtian. Their strength had been about the same, but Su Wangtian had the slipper and Lu Tianyi had joined the battle. The other spiritualized cultivators had long since been defeated. Luin immediately collected all the sequence foundation powerhouses and the spirit progenitor's corpse. He then controlled Boundless to fly away from the border. They had only dealt with the powerhouses, and there were still many cultivators below the spirit battle realm at the border. Luin did not attack these people not because he was soft-hearted, but because he wanted to see how xianxia would suppress this matter. Xianxia was the only one who had spoken to Torch City. He had not taken precautions against the invasion of the universe, which was a dereliction of duty. If news of this battle spread, xianxia's prestige would definitely be damaged. However, Luin had still underestimated xianxia. Although they hadn't made a move, none of the remaining cultivators at the border had survived. Only 2 people were still alive. One was the guild leader and the other was Sandao. With only 3 strikes, he had slipped away at the beginning of the battle. He was faster than anyone else. As for the president, he didn't say anything. As for the border, xianxia had ordered a change of guard. The cultivators who had been stationed at the border had already gone to torch Fire City. Although it seemed far-fetched, it was suppressed by xianxia's unparalleled might. Kai region, this was where the Kai clan was located. Just as Sandao escaped back to the Kai domain, before he even reached the Kai clan, a vast pressure descended. He hurriedly knelt down. Only 3 swords. Listen to xianxia's instructions. If you have any orders, I will not dare to disobey. The vast pressure came and went as quickly as it came. Only Sandao knelt for a long time before he got up. He heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that his life was saved. He would never say a word about what happened at the border, not in this lifetime. He knew that he had witnessed a scheme that had buried the Grand Universal Domain and the experts of the General President's faction. He wasn't a member of the Grand Universal Domain and had only been invited by the General President to help. That was how he had managed to save his life. On the other side, in the Grand Universal region, the President fled back, battered and exhausted. A vast pressure descended. The President clenched his fists. What about the sealed world? The President's face turned pale. Dare I ask xianxia, why didn't you do anything? Where is the sealed world? The head guild master's mouth was bleeding, but he endured it. The sealed world has been lost, please punish me xianxia. Since you have lost your sequence foundation, you should be stripped of xianxia's position. In consideration of your many years of hard work, I will allow Xia to inherit xianxia's position. The president looked up in surprise. Xia? Hand over the turbid treasures, is that all? The president's eyes flickered as he bowed deeply. I understand. When Xia inherits xianxia's position, the turbid treasure will be given to xianxia. Then bring him back. With that, xianxia's pressure disappeared. The president stood where he was and looked at the ground. His round face was pale, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood as he laughed bitterly. He had been schemed against once. Would he be schemed against the second time? Allow Xia to inherit xianxia's position? Hand over the turbid treasures in exchange? Wrong, very wrong. He did not know what xianxia was planning, But a turbid treasure was not enough to buy Sang Tian's position. Once Sang Tian's position was vacant, how many people would fight for it? Even Yu Sang Tian might not be able to suppress it, let alone Ixia. What exactly happened to Ixia? Even Yu Sang Tian schemed against him just to bring Ixia back. Tianyuan Universe, Ixia, Torch City. Something must have happened in Torch City. Ixia might know something. He could not come back. Ixia definitely could not come back. The president fell to the ground and wiped the corner of his mouth. He was too stupid. He had actually been schemed against by Yu Sang Tian and had sent the Grand Domain's bloodline to ruin. After being in Sang Tian's position for so many years, he had lost his vigilance. He should have realized it earlier. He did not hate the Tianyuan universe, he only hated Yu Sang Tian. Even though he had been utterly defeated by the Tianyuan universe in this battle, the president still felt that the Tianyuan universe was nothing to fear. This was the contempt that everyone in the spiritualized universe felt. Even though there were many experts in the Tianyuan universe, they could not escape the fate of being reactivated. He hated Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian had used the Tianyuan universe to ruin the Grand Domain's future. Regardless of whether it was him or the Tianyuan universe, they were all pawns. However, this pawn had still woken up. Those people from the Tianyuan universe would definitely end up in a miserable state. From Yi Shang's point of view, his thoughts were not wrong. However, he would never have imagined that the 37 years they had lost had allowed Lu Yin to come into contact with Yu Sang Tian. This had also allowed Lu Yin to gain a better understanding of the spiritualized universe. Wu Jiang headed towards the depths of the spiritualized universe. No matter which direction he went, he would first avoid the border. At this moment, Lu Yin and the others were also puzzled. The spiritualized universe should not have only so few experts to stop them. They also discovered something even more strange. Aside from the cultivators who had originally been guarding the border, the rest belonged to Yi Shang. This was not because of Yi Shang's identity, but because of his obedience. They could tell at a glance. In the end, they came to the same conclusion as Yi Shang. Yu Sang Tian was extremely confident that he would allow the Tianyuan universe to enter. He was confident that he could eliminate them. Before that, he would use the Tianyuan universe to deal with the spiritualized universe. This was killing two birds with one stone. Su Wangtian picked his nose and said, "He's so confident that he can deal with us. It seems that Yu Sang Tian is a little arrogant." The primogenitor said solemnly, "That round-faced guy directly said that he was an expert at Yu Sang Tian's level. That's because I used my full strength from the start. According to this, Yu Sang Tian can at least maintain the same level of strength as me at my peak. His strength is definitely not below that of an eternal at his peak. Can we deal with Yu Sang Tian with so many of us?" "Unlikely. It's a little unlikely." Yuan Qi said, "Yu Sang Tian's strength is not enough. Don't test him." Lu Yin frowned and thought about the tributary of the River of Time. Yu Sang Tian had slaughtered his way into the Above Heaven sect and caused a river of blood to flow. In the distance, Kai Jun's heart trembled. What did he just hear? These people were discussing how to deal with Yu Sang Tian? This group of lunatics was talking about Yu Sang Tian. In the entire spiritualized universe, Yu Sang Tian was the strongest besides Wu Ji. He was not someone who could be defeated by humans. Wu Ji was an illusory existence, and many people secretly said that Yu Sang Tian had made it up to control the spiritualized universe. But even if that was true, who would dare to go against him? Even Yu Sang Tian could not do it. What were these people trying to do? Dayu Villa? He had never heard of it before. Ba Lu and Yi Yao were already used to it. They were very clear that Dayu Villa wanted to overturn the spiritualized universe. Alright, let's think about where Dayu Villa should be built. Lu Yin looked at Old Tao and said, "You tell us." Old Tao did not dare to confirm such a thing. If he did not handle it well, he was afraid that Lu Yin would think that he had deliberately led them into a trap. He could only explain the spiritualized universe's situation and let Lu Yin and the others make their choice. There were many parallel universes in the spiritualized universe, which was similar to the Tianyuan universe. The only difference was that the spiritualized universe had long since unified the cultivation model. This general trend allowed many parallel universes to be connected to the spiritualized universe's main universe, which was the spiritualized universe. Any parallel universe that was discovered could be connected to a spiritualized universe, but as more and more parallel universes appeared, the spiritualized universe gradually stopped being directly connected. Instead, 36 parallel universes were chosen to be connected to the spiritualized universe. At the spiritualized universe's entrance, The parallel universes were connected by a substance known as spirit threads. If one spread out the entire spiritualized universe, they would discover that the spirit threads formed a word, spirit. The spirit thread's significance was not only to form this word, but also to mark out the paths of the parallel universes. This allowed the spiritualized universe's cultivators to know where the entrance was. Using the entrance to the parallel universes, the spiritualized universe's cultivators developed regions. Each region was close to a parallel universe, and according to the characteristics of the parallel universes, different regions would appear. These regions were called the 36 domains. Following Old Tao's introduction, Lu Yin and the others began to understand the spiritualized universe's concept. Every universe had its own unique characteristics. The Xuanhuan universe's origin space's innerverse had a tributary of the Astral river that separated the regions. Following the establishment of the Above Heaven sect and the unification of the Xuanhuan universe, countless parallel universes had been connected to the origin space. However, due to the lack of time, Lu Yin had not had the time to plan it out. The spiritualized universe had clearly been developed many years ahead of time, and it had a fixed plan and usage method. Being able to connect the intersections of parallel universes to form the word spirit not only showed the spiritualized universe's control over the entire universe, but it also showed their ambition to jump out of the universe's structure. This might have been the work of that master grass. As the parallel universes developed their own unique regions, they were equivalent to extensions of the parallel universes. One could even say that they were the essence. After all, these regions were spiritualized universes that directly faced beyond heaven. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3428. Yi Sang Tian represents the spiritualized universe commerce chamber of commerce, and it originated from one of the 36 filaments, the Grand Omnium domain. As the Chamber of Commerce developed and Senior Yi Shang's status rose, the Grand Omnium domain became one of the top 36 filaments. The Imperial God Mountain that you all know also comes from the Myriad Beast territory. The Gate of Law is also one of the 36 filaments. Old Tao displayed a map of the spiritualized universe and pointed out Wu Zhang's current location. Lu Yin pointed at the point where the word spirit intersected, which was the beginning of the word fire. Is there a domain here? Old Tao nodded. That's the 100-grass domain, which is equivalent to the center of spiritualized spacetime. It's connected from top to bottom. Yi Sang Tian is in the Supreme Heaven Palace beyond heaven, right? These 36 filaments all belong to heaven beyond heaven, so where is Yi Sang Tian? Yi Sang Tian is not one of the 36 filaments. The Supreme Palace is the Supreme Palace, and it commands the 36 filaments. However, the Supreme Palace does not exist in the 36 filaments. It has its own parallel spacetime that surpasses spiritualized spacetime and is connected to the 36 filaments. There are also spirit threads that connect the entrances to the 36 parallel spacetime, which are called little spirit threads. They also form the word spirit. Yuan Qi looked at Old Tao. How do you know? Old Tao respectfully replied, Senior has been away from the spiritualized universe for too long, and many rules have changed. When you were here, the Supreme Palace did not allow anyone to enter. Only Yi Sang Tian and the 7 Sang geniuses could enter. Others could only enter with special permission, and no one was allowed to spread news about the Supreme Palace. But as time passed, more and more people learned about the Supreme Palace, and someone spread the news, causing the entire spiritualized universe to know about it. When I became Torch City's Vice City Lord, I was fortunate enough to enter the Supreme Palace with 2 other Vice City Lords. Yuan Qi understood and did not ask any more questions. Tell me more about the 100-grass domain, Lu Yin said. He wanted to go to the center so that the spiritualized spacetime's people could join him. Old Tao said, There's nothing special about the 100-grass domain. It's been ruined for a long time, but there have been rumors recently that it will be cancelled and a new parallel spacetime will replace the 100-grass domain. The 100-grass domain is ruined? What? Yuan Qi was shocked again. In his impression, the 100-herb territory was quite powerful. Old Tao explained once more, Senior, in your time the 100-herb region was at its peak, all because of the miraculous 100 herbs. However, with one person's words, the 100-herb region completely declined, and it was difficult to return. Now it faces the fate of being replaced. It has something to do with Yi Sang Tian, Yuan Qi said. Old Tao nodded his head. This person is called Yu Shan. He is Yi Sang Tian's disciple. This sentence came from him, Lu Yin did not disturb him and instead listened quietly. This place was related to Xianxia and it had completely declined. It was a good place. The 100 Herbs region originated from the 100 Herbs universe. The 100 Herbs universe was a rather magical universe discovered by the spiritualized universe. This magical universe originated from the 100 Herbs region. 100 grasses did not refer to 100 different types of grasses. It was the name of a single type of grasses. However, a single grass could give birth to 100 different types of grasses. Once planted, there were 100 different possibilities of what would grow. No one knew what kind of grasses would be unearthed, but every possibility would be helpful to cultivators. It was just that the focus of their help was different. When the 100 Herbs region had first appeared, countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe had gone there to obtain the 100 herbs. This was because once they encountered a grass that suited them, it would be like a heavenly treasure that would be of great help. The 100 Herbs region was one of the top 36 regions because of the 100 Herbs region. There was only one way to obtain the 100 herbs. That was to go to the 100 Herbs universe to search for them. They would eventually grow in the 100 Herbs region and could not grow in the outside world. The 100 herbs were not fixed in the 100 Herbs region and could move around. It would take an average cultivator about 5 years to find a single 100 herb, and waiting for the 100 herbs to grow would also take time. There were 100 possibilities and the chances of finding one that suited them were not high. Fortunately, the 100 herbs had 6 leaves, which meant that there were 6 chances. If a plant that did not suit them grew, they could cut it off and try again. Each time it grew, it would take about 5 years. If all 6 chances were used up, it would take about 30 years. Cultivators had different paths, so they could only use 6 out of 100 chances. It was very difficult to find a plant that suited them completely, but it was possible to find one that roughly suited them. It seemed like a long time, but in fact it did not affect the cultivators at all. During this time they could do their own things and let the 100 herbs grow. The 100 Herbs region would take care of it for them. This was also a benefit given by the 100 Herbs region. All they had to pay was the time spent searching for the 100 herbs. During that period, there were constantly people who grew stronger because of absorbing the 100 herbs, causing more and more people to gather in the 100 Herbs region. The 100 Herbs region took the opportunity to absorb many talents and was extremely prosperous. In addition, the 100 Herbs region's master was also that generation's xianxia. In that era, the 100 Herbs region was in the limelight, and even xianxia could not suppress it. However, with a single sentence from a person, the 100 Herbs region completely declined. Xuanhuan went to the 100 Herbs universe and found a 100 herbs seed to grow in the 100 Herbs region. 5 years later, a stalk of grass would grow, but it was not suitable for him. Normally, he should leave and the 100 Herbs region would take care of it for free. He could come back 5 years later and no one would take it away. However, he gave the 100 herbs to a person who was very suitable for cultivation. He said, "Instead of cutting it and waiting for 30 years to find a suitable opportunity, it is better to give it to someone else and let him look for it. In the same 30 years he can find 6 stalks of 100 herbs waiting to grow. The probability is the same as cutting the 100 herbs and waiting to grow. However, this way he can help 5 cultivators. In the same time, with the same probability, he can help more cultivators. Isn't that wonderful?" As soon as he said this, Xianxia personally came and praised him for his kindness. He took him in as a disciple and gave him the name Xuanhuan. The person who obtained the 100 herbs was grateful. After absorbing the 100 herbs, his strength increased greatly, and he entered the white spirit list in that generation. This and Xuanhuan being taken in as a disciple by Xianxia became 2 legends in the spiritualized universe. They benefited, but it made others who found the 100 herbs feel bad. They were not willing to give it to others. While waiting for 5 years to grow, they could do what they wanted to do and cultivate. If they gave it to others, they would have to keep looking for the 100 herbs. What they wasted was their own time. In fact, if it was just Xuanhuan's words, no one would care. Cultivators did not care about this and no one would be affected by him. However, this person's actions were praised by Xianxia and he was taken in as a disciple. He was in the limelight and his words were too righteous. No one could refute him. Especially later, when someone cut the 100 herbs because they did not fit him, Xuanhuan found out and scolded him. That person was ostracized by everyone. In the end, after he died, no one went to the 100 herbs universe to look for the 100 herbs. Wasting 5 years to find the 100 herbs was very likely to benefit others. Even if they were to sell it, they were not willing. They wanted the 100 herbs that were suitable for them, not for business. After a long time, no one went to the 100 herbs universe. And Sang Tian from the Hundred Herbs universe died while fighting in the consciousness universe. In the end, it led to the decline of the Hundred Herbs universe. After Old Tao finished speaking above Wu Jiang, for a long time there was silence. Everyone sighed. They immediately understood that this was Yu Sang Tian's evil scheme against the Hundred Herbs universe. Regardless of whether Yu Shan was sincere or not, it was a fact that his words had destroyed the Hundred Herbs universe. One person, one word, had destroyed an entire universe. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Yu Sang Tian was even more sinister than he had imagined. This person was definitely not as simple as being at the peak of his power. Yuanqi sighed. Back then, the Hundred Herbs Mulberry Sky did not accept Yu Sang Tian and had many conflicts with him. If any of the 7 great Mulberry Skies had a problem with Yu Sang Tian, the Hundred Herbs Mulberry Sky would stand up for him. At that time, I knew that he was going to be unlucky. Yu Sang Tian did not directly attack the Hundred Herbs universe, but his words were more effective than anything else. He caused the Hundred Herbs universe to decline in the same way that it flourished. How ruthless. The primogenitor was in seclusion, and this gave Lu Yin a new understanding of Yu Sang Tian. He had to be on guard against this person. Juzi, try not to disturb me from now on. Lu Yin nodded and looked at the star chart. He decided, let's go to the Hundred Herbs universe. Boundless Void's journey through the spiritualized universe's starry sky attracted countless gazes. Due to the war in the consciousness universe, there were many battleships in the spiritualized universe, but Boundless was the only one. It was bigger than any other battleship. Along the way there were people who wanted to ascend Wu Jiang and pay their respects to its master, but Wu Jiang didn't pay them any attention. Because of this, it attracted a lot of discontent and more people were discontent. Stillwater? True Feather Sect's elder Qi Shui requests an audience with the master of Boundless, a beautiful woman said politely as she stood in front of Boundless. Wu Jiang didn't reply, directly passing by. Nye family's eldest young master Nye Yun requests an audience with Boundless Lord. Boundless Void swept past. Sect leader Guanting requests an audience with Boundless Lord, please inform him. Boundless Void swept past. Lone Sword of Broken Valley requests an audience with Boundless Lord. This is interesting. Remnant Valley and One Sword. Quite a big name. A voice sounded from within Boundless. Many people stared at it with cold gazes. Finally, there was a reaction. In the spiritualized universe, this was the first time they saw such a huge ship. With such a huge ship, it must be extraordinary. Even though Boundless didn't respond to them, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only suppress their discontent and follow them secretly. They guessed which power Boundless belonged to. Maybe it was Sang Tian. In front of Boundless, the mustached man was proud. When others asked for an audience, Boundless didn't respond, but when he spoke, his name made Boundless react. If this matter was spread, wouldn't it mean that he was stronger than those people before? There were more than 10 powers that asked to meet Boundless Lord. They came from many domains along the way and they weren't simple. He had one glory for Remnant Valley. In Boundless, Old Tao looked at Su Wangtian. Remnant Valley is a power in Wood Grain region. Valley Master's cultivation is ranked 46th. 46th? You don't have to say any more. Su Wangtian stopped listening and looked forward. Lone Sword of Broken Valley, right? The mustached man was proud of himself. He was neither servile nor overbearing. Yes, I am. You should be called Lone Walking Stick of Broken Valley. The mustached man was stunned, then he was furious. Many people in the surroundings held back their laughter. This was too insulting. Remnant Valley wasn't disabled, but the cultivation technique he cultivated was called Remnant Valley. Hence, he named his power Remnant Valley. In Wood Grain region, Remnant Valley wasn't weak. Valley Master was an expert of sequence laws, but he was insulted like this. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-29. Old Tao was speechless. Why was this guy's mouth so venomous? His actions were wretched, sloppy and unsightly. Lu Yin pursed his lips, suddenly missing Big Sis. After leaving Big Sis, Su Wangtian had let himself loose. Even Lu Yin couldn't bear to listen to him. The mustached man trembled in anger. Even if Wu Jiang had a powerful background, he couldn't let him off after being humiliated like this. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in the spiritualized universe? Who are you? You've gone too far. If you have the ability, come out and fight me to the death. Su Wangtian rolled his eyes and ignored him. Wu Jiang continued to sweep forward. The mustached man slashed out with his sword. He definitely couldn't swallow this humiliation, or else he would really be called the Crutch of Remnant Valley. This person was a spirit ancestor and was second only to the Valley Master in the Remnant Valley. With one slash, it was as if there was a gap in the starry sky that Wu Jiang made up for. Lu Yin looked up. Not bad, this swordsmanship wasn't weak. No wonder it was called the single slash. However, it was only not bad, and just barely caught his eye. Su Wangtian waved his hand, and the starry sky turned upside down. The mustached man was sent flying and even his sword was broken. This move sent chills down the spines of the onlookers, and they all looked solemn. He was definitely at the level of a law realm, but they didn't know what kind of law he cultivated. The mustached man coughed up blood as he watched the broken sword float into the distance. He stared blankly at Wu Jiang, his face pale. The single slash of Remnant Valley, if you don't take revenge, you're not a man. Go and find your valley master, someone urged. That's right, go quickly. This person humiliated you like this, which is the same as humiliating your Remnant Valley. If you let him leave like this, who will care about your Remnant Valley in the future? Your valley master is very prideful. Go quickly. The mustached man stood in place, his expression uncertain. Many people tried to persuade him to invite the valley master as only a law realm cultivator could test him. Naturally, there were law realm cultivators present, but they didn't want to take the risk. What if they offended Wu Jiang? Moreover, they would be helping others. Wu Jiang doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe, the mustached man said in a hoarse voice. The onlookers didn't understand. What do you mean? Doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe? Could it be that he's always been fighting in the consciousness universe? That's possible. No wonder it's so big. It must be the first batch to go to the universe of consciousness. Sang Tian can't be there, right? Didn't Sang Tian's original? Could it be there? Originally, Sang Tian went to the Tianyuan cosmos. How could he return? It is not easy to return. Just the distance of an inch can take 10,000 years. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the umbrella euro? Maybe he came back 10,000 years ago? The small bearded man shouted and pointed at Limitless. His face was pale. There is an aura on Limitless that does not belong to the spiritualized universe, and there is more than one. It is definitely not a life form from the spiritualized universe. The people around him were shocked. Are you serious? Broken Valley One Sword, you're not playing with us, right? You want us to stand out. Broken Valley One Sword, I didn't expect you to be so two-faced. The man with the mustache became anxious. I can guarantee with my life that it definitely doesn't belong to the spiritualized universe, and there's more than one. The surrounding people gradually believed it, but they also had other guesses. Maybe it's a life form from the consciousness universe that defected to our spiritualized universe. That makes sense. Aside from the spiritualized universe and the consciousness universe, I can't think of any other life forms. If there were, they would have been discovered by Beyond Heaven a long time ago. I heard that there was a change of guard at the border. Do you think there's a connection? Yeah, maybe it's the border. Some people saw something and were sent to the consciousness universe by Yu Sang Tian to prevent them from revealing the secret. This Limitless is coming from the border. Stop talking. The more you know, the more troublesome it will be. Do you want to go to the consciousness universe too? I don't want to go. I don't want to go either. Broken Valley One Sword, you're on your own now. The small bearded man also thought of this and his face turned even paler. No way, if that was really the case, then he would be sent to the consciousness universe by Yu Sang Tian. He did not want to go as he had just returned from the consciousness universe a few thousand years ago. Above Limitless, Lu Yin felt that something was strange. He had already leaked his aura, so why was there no reaction? He had asked Su Wangtian to purposely leak his aura, and Su Wangtian had chosen Broken Valley One Sword to cause trouble. He had leaked his aura, but no one had come out to question him. As time passed, Limitless continued to head towards the 100 Herbs region. After a while, Lu Yin found out what was going on. Those people were overthinking things. An aura that did not belong to the spiritualized universe could be a life form from the consciousness universe. Furthermore, Limitless had just arrived from the border, and Yu Sang Tian had personally given the order for the border guard to be changed. All of this coincided with Limitless, and they had all assumed that Limitless was related to Yu Sang Tian. Thus, no one dared to question him. There were no more people who wanted to see Limitless, and they just kept an eye on Limitless. This would not do. Lu Yin wanted to cause a ruckus and force his karma out, but he could not be attacked by the entire spiritualized universe. He had to think of something. A few days later, Luyin looked at the flag and smiled. Just hang it up like this. Su Wangtian gave him a thumbs up. Brilliant. Around them celestial champion duel, and the others all looked at Luyin strangely. The desolate god felt the same, as if this was the first time they had met Luyin. Yuanqi's expression was extremely ugly, and he gritted his teeth as he tried to endure something. He had to endure it and not be rash. It was not worth it, not worth it. The eternal realm was waiting for him. Su Wangtian hung up the flag and it immediately attracted a lot of attention. There were 17 words on the flag. True love is invincible. 10,000 beasts border and royal god mountain have tied the knot. Name, origin. These simple words stunned all the cultivators from the spiritualized universe who saw them. They thought that they were seeing things and rubbed their eyes hard. They were not seeing things. Wu Jiang was going to ascend to the heavens. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the lake boiled as a huge rock was thrown into it. True Feather Sex Qi Shui was so angry that her face turned red. Preposterous. Preposterous. How can a beast-shaped spiritual mold and a human-shaped spiritual mold be together? This is against the rules. The Nye family's eldest young master, Nye Yun, held a folding fan in his hand and angrily pointed at the starry sky. The royal god mountain is forbidden from intermarriage with the outside world. This is Lord Yu Sangtian's order. Otherwise, I would have violated the prohibition. This is a violation. The previous leader, Guanting, was dumbfounded. Yuanqi? But what was he going to do? Is he going to openly challenge Lord Yu Sangtian? Savage Valley Yijian was stunned. He was worried that he had discovered some secret, but it turned out that it wasn't a secret, but a taboo. What was Wu Jiang doing? Preposterous. How dare he do this? How can the myriad beast border and the royal god mountain be together? Those who violate the taboo must die. Wu Jiang has violated the taboo. Come out and let us see who is so bold. Even Sangtian cannot do this. Yuanqi, Sangtian, come out. Yuanqi, we once worshipped you. Come out and give us an explanation. Get out. Inside Wu Jiang, Luyin smiled. This was more like it. He looked at Yuanqi. Listen, these people are so angry and disappointed. They want you to go out and meet them. Go. Yuanqi clenched his fists and resisted the urge to scold Luyin. He gritted his teeth and walked out to face the countless people in the starry sky. When Yuanqi walked out and was seen by the spiritualized universe's cultivators, the entire starry sky fell silent. Yuanqi was Sangtian, an existence second only to Yu Sangtian. Furthermore, he had not just become Sangtian. His seniority could be traced back to Yu Sangtian's era, far surpassing Bao Qi and Meng Sang. He had once been a legend in the spiritualized universe. His name alone had suppressed an entire era. No matter what Yuanqi had done, all of the spiritualized universe's cultivators were terrified. They were waiting for the first person to speak. Yuanqi looked around the starry sky. He had not expected to encounter such a situation when he returned to the spiritualized universe. He looked at the flag and saw that those words were extremely glaring. That was a violation of the entire spiritualized universe's taboo, but Yuanqi still wanted to protect that flag. It was too hateful and despicable. If Yuanqi had known that such a day would come, he would have given up on the immemorial city battlefield and paid a huge price to kill Luyin. Unfortunately, time could not be reversed. Wu Jiang continued to sail forward steadily. The spiritualized universe's cultivators did not know Wu Jiang's destination. Yuanqi stood at Wu Jiang's bow like a piercing javelin that pierced through the dark starry sky. Finally, after a few days, the first person walked out and faced Yuanqi. Yuanqi looked at the newcomer and saw that it was a very young fellow. The youth faced Yuanqi and slowly bowed. Fang Tsong of the Fang family greets Yuanqi, Sangtian. Yuanqi was astonished. Someone from the Fang family? What's your relationship with Fang Sheng? Fang Sheng is this junior's granduncle. The Fang family experienced a change and all of the direct descendants died. Only my branch family remains and we receive the protection of granduncle Fang Sheng, Fang Tsong said respectfully. Yuanqi sighed. After so many years, the Fang family is also like this? When I left the spiritualized universe, the Fang family was the ruler of 3 regions. Fang Tsong was helpless. The world changes and it's hard to explain. Yuanqi's actions are no different from betraying the spiritualized universe. He bowed again. Junior Fang Tsong dares to represent the spiritualized universe and ask Yuanqi why this is happening. Yuanqi was silent. How should he answer? He could not answer. Fang Tsong bowed again. Yuanqi, Please give this junior and the spiritualized universe an answer on account of your friendship with Granduncle Fang Sheng. Yuanqi sighed. You can go back. Fang Tsong looked at Yuanqi. Senior, are you not even willing to give an answer? This is provoking the spiritualized universe. Yuanqi still did not say anything. Junior met Yuan Mia a while ago. Yuan Mia is a descendant of Senior's lineage. Lushan region's Yuan family is still in control of a region because of Senior's existence. Yuan Mia is one of the best among his peers in the spiritualized universe. Several decades ago, he was selected as an elite to participate in the invasion of the Tianyuan universe. This is a great honor for him. Now, Senior's actions are harming the Yuan family. Could it be that Senior wishes for the Yuan family to fall because of Senior? Yuanqi looked into the distance. Lushan region, the Yuan family. Within the boundless boundary, Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Although Fang Tsong was young, his words were like pearls of wisdom. He had tried peaceful means before resorting to force, and he had even played the emotional card. His goal was not to change the progenitor's decision, but rather to obtain an answer. To Lu Yin that was enough. He was the first person who had dared to face the progenitor directly, and he was also the first person to obtain an answer. Whatever happened afterwards had nothing to do with him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3430. At this moment, Primordial Origin's violation of the taboo would be recorded in the annals of history. Fang Tsong's name would also be recorded, and he would have a meteoric rise. All of them were so calculative. Lu Yin admired such people, at least they dared to step forward. If such a person had been in the Tianyuan universe, Lu Yin would not have minded showing off, but this was the spiritualized universe, so it was not his turn. Who can help me teach Senior Primordial Origin how to speak? Lu Yin asked slowly. Ba Lu and Yi Yao exchanged glances before walking to Primordial Origin's side. Primordial Origin did not stop them, nor could he. Fang Tsong looked at Ba Lu and Yi Yao, but he did not recognize them. Ba Lu looked at Fang Kong. My master, Primordial Origin, intentionally changed the rules of this spiritualized universe. The taboo will no longer exist and this sky will be overturned. A junior like you does not understand anything and only knows how to follow the rules. You do not know that rules are set by people. The one who set these rules was Yu Sang Tian, but now it's my master's turn. My master is the one who set the rules of this spiritualized universe. From now on, this sky will be called Primordial Origin. Primordial Origin was stunned and he looked at Ba Lu. What bold words. Fang Tsong was stunned as well. Change the sky? Change the rules? Change the spiritualized universe's name to Primordial Origin? What bold words. On the first day, Heavenly Sovereign Battlemaster and the others were also stunned. Ba Lu was always a taciturn person, but he could actually say such impassioned words. One could not judge a book by its cover. Everyone was stunned by Ba Lu's words. He had just started speaking such bold words and such bold words at that? Lu Yin smiled, and with a snap of his fingers, an even larger flag appeared with the words, Dayu Villa. From today onwards, Dayu Villa will officially accept disciples from the outside. Only good and evil will be accepted and no one will care about the past. Anyone who joins Dayu Villa will be protected by Dayu Villa, regardless of what they have encountered in the past. Dayu Villa promises to protect all of its disciples to the greatest extent possible. I am Ba Lu, a disciple of Primordial Origin from the Myriad Beast territory. I am Yi Yao, a disciple of Primordial Origin from the Divine Mountain. We are true love, and we will be protected by Dayu Villa and protected by our master. From now on there will be no taboo. His words spread out from Wujiang and spread to the entire spiritualized universe. Countless cultivators from the spiritualized universe trembled in fear when they heard this. This was going to turn the world upside down. Fang Tsong was shocked. Villa? Protecting the taboo? Senior Primordial Origin, did you build this grand universe manor to overthrow realm beyond heaven? Yuanqi closed his eyes as there was nothing he could do. Things had already reached this point and there was no way out for him. Since that was the case, his eyes suddenly widened and a fierce glint flashed through them. He was no longer tolerated by the spiritualized universe, so he would grab hold of the Tianyuan universe. At the very least, he had to ensure that he would not die at Lu Yin's hands. Was the royal god mountain noble? Spiritual molting in beast form and spiritual molting in human form. They were both originally cultivators, but they chose different paths. If two people are willing, why can't they be together? Was Villa was established to overthrow primordial heaven and change the spiritualized universe. Anyone who is not willing to submit to primordial heaven and wants to change the spiritualized universe can enter Villa. Those who cannot survive can enter Villa and be protected by Villa. We do not care about the past, only good and evil. Within Limitless, Lu Yin's lips curled up. Primordial origin had chosen a side in the end. This old man wanted to maintain his spiritualized universe's status, but he did not want to die. Lu Yin wanted to force primordial origin into a corner. Furthermore, doing so would also bring trouble to primordial heaven. Soon. Old Tao's body went soft. How terrifying was it to stand against the entire spiritualized universe? What kind of pressure was this? He could not take it anymore. Kai Jun was stunned and his mind was blank. He just wanted to go back and seek justice from the Kai family. No matter how big this matter was, it would at most involve the Kai domain and not the other domains, let alone primordial heaven. Primordial heaven, what was going on? He looked around and realized that he was standing against the entire spiritualized universe. It was over. He did not even know how he was going to die. The universe fell silent for a moment, and then it was followed by a torrent of curses. Attacks came from an unknown direction, and then countless attacks came from all directions. They were directed at Limitless both openly and covertly, but they were all blocked by primordial origin. Primordial origin, this is a betrayal. Even primordial heaven cannot forgive you. Hand over Ba Lu and Yao and you will still have a chance to live. Primordial origin, you're crazy. This is treason. Primordial heaven will not let you off. The other primordial sanctions will not let you off. Kill primordial origin. Strip primordial heaven of his position. Primordial origin stood at the bow of Limitless ship. He raised his hand and struck out with a palm that parted the clouds in the sky. The void trembled and the surroundings were cleared. Countless spiritualized cultivators spat out blood as they retreated, and many were killed on the spot. Even sequence law powerhouses did not dare to approach primordial heaven. Primordial origin's attack immediately calmed down, but this was only temporary. The ones who would cause trouble next were the true experts that primordial origin had to deal with. Limitless continued to sail towards the 100 Grass region. Around a dozen days later, a person appeared and cursed primordial origin. You are not worthy of being primordial heaven. Hand over your life. The person who had come was powerful. Although he had not reached the primordial realm, he possessed a powerful physical body, which attracted Lu Yin's attention. Ba Lu was surprised. Three-headed Deathstroke? That's three-headed Deathstroke? It's rumored that three-headed Deathstroke is a reclusive expert of the myriad beast territory. He's extremely powerful, and no one in the spiritualized universe can claim to be stronger than him. Only existences that have reached the limits of biological strength can suppress him. Old Tao sighed in amazement. The strength beast's eyes lit up on Lu Yin's shoulder and it became restless. It rarely wanted to take action as the opponent was just too powerful. Go. Primordial origin frowned from the bow of Limitless. He had lost a great deal of strength after losing the bell, and he knew about three-headed Deathstroke as well. It had existed for a very, very long time, and the reason why it had not broken through to the primordial realm was because it only relied on its physical strength. It had always been waiting for the foundation of a sequence. Once the foundation of a sequence was completed, it could break through to the primordial realm and take a shortcut to becoming primordial heaven. Its chances of becoming primordial heaven would be much greater. Primordial origin had taken action first to pressure the School of Arts so that they could complete the foundation of a sequence as soon as possible. It knew very well that its position as primordial heaven was at stake. Whoever took action first would have a greater chance of survival. If one-headed Deathstroke was still around, primordial origin would not have cared about it at all. However, now the strength beast stepped on primordial origin's shoulder and charged out, throwing a punch at three-headed Deathstroke. Three-headed Deathstroke had 3 heads. It was a molted beast that seemed vicious and terrifying. Faced with the strength beast's sudden punch, a chill from the bottom of its heart made it immediately retaliate with its full strength. Bang! With a great sound, Limitless shook and space directly exploded. Endless power swept out in all directions, directly tearing apart the cultivators nearby. Blood splattered across space. Three-headed Deathstroke spat out blood as it flew backwards, but the strength beast grabbed it and viciously tore off its arm. The strength beast was still a beast, and even though it had always been suppressed by primordial origin and was harmless to both humans and animals, it had killed many as it grew up. The limits of a living being's strength were not something that could be described with words. Countless strength-type life forms had died at its hands, and three-headed Deathstroke had successfully provoked its killing intent. The strength beast's body expanded, and it punched three-headed Deathstroke again. Three-headed Deathstroke's body twisted, and with a crack, its bones began to break. It was shocked. What kind of strength was this? This was the limit of a living being's strength. This was the limit of a living being's strength, and primordial origin had actually subdued such a creature. Run, I have to run. I shouldn't have come. After all, it's Xianxia and he shouldn't have come. Primordial origin, if you kill me, the myriad beast territory will not let you off. So what if you're Xianxia? My myriad beast territory is not afraid of Xianxia. Primordial origin, boom. The strength beast shattered all of three-headed Deathstroke's heads with a single punch, and all three heads shattered. It grabbed three-headed Deathstroke's body with both hands and tore it apart, roaring excitedly. It had been a long time since it had been so carefree. Whether it was xuanhuan or the primordial thunder locust, neither were easy to deal with. In comparison, this three-headed Deathstroke was much easier to deal with. The surroundings were silent and everyone watched in shock. A dignified powerhouse of the myriad beast territory that had been in hiding all this time to fight for Xianxia's position had actually died just like that? It had not died at primordial origin's hands, but at the hands of a giant beast. Just what kind of giant beast had primordial origin subdued? The strength beast looked up at the sky, a ferocious glint in its eyes. Should it take this chance to escape? Away from that fiend. At that moment, Lu Yin's voice rang out, "Come back." These two words were like a bucket of cold water that poured over the strength beast's head, waking it up. The ferocious glint in its eyes receded, and it turned back to Wu Jiang with a wide grin, revealing its snow-white teeth. "I'll give you a thumbs up." Su Wang, who was beneath Lu Yin's feet, subconsciously revealed its white teeth and raised its tail in return. Primordial origin was stunned. What the hell? The strength beast leapt back to Wu Jiang and obediently sat on Lu Yin's shoulder. Ba Lu stared blankly. Was this that monkey? He had often seen that monkey and that whale-like creature roaming Wu Jiang over the past few years. He had thought that it was just an ordinary pet, but now he knew that it was clearly a killing god. Just how many powerhouses had the Xuanhuan universe produced? Even a giant beast was so terrifying. He recalled how the spiritualized universe had threatened to conquer the Xuanhuan universe decades ago, restarting it and giving birth to an eternal realm powerhouse. Looking at the people around him now, he felt that it was laughable. The Xuanhuan universe was not weak at all. Old Tao's eyelids twitched. He had not known that the monkey was so ruthless. It was too ruthless and savage. Three-headed death was definitely a powerhouse, but this monkey had torn it apart and almost eaten it. The talent's eyes were lifeless. What was happening now was beyond his comprehension, and there was no need for him to understand. Primordial origin looked at his shoulder and saw footprints. That damned monkey. Wu Jiang continued forward. No sound reached Wu Jiang and everyone subconsciously distanced themselves. The strength beast's savagery had frightened them. Primordial origin had not even made a move yet. This battle would allow Wu Jiang to sail smoothly for a long time. Lu Yin was not in a hurry. Wu Jiang was moving very slowly as if it was taking a leisurely stroll. The more it moved like this, the more people did not dare to provoke it. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-31. As time passed, the spiritualized universe gradually knew about this matter. President Yi Shang had already returned to the Grand Domain. He needed a long time to recover from his injuries. When he heard about Wu Jiang, he only sneered at those people who were courting death. However, he did not understand what those people from the Xuanhuan universe wanted to do. Challenge the entire spiritualized universe? They should not be so stupid. Moreover, why did you Xianxia not do anything? What kind of agreement did you Xianxia make with those people from the Xuanhuan universe? It was possible to clean up those forces that did not submit to you Xianxia, but if he did not do anything now, others would see through it. What was he thinking? There was a domain in the spiritualized universe called the Heavenly Hand region. The Heavenly Hand region was responsible for assassinations. The 3 assassins were from the Heavenly Hand region. The Heavenly Hand region was powerful and was definitely not inferior to the Grand Domain. Although they did not have an expert at Xianxia's level, no one dared to underestimate them. It was rumored that the old monster who had tried to assassinate Xianxia was still there. The Heavenly Hand region had a special function in the spiritualized universe. It was to replace Sky Beyond Sky to eliminate those who deserved to die and set up the Black Spirit list. Those on the Black Spirit list were people that the spiritualized universe wanted to eliminate. Anyone could kill them. They were the public enemies of the spiritualized universe. The threat they posed to the spiritualized universe was based on the number of black spirits they had. Similarly, the number of people they wanted to assassinate was also based on the number of black spirits they had. Another order to spy on Wu Jiang. Not accepting. The waters of the boundless territory are too deep. Everyone wants others to probe them. Although my heavenly hand region is in this line of work, we are not seeking death. Daquan region has been buried, and 3 assassins have been implicated. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Pig. We do not know the situation at the border, but we are sure that Wu Jiang came out of the border and the 3 assassins were nowhere to be seen. Yu Sang Tian must be involved, but we do not know what role he played. Do not accept any orders related to Wu Jiang. Do not rashly assign black spirits to anyone in Wu Jiang. Understood. This Dayu Villa is quite interesting. Why does Yuanqi dare to rebel? The Gate of Laws existed in the law domain, which was considered the sacred land of the spiritualized universe. Every sequence foundation came from the law domain, and no one knew how many incomplete sequence foundations there were in the law domain. It was said that this was the burial place of many near-death sequence foundation experts. Someone once said that if the spiritualized universe encountered a crisis one day, they should bring the crisis to the Gate of Arts. Many old monsters who were thought to be dead would come out from there, and they might be able to fight for a chance of survival for the spiritualized universe. There was a difference in the cultivation model between the spiritualized universe and the Xianhuan universe. If the two universes were placed on the same level, the difference in cultivation model would cause the spiritualized universe to have far more experts than the Xianhuan universe. The Xianhuan universe's advantage was the scale of the future. This was because the Xianhuan universe was filled with too many uncertainties. No one knew what kind of experts would be born in the future. Now, the two universes were not on the same level. The spiritualized universe was ahead of the Xianhuan universe. Because they were afraid of the Xianhuan universe's future, the spiritualized universe had long schemed against the primogenitor. They had restrained the Xianhuan universe's cultivation path and suppressed the Xianhuan universe's future. This caused the Xianhuan universe to be destined to not have too many experts. For countless years, the Xianhuan universe had experienced wars. The humans and the Eternals fought each other, while the spiritualized universe had been developing smoothly. This caused the difference in the number of experts between the two universes to be terrifying. And this difference was something that even the primogenitor who wanted to incite the Xianhuan universe to war with the spiritualized universe did not know. Even primordial origin Zhang and the others who had left long ago did not know. Perhaps even the Gate of Arts. Even the Zhan family of the Gate of Arts might not know how many experts were still alive. These people were on the verge of death, but they still had a breath left in them, all for the sake of the sequence foundation. Now that the spiritualized universe had changed, some of them had awakened. A junior sent a message saying that the old geezer primordial origin has rebelled. He plans to go against Yu Sang Tian. Your junior knows that you're still alive? He's paying his respects. The next time he pays his respects, I'll jump out and scare him to death. Ah. Old geezer, you're about to die, yet you still have such bad taste. However, that old geezer primordial origin must be crazy. What kind of strength does Yu Sang Tian have? Even if we were at our peak, we wouldn't be able to rebel against him. How can primordial origin be so strong? You don't even blush when you talk. Have you forgotten the bell that made you run away like a rat? Old geezer, you're still alive? Don't expose people's shortcomings. You're already buried up to your eyebrows. Watch your words. Humph, primordial origin dared to violate the rules, which means he's going against our spiritualized universe and Lord Yu Sang Tian. Perhaps we'll have to go out and teach him a lesson. Screw you, we still have to sleep. Screw you. Screw you. Just you wait. Humph, you don't know what you're talking about. After you die, you'll have plenty of time to sleep. Screw you. Screw you. Screw you. F***CKU. Who's scolding me? Many voices came from the sky beyond heaven. They were all begging Yu Sang Tian to strip primordial origin of his position. Primordial origin had gone to the Xianhuan universe a long time ago. Since then, everyone had been waiting for him to be stripped of his position. This was because there were rumors that Primordial Origin had gone to the Tianyuan universe not only to scheme against the Tianyuan universe, but also because Xianxia had attacked him. Everyone felt that Primordial Origin's position wouldn't last long. However, as time passed, Primordial Origin's position was as stable as Mount Tai. It didn't seem to be shaken at all. Even though he hadn't been in the spiritualized universe for so many years, it was still the same. However, there were still many people who coveted Primordial Origin's position. They were still waiting. At this moment, Primordial Origin had violated the rules and openly provoked Xianxia. They finally had the chance. Although they didn't know why Primordial Origin had suddenly gone crazy, his position was definitely not guaranteed. More and more people requested to see Xianxia, hoping to strip Primordial Origin of his position. However, Xianxia didn't express his attitude and remained silent. In the heaven beyond heaven's supreme palace, Palace Master Yao opened her eyes and put away the sequence particle. She looked ahead and saw Xianxia sitting quietly. She was Xianxia's whetstone. She was using the fourth sequence's absolute reversal to refine Xianxia's second sequence's heart of rock. Only she knew how terrifying Xianxia's sequence's techniques were. What he thought was what he saw. She had also heard the news from the outside world. Previously, she had asked Xianxia why he wasn't allowed to go to the Tianyuan universe. However, Xianxia didn't give her an answer. Now she wanted to use the news from the outside world to ask him again. After a few days, Xianxia opened his eyes and exhaled. He turned his head and saw Palace Master Yao bowing slowly. "My lord. The outside world is very lively. Yes, Primordial Origin has returned and openly provoked the heaven beyond heaven. He wants to overturn the rules of the spiritualized universe." "That's good. The days are too boring." Palace Master Yao hesitated for a moment before asking, "My lord, regardless of Primordial Origin's intentions, should he be stripped of his position?" Xianxia looked at Palace Master Yao. "Are you asking for yourself or for someone else?" Palace Master Yao hurriedly bowed. "I'm asking for myself. I want to fight for the position of Primordial Origin." Xianxia looked at her calmly. It was possible in the past. Now it's impossible. Palace Master Yao was shocked. She claimed to be the strongest person under Primordial Origin. With her relationship with Xianxia, she believed that she could definitely succeed him. Primordial Origin had gone crazy and provoked the spiritualized universe. She thought that her chance had come. Why did it turn out like this? "You may leave." Palace Master Yao left the heaven beyond heaven with confusion. She didn't get an answer. Instead, she felt that she had no fate with the position of Primordial Origin. Xianxia looked into the distant starry sky. "You want to leave the position of Primordial Origin empty and create chaos in the spiritualized universe. Master Lu, that's a good plan. However, you underestimate the spiritualized universe. Since the era of the heaven above heaven sect, the gap between the two universes is immeasurable. Since you know about the small spiritualized universe, you should understand why the people I sent to invade the Tianyuan universe didn't exert overwhelming strength on it. It's not that they can't, but they don't want to. If you want to see the spiritualized universe, I'll let you see it. I hope that you can persevere until the end and help me complete my great cause." Boundless had been traveling through the spiritualized universe for several months. Ever since the Force Beast tore apart the three-headed death, no one dared to cause trouble for Boundless. However, no one wanted to join Boundless either. Boundless had already passed through 5 regions and had seen many powerful sections. They had even brushed past a large faction, but that faction had closed its doors and didn't seem to have any intention of responding. No matter what the cultivators said in the open or in the dark, that faction simply wouldn't open its doors. This made Luin very depressed. Just being a deterrent isn't enough. "We need to give those who want to join Boundless some confidence," Luin said. Kai Jun stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Young master." "Call me Third Master." Kai Jun wasn't used to this form of address, but he could only respectfully greet, "Third Master." Luin looked at him. Kai Jun drew a star chart in the void. "Third Master, we're going to the 100 Grass region now. Actually, if we don't need to pass through the spirit threads and just take a detour, we can go to the 100 Grass region from another direction. That direction passes through the Kai region." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. "Taking a detour isn't a big deal. We'll pass through the Kai region?" "Yes," Kai Jun respectfully replied. Lu Yin immediately ordered Boundless to change directions and follow Kai Jun's plan. His confidence had increased. While Boundless had displayed great strength, it was still viewed as the enemy of the entire spiritualized universe. Those who had been treated unfairly or wanted to seek protection were already in dire straits. No matter how one looked at it, joining Boundless would only increase their despair. However, if Boundless was willing to do something for them, they would choose to join under certain desperate circumstances. This would give Lu Yin a reason to cause a ruckus. Causing a ruckus was only on the surface. He wanted to compete with Xianxia in a battle of wits and courage. Xianxia wasn't stupid, and he might be able to predict every step Lu Yin would take. Lu Yin just had to make sure that Lu Yin didn't know which step he would take. In the end, he would still make up for his karma and cause chaos in the spiritualized universe. At the same time, he also had to keep an eye on the only true God in the dark. That was also a problem, and from Lu Yin's point of view, that was even more troublesome than Xianxia. Xianxia was the only true God on the surface, but he was hidden. Just like Heavens Above Heavens era, danger had arisen in the dark corners. Lu Yin didn't want to be ambushed again like the progenitor. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-32. During this period of time, Lu Yin repeatedly thought about his interactions with the sole true God, and he suddenly recalled something. Fengbua. Count of the Wind was not from the Tianyuan cosmos. The only true God was related to other universes. His vision was definitely not limited to the three universes. Xianxia believed that his alliance with the only true God was only on the surface. In order not to be controlled by the one true God, King Qing purposely pretended to be controlled by Yen Gang so that the one true God would be at ease. The one true God could have purposely shown that he was cooperating with the spiritualized universe, but in fact, he had his own plans. Scheming was all about interlocking one another. Wu Jiang changed his direction and instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the spiritualized universe. They originally didn't know Wu Jiang's destination, but if Wu Jiang changed directions they might be able to see it. Many cultivators were secretly following Wu Jiang. Among them were the spirit progenitor, and there were even sequence law realm cultivators. Lu Yin even vaguely sensed danger, which meant that they were in the primordial realm. The spiritualized universe did not lack powerhouses. After learning about the little spirit cosmos and analyzing Xianxia, Lu Yin had already seen through a portion of it back in the tributary of the River of Time. The first batch of invaders to invade the Tianyuan cosmos had seemed powerful, as there were 3 Xianxians among them, but they were actually weak on the inside. Although the Xianxians were powerful, a Tianyuan cosmos that could defeat the Eternals was still capable of resisting 3 Xianxians. The only difference between them was the difference between the sequence laws and the progenitor realm. With the strength of the spiritualized universe, it was entirely possible to increase the number of sequence nomological experts by several times or even more. They could be the first batch to invade the Tianyuan universe, but they didn't. Xianxia didn't want to restart the Tianyuan universe. He only wanted to stop the Tianyuan universe's future. The Eternals were no longer able to do so, so the first batch of invaders didn't have overwhelming strength. Lu Yin would not underestimate the spiritualized universe, but he still needed time to truly see through it. The Kai family can control a region? Chu Yi asked curiously as he looked at Kai Jun. Kai Jun faced Chu Yi and replied respectfully, "The Kai family's ancestor, Kai Sandao, is ranked 9th on the White Spirit list. He is completely qualified to control a domain. The 36 domains are limited in number, but not the domain itself." Lu Yin thought back to the starting space. Back then, the strongest person had only been a half-martial ancestor, and Xiao Sandao had been able to enter the White Spirit list. He was a powerhouse who had a 90% chance of breaking through to the primordial realm. It was not impossible for him to control a domain, and his strength was similar to that of the 7 sky gods. Other than Sandao, what other experts does the Kai family have? The Kai family also has a sequence law expert. He cultivates the 37th ranked sequence law, bidirectional immobility. Lu Yin was puzzled. Bidirectional immobility? What do you mean? Kai Jun shook his head. "This, I don't understand." Yuan Qi said, "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If I don't move, the enemy won't move either. This is a sequence technique that uses one's own sequence laws to forcefully immobilize the enemy. As long as one doesn't move, the immobilized enemy won't be able to move either. Unless the difference in sequence particles is too great, it can directly break the two-way immobility." There are such sequence laws? Su Wangtian was shocked. Yuan Qi nodded. This sequence method is very effective. In the history of our spiritualized universe, there was once a person who cultivated the dual unmoving sequence method. He used the sequence method to forcefully control Xianxia for 10 breaths. 10 breaths might not seem long, but if that Xianxia was surrounded, these 10 breaths would be enough to determine his life and death. This sequence art focuses on sneak attacks, not combat. It is also very important among the 88 sequence arts. Lu Yin praised, "There is actually such a sequence art. It is very suitable to create the sequence foundation." At this point, Lu Yin paused and suddenly looked at Kai Jun. "Only 3 blades. What sequence art did you cultivate?" Kai Jun respectfully replied, "Bidirectional immobility." Lu Yin raised a brow and looked at Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi met his gaze. "That's right. The Kai family specializes in bidirectional immobility. In history, an expert who once immobilized Xianxia for 10 breaths came from the Kai family." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "That's how the sequence foundation came about?" Yuan Qi nodded. The spiritualized universe had a unified cultivation method. Coupled with the uniqueness of the cultivation methods of spirit seeds, it was easy to determine who was suitable for which sequence art. The sequence arts were divided into 88 types. The higher the sequence arts were, the easier it was to cultivate. Almost all of the 10 base sequences were created by the sequence arts towards the end. These sequence arts were actually not something that cultivators were willing to cultivate because they were not very useful. For example, the bidirectional immobilization art was only useful in a group attack. Otherwise, it would be meaningless in a one-on-one fight. Why would anyone still cultivate it? This was the pressure brought about by the unified cultivation method. The Kai family could not possibly all be willing to cultivate this sequence art. However, their entire family was forced to cultivate it. That person had only needed 3 blades to reach 9th place on the White Soul list. This proved that his talent was extraordinary, and he was at the top of the spiritualized universe. If he had not cultivated this sequence art, he might have been able to advance further, but he had been delayed by this sequence art. This sequence art sacrificed an individual for the sake of the spiritualized universe. The Kai family was just the tip of the iceberg. Countless organizations in the 36 filaments had sacrificed themselves for the spiritualized universe. They had specifically cultivated these useless sequence arts so that they could complete the sequence foundation before they died. The Gate of Techniques created the sequence foundation, which was both a holy land and a graveyard for spiritualized universes. From another perspective, the spiritualized universe did not care if an individual was sacrificed. This meant that there were too many powerful individuals in the spiritualized universe, and any more than that would cause chaos. Lu Yin did not wish for the latter possibility, but the situation told him that it was highly likely. Yu Sangtian's confidence and the sacrifices of the Kai family and many other organizations were all pointing in the same direction, the spiritualized universe's strength. Old Tao looked at Kai Jun and then at Lu Yin. "Actually, the Kai family has another expert at the sequence art." Lu Yin was shocked. "There's another one?" Kai Jun immediately denied it. "Impossible. The Kai family only has 2 sequence arts experts, Kai Sandao and Kai Kiching. There's no third." Old Tao shook his head. Every family has its own foundation, and the Kai family is no exception. However, their foundation is not as powerful as Kai Sandao's. "Kai Fei?" Kai Jun was shocked. "Ancestor Kai Fei?" Old Tao nodded. "Kai Fei is still alive. He's in the Kai filament." "How can that be? Ancestor Kai Fei has been dead for many years, and no one in the Kai family has mentioned him. I've been in the Kai family for so many years, but I've only heard my parents mention him once in a while. That was a long time ago." Kai Jun could not believe it. Old Tao laughed. "He's still alive. We met before he went to Torch City, but there's no need to be too shocked. Kai Fei's strength is not enough to touch the White Soul list, and that's all he can do for the rest of his life. He's cultivated bidirectional immobility so that old guy can only hide in the shadows and ambush people. If anyone wants to harm the Kai family, Kai Sandao will attack. Kai Fei and Kai Kiching will ambush them. That's the main reason why the Kai family can monopolize the Kai filament. Aside from juniors like you, many people know that this old guy is still alive." The Gate of Techniques did not force him to go to the law filament? Yuan Qi did not understand. Old Tao respectfully faced Yuan Qi. "It's not time yet. Kai Fei once consumed a strange plant, and his vitality is far greater than his peers. Also, the Gate of Techniques cannot force everyone who is nearing the end of their lifespan to wait for death." Yuan Qi sneered. Impossible? How do you think those sequence foundations came about? Just count how many sequence laws were destroyed by the 10 foundation sequence. That's a terrifying number. Old Tao did not refute this. Yuan Qi understood many things better than him, even though he had been away from the spiritualized universe for so long. This was a matter of hierarchy. Then it's decided. We'll go to the Kai filament and seek justice for Kai Jun. Lu Yin gave the order, and Wu Jiang headed towards the Kai filament. At the same time in the Kai filament, Kai Xuanhuan, the eldest son of the Kai family, looked at the palm-sized medal in his hand. I never thought that idiot Kai Jun's parents would leave him such a good thing. What's so good that you're so happy? A clear voice sounded. Kai Xuanhuan stared at the medal without blinking. Do you recognize this? It was Kai Junyi, Kai Xuanhuan's younger sister. She looked at the medal. It's completely blue with a dark red luster flowing through it. Its insides are like water, sometimes surging and sometimes calm. This is a red and blue gold crystal? Kai Xuanhuan was pleased. That's right. It's a type of metal known as the pinnacle of materials. We can't use it, but if we sell it to the realm beyond heaven or the Grand Domain's Chamber of Commerce, it'll fetch a sky-high price. Kai Junyi was excited. There's actually a red and blue gold crystal? How did that couple get it? Kai Xuanhuan kept the medal. That's not important. It's ours now. He looked at Kai Junyi and praised her. Little sister, you did well. Kai Junyi smiled proudly. Kai Jun, that idiot, really thinks that he's on the same level as us. When his parents were still around, we gave him face. Now that his parents are dead, there's no need for him to pretend anymore. It's funny that he wants to marry me. The fact that the family tolerates his thoughts means that they're too far apart from us. There's no need for us to be wary of them. Don't think too much about it. That guy is dead. Now we have to think of a way to sell the red and blue gold crystal. We just don't know who to sell it to. The Chamber of Commerce, of course. Who else can we sell it to? You and I can't enter the realm beyond heaven. It's easy to get into trouble if we sell it to someone else. Kai Xuanhuan frowned. Something happened in the Grand Domain. We don't know what's going on. Forget it, let's keep it first. We'll talk about it later. Kai Junyi narrowed her eyes and stared at Kai Xuanhuan. Brother, don't tell me you're thinking of keeping it for yourself. Kai Xuanhuan laughed. Don't worry. Most of the credit goes to you. How can I keep it for myself? It's good that you know. Don't think of keeping it for yourself. Otherwise, I'll tell Father about your infatuation with Aunt Qing. Father will skin you alive. Kai Junyi threatened. Kai Xuanhuan was shocked and hurriedly shouted, Shut up. You're trying to get me killed. Kai Junyi smiled. It's good that you know how to be afraid. But then again, Aunt Qing's charm is really great. Every day there are people coming to see her. The number of people asking for her hand in marriage is so high that it's almost broken. Father has always been looking for opportunities to get the most benefits. Who do you think he wants to marry Aunt Qing to? I heard that Yi Sangtian's grandson, Torch City's mayor Xia, has yet to marry. There's also Qianxi, who's stunning for an era. Once he returns and sees Aunt Qing won't be able to keep her. Although the twin beauties of the realm beyond heaven are gorgeous, their status is too high. Aunt Qing's beauty is not below theirs. All right, you should go. Kai Xuanhuan's face was gloomy. Kai Junyi smiled and turned to leave. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-33. A few days later, the head of the Kai family, Kai Bai, summoned Kai Xuanhuan. What happened to Kai Xuanhuan? Kai Bai stared at Kai Xuanhuan. Kai Xuanhuan did not hide anything and told him everything. Kai Bai looked at him for a long time and smiled. Is it clean? Kai Xuanhuan was not surprised. If Kai Xuanhuan's parents were still alive, the Kai family would not dare to do this. However, now that his parents were dead, a mere Kai Xuanhuan was left behind. It's clean. No one will say anything. That's good. This must not be leaked. Warn the heir not to say anything. Yes, Father. Don't worry. By the way, Father, I heard that the outside world is in chaos. Has Origin Sangtian returned? Kai Bai nodded and said, Origin Sangtian has gone crazy. After returning from the Tianyuan universe, he openly challenged Sky Beyond and wanted to break the rules of the spiritualized universe. Many people guessed that he had obtained an opportunity in the Tianyuan universe and was confident that he could compete with Yu Sangtian and replace him. Many people contacted Sky Beyond and begged Yu Sangtian to take away Origin's position, but Yu Sangtian remained silent. Kai Juanhao was shocked. He returned from the Tianyuan universe? Yes, Origin Sang Tian went to the Tianyuan universe a long time ago. This time he returned in such a high-profile manner. No one knows what he wants to do. Also, they changed their direction and are heading this way. No one knows where they are going. Kai Juanhao suddenly thought of Kai Juanhao. Returning from the Tianyuan universe must have passed through the Tianyuan universe. Could it be that he saved Kai Juanhao and came back to the Kai family? Impossible. He laughed and thought that he was overthinking. How could there be such a kind person in the world of cultivation? Even if he saved Kai Juanhao, why would Sang Tian help him? Based on the time, Kai Juanhao should have died by then. There were many regions in this direction and Kaiyu was just one of them. Origin Sang Tian's matter is not something we can interfere with. Since those people along the way did not interfere, we will not do anything. Just watch. Kai Bai instructed. Then he thought for a moment and said, "Have you made any friends in the Lushan region?" Kai Juanhao did not understand. Lushan region? Father, are you referring to the Origin family? Kai Bai was deep in thought. There are some things that you have to consider. Although you can't interfere, you have to be prepared. Kai Juanhao shook his head. Although the Yuan family has developed well over the past few years, there are many people who view us as enemies. They are all waiting for Yuan Sang Tian's position to become vacant, so no one wants to befriend the Yuan family. However, I did fight with Yuan Mie during the competition for a spot to go to the Tianyuan universe. We even went to Torch City together. If not for Yu Sang Tian's sudden order, we would have already arrived at the Tianyuan universe. Only then did he recall that several decades ago, a group of elite geniuses had competed for a spot to go to the Tianyuan universe. His son had been one of them and he had even succeeded. Alright, you can leave now. Kai Bai had to think about the next situation. The primordial one definitely had his reasons for doing all these things. Perhaps the heavens of the spiritualized universe would change a little, and the talent domain would also need to make a choice. Kai Juanhao walked to the door and turned back to look at Kai Bai. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Kai Bai looked up. Is there anything else? Kai Juanhao hesitated for a moment. Father, what are your arrangements for Aunt? Kai Bai frowned. It has nothing to do with you. Kai Juanhao said, Father, Aunt is at the sequence level after all. She is obviously younger than you, but she has such achievements. She is very close to old ancestor Three Blades. If she stays in the family, I said it has nothing to do with you. Kai Bai shouted. Kai Juanhao did not dare to disobey and could only leave. Looking at Kai Juanhao's back, Kai Bai's eyes narrowed. How could he not know what his son was thinking? A beautiful figure appeared in his mind. It was his sister, Kai Kiching. What a headache. Kai Kiching was extremely talented. Every few generations, there would be a genius in the Kai family. In the past, the old ancestor used dual immobility to stop Sang Tian. After that, it was old ancestor Three Blades and now Kai Kiching. If not for the dual immobility sequence method, regardless of whether it was old ancestor Three Blades or Kai Kiching, they could have gone higher. However, Sky Beyond Sky did not allow it. The Kai family had its limits. Now, what gave him the most headache was his sister's marriage. Kai Kiching was known as a charming fox in the immortal realm. She had the enchanting charm of a fox, but she was cold and dignified. She had a pair of enchanting eyes that were filled with coldness. She had two completely different temperaments that attracted everyone who saw her. It was precisely because of Kai Kiching's beauty, temperament, and talent that the Kai family could not decide. The Kai family had always wanted to use Kai Kiching to achieve the greatest benefits. It would be best if they could touch the high and mighty position of Sang Tian. Their first choice was naturally Yu Sang Tian. However, Yu Sang Tian's eyes had never fallen on the Kai family. They had also been choosing other Sang Tian. They had dragged it out until now. When Kai Kiching reached the sequence level, the Kai family was even more reluctant to let her go. If she stayed, the Kai family would have another expert at the sequence level. If she could not be exchanged for benefits, it would be better for her to stay. Kai Bai had been having a headache over this for many years. He would wait and see how the changes in Yuan Sang Tian would develop. Did the Yuan family have a suitable candidate? Wu Jiang passed through one region after another. These regions all had strong factions, but no one dared to stop Wu Jiang. Before Yuan Qi even attacked, the strength beast tore apart the three-headed death beast. It was too shocking. However, everyone knew that Wu Jiang would not have an easy time. At least, the 10,000 beast border and god-governing mountain would not let Yuan Qi off. They were all waiting for a chance to kill him. On this day, Wu Jiang arrived at the Kai region. Everyone thought that it would be the same as before. Wu Jiang would slowly pass through the Kai region. However, Wu Jiang turned and headed towards the Kai family. Countless gazes following Wu Jiang changed. The Kai family? What did Yuan Sangtian have to do with the Kai family? At the Kai family, Kai Bai suddenly stood up and looked into the distance in shock. How could this be? Why was Wu Jiang heading towards the Kai family? He also thought that Wu Jiang would pass through the Kai region and did not care. However, he did not expect Wu Jiang to turn around. The Kai region was huge. Each of the 36 regions was huge. The Kai family was located at the back of the middle of the Kai region. After passing through the Kai family was the entrance to a parallel universe. It was because of that parallel universe that the Kai region developed. The Kai family was not only the leader of the Kai region, they were also the leader of that parallel universe. When Wu Jiang arrived at the Kai family, a huge shadow covered the mountain range. All the cultivators of the Kai family walked out and looked up in shock. All they saw was the bottom of the ship. In the depths of the Kai family, Kai Sandao's eyes flickered. Those people from the Tianyuan universe did not plan to let him go. They actually chased him all the way to the Kai region. On the other side, Kai Fei woke up from his stupor. He looked up at Wu Jiang and felt many terrifying auras. What happened? In a courtyard filled with white leaves, a pair of charming yet incomparably cold eyes opened. She stared upwards at Wu Jiang. Her gaze didn't waver as if Wu Jiang didn't exist, even though she also sensed many terrifying auras. Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi looked up. Why would Yuan Sangtian come here? Kai Jun's shadow flashed again. Kai Juanhao shook his head. Impossible, definitely impossible. Wu Jiang floated above the Kai family. Kai Jun looked down at the familiar Kai family and clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot. This day had finally arrived. He flew towards the spiritualized universe. He flew for a long time until he was in despair. He hated the Kai family all the time. He thought that he was going to die, but he didn't expect that he would be saved and that there would be a day where he could take revenge. He had waited for this day for a long time, but it had come very quickly. He had never dreamed that such a day would come. The Kai family was a colossus to him, but now it was beneath his feet. The Kai family was just the first and there would be more to come. Let the spiritualized universe become lively. Kai Bai rose into the sky and appeared in front of Wu Jiang. He did not know what to do. Bow respectfully? No, Yuan Qi had clearly rebelled against the spiritualized universe and was provoking beyond heaven. The more respectful he was, the more the Kai family would be dealt with by beyond heaven. But if he was not respectful, he was afraid that Yuan Qi would slap him to death. Why had Wu Jiang come to the Kai family? What was going on? Even Ancestor Triblade and Ancestor Kai Fei had not come out. Was Yuan Qi, the spirit ancestor, not courting death by facing Sangtian? Whether it was in the open or in the dark, countless eyes were focused on Kai Bai with different expressions. Although Kai Bai was the head of the Kai family, he had never received such attention in his entire life in the spiritualized universe. He took a deep breath and tried his best to appear neither servile nor overbearing. May I ask why Yuan Qi has come to the Kai family? There is no such thing as primordial mulberry sky here, only primordial first master. Wu Jiang's voice rang out and shook the entire Kai domain. It also shocked the cultivators who had followed Wu Jiang. No one had expected Yuan Qi to say such a thing. This was equivalent to stripping him of his position as Sangtian. Lu Yin sat there leisurely with a smile on his face. Some time had passed since Yuan Qi had provoked beyond heaven, but Yu Sangtian had not said anything. Lu Yin did not believe that no one had requested to strip Yuan Qi of his position, but Yu Sangtian was worried that the spiritualized universe would fall into chaos if the position was left vacant, so he had suppressed it. If you suppress it, then I will strip myself of my position. The joy of a game was to counter every move and occasionally predict the opponent's moves. Yuan Qi's words had pushed Yu Sangtian down a cliff, and he had stripped him of his position. If Yu Sangtian did not say anything, then what would others think? With the border incident, more and more people in the spiritualized universe would become dissatisfied with Yu Sangtian. This was a game between Lu Yin and Yu Sangtian, but Kai Bai was in trouble. He did not know how to respond. When it came to Sangtian's position, it was not something that a mere family head like him could intervene. He had never wanted to participate in this matter, but he had somehow become the center of attention. Yuan Qi walked to the bow of Wu Jiang's ship and looked at Kai Bai. Kai Bai saw Yuan Qi walk out and felt that it was inappropriate to bow. This person had provoked beyond heaven, and if he did not bow, Then he was afraid that Yuanqi would slap him to death. He could only stand there and pray that Yuanqi had walked out. "You are the head of the Kai family?" Yuanqi slowly asked. Kai Bai tried his best to be neither servile nor overbearing, but he could not hide the respect and fear in his voice. "I am Kai Bai. May I ask what Senior Yuanqi wants to teach me?" Yuanqi waved a hand and Kai Jun exhaled and suppressed his excitement. He slowly walked forward and stood beside Yuanqi. The Kai family's scenery was beautiful from this angle. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-34. Yuanqi had already given up on the spiritualized universe, and his actions could not be tolerated by the spiritualized universe. Even if he could explain himself, Xianxia would definitely find a chance to get rid of him because he knew about the spiritualized universe. He might not even give him a chance to explain himself. His only way out was to survive in front of Luin, and he would do whatever Luin wanted him to do. "Do you know this young man?" Kai Jun looked at Kai Bai, his eyes filled with killing intent. Kai Bai looked at Kai Jun and his pupils shrank. Kai Jun. At the same time, Kai Xuanhuan and Kai Junyi saw Kai Jun at the bow of boundless ship and turned pale. How was this possible? Why was Kai Jun still alive? Why was he above boundless and related to Yuanqi Xianxia? Kai Xuanhao was stunned, and his mind was in chaos. His bad guess had actually come true. Boundless had come because of Kai Jun, but why? A mere disciple of a branch family of the Kai family, an ant that should have died at the hands of Yuanqi, was actually related to Xianxia and attracted boundless. What did he have? No one could answer Kai Juanhao's question, and this was what Kai Bai wanted to ask the most. What did he have? How could a mere Kai Jun attract boundless? He looked at Yuanqi. "Senior, why is Kai Jun in boundless?" Yuanqi clasped his hands behind his back and did not speak. Kai Jun gritted his teeth and stared at Kai Bai. "Master, long time no see." Kai Bai and Kai Jun looked at each other and saw the killing intent in Kai Jun's eyes. Kai Bai's mind raced, and his expression changed to one of concern and doubt. "How? Uranir returned a long time ago. Little Jun, why didn't you come back with them? Why are you still in boundless? What happened?" Looking at Kai Bai's feigned expression of concern, Kai Jun laughed. He laughed heartily and his laughter was filled with ridicule. Kai Bai's fingers twitched and he wanted to kill Kai Jun, but he could only pretend. "Little Jun, what happened? Why are you laughing?" Kai Jun laughed. "Master, your hypocrisy is so disgusting that I want to vomit." Kai Bai did not understand. "Little Jun, what do you mean? What happened? Is there a misunderstanding?" Kai Jun sneered, "Don't tell me you don't know what your precious son did. He conspired to steal my parents' belongings and look down on my branch family. He has always been using me. When my parents died in battle in the consciousness universe, Kai Juanhao joined forces with Kai Junyi to leave me behind to fend for myself. Kai Bai, you raised a good son and daughter." Kai Bai was furious. "So there is such a thing. Little Jun, don't worry, the Kai family will not tolerate such a thing. If it really happens, I will personally kill them to correct the family's reputation." "You would kill your own son and daughter for me, a branch family member?" The genius mocked. Kai Bai gritted his teeth. "It's not for you, it's for my Kai family's reputation. My Kai family will never allow this kind of thing to happen." He lowered his head and said, "Little Jun, come with me. I will definitely give you an explanation." "No need." Yuanqi said coldly, "They are above boundless." Kai Bai's face turned pale. "How? Uranir were on Wujiang?" Wujiang Rain Observatory. Small raindrops fell on the limestone floor and also fell on Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi. They were clearly cultivators, but because of the rain they felt cold all over. They were standing in front of Luin looking at him with deep fear. They did not know how they came up without a trace. The Kai family could not stop them. And the young man in front of them gave them a lot of pressure. Even if this pressure was just even old ancestor Three Knives did not give them any pressure. This pressure was unimaginable. Luin looked at the two with interest but did not ask anything. The Kai family had to pay a price. If they did not do this, how could they think of Dayu Manor in their despair? Kai Bai suppressed his fear and said to Yuanqi, "Since Hao Uranir are in Wujiang, this matter needs to be confronted." He looked at Kai Jun. "Little Jun, I will leave them to you. If they have harmed you, you don't have to be courteous. Just treat it as correcting the family's reputation." Kai Jun was disdainful. For the Kai family, Kai Bai directly threw his own children out. His heart was bleeding, but there was nothing he could do. In front of a colossus like Wu Jiang, the Kai family was too weak. So what if it was only 3 knives? A pet on Wu Jiang could tear apart 3 knives. 3 knives dared to fight for Sang Tian's position and dared to challenge Yuan Qi. 3 knives could not compare. The White Soul list represented the future but not the present. Unless 3 knives broke through to the primordial realm, only then would he have the qualifications to negotiate with Wu Jiang. Kai Bai did not know that Kai Sandao was no less afraid than him because he had personally seen Wu Jiang massacre the border. Yi Sang Tian almost could not return. Yu Sang Tian did not personally make a move. There was a huge secret here. He was very clear, but he did not dare to think too much. Now that he saw Wu Jiang come for the younger generation's grievances, he wanted nothing more than to slaughter Kai Bai's family and force Wu Jiang to leave. I heard that the Kai family has Kai Sandao, who is ranked 9th on the White Soul list. Tell him to come out. Lu Yin's voice came out of Wu Jiang. Kai Bai subconsciously looked into the depths of Wu Jiang, but he could not see anyone. The voice was very young, but it had an inexplicable majesty that made him apprehensive. Who could it be? Yuan Qi looked up at the Kai family and shouted, "Kai Sandao, come out." In the surroundings, the cultivators both in the open and in the dark rejoiced in their misfortune. Kai Sandao was unlucky. In the past few years, the Kai family had relied on him to monopolize the Kai domain, which made many people jealous. Once he broke through to the primordial realm, the Kai family's status would be different again. Now that he had been targeted by Wu Jiang, he was truly unlucky. Kai Bai relaxed. Old ancestor Kai Sandao had come out, so he did not need to support this matter anymore. Above Wu Jiang, Kai Xuanhuan and Kai Junyi's legs went soft. Old ancestor Kai Sandao was an unreachable existence. Even in the entire spiritualized universe, he was a peak existence. Sang Tian had treated him with respect, but this young man had directly asked him to come out. Just who was this person? Was he Yuan Qi's disciple? No, a younger generation? They became even more terrified. Below the Kai domain, Kai Sandao's heart sank. It was not only because of the younger generation, but also because Wu Jiang was looking for him. Yes, he was definitely looking for trouble. Wu Jiang had massacred the border, but he had escaped. Aside from him, only Yi Sang Tian had escaped. Wu Jiang did not plan on letting anyone go. No, he could not meet Wu Jiang. Kai Sandao gritted his teeth, raised his hand, and tore through the void to escape. Above Wu Jiang, Lu Yin's eyes widened. The starry sky around his heart was instantly enveloped, shaking the void. Just as Kai Sandao was about to leave through the void, he was blasted out by the shaking force. This force seemed to have changed the entire starry sky, and he saw stars that did not belong to the Kai domain change. He saw a strange constellation, and it was as if he had seen a young man with a pair of eyes. Lu Yin stared down. So it's you. Get out here. As soon as he spoke, the ground of the Kai domain shook and cracked open. Kai Sandao was blasted out from below by a terrifying force. Lu Yin did not know who Kai Sandao was, but when the man tried to escape, Lu Yin immediately noticed him. It was only then that he realized that Kai Sandao was one of the cultivators who had escaped from Wu Jiang's border. Only 2 people had been involved in the spiritualized universe's border battle. One was the president and the other was this person. No wonder he had wanted to escape. This person had thought that Wu Jiang was looking for trouble. Kai Sandao rushed out from the ground and looked up at Wu Jiang. His eyes were filled with shock, but he could not resist. Wu Jiang was too strong and Yuan Qi was just on the surface. During the border battle, Yuan Qi had not even made a move. The ones who had massacred the border were the people from the Tianyuan universe. He had no chance to resist at all. In the surroundings, countless gazes fell on Kai Sandao. They did not understand why he had suddenly fought with Wu Jiang. It seemed that he had been defeated and did not even manage to escape. Xian Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pete. I only have 3 strikes. Sighed. Not a sound could be heard. The stars were bright and clear. Everything was like nothingness. It was also like a mirror that shattered in an instant. In the sky above the domain, only 3 blades turned into nothingness. It was right in front of Limitless, right under Lu Yin's nose. Lu Yin suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky. Within Boundless, the ancestor walked out, his expression grave. Yu Sang Tian had made his move. Chu Yi, Su Wangtian, Desolate God and the other experts all looked at the starry sky. In that instant they felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts. That moment of fear came from Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian actually made a move. He didn't deal with Wu Jiang but only Sandao. It was obvious that Sandao's words were not tolerated by Xianxia. Lu Yin looked at the starry sky for a while and slowly sat down. Xianxia's strength was deeply felt every time he got close to him. However, if Xianxia had directly attacked Wu Jiang, it would not have been so easy. The ancestors' test would not have been so easily passed. However, Sandao's death was too unjust. Lu Yin had not come for him. Lu Yin and the others knew that Sandao had died at Xianxia's hands, but the others did not. Regardless of whether it was the cultivators watching Wu Jiang or the Kai family, none of them knew that Xianxia had made a move. They only thought that Wu Jiang was unhappy with Sandao and wanted to escape. This scene shocked everyone once again. Sandao, ninth on the White Soul list, a future spirit prime powerhouse, had been killed without a trace. It was as if he had never existed. Ruthless, too ruthless. He did not even let Sandao finish his words. Kai San trembled. Killed just like that? What was the Kai family to Wu Jiang? How could he just kill without any hesitation? Just for a junior? Kai Jun did not expect Sandao to die just like that. He had thought of taking revenge on the Kai family, but that was only limited to Kai San. He did not dare to think of going any further. Now Lu Yin's gaze appeared in his mind again. He felt that gaze was high and mighty, looking down on everything as if they were ants. Sandao was not the only Kai family member, but he was the most famous. After Sandao's death, Kai Fei could no longer hide and hurriedly appeared. Kai Fei of the Kai family greets Yuanqi Sr. Yuanqi was also shocked by Sandao's death. He knew that it was Xianxia, not Wu Jiang. Xianxia's aura was even more unfathomable than before. Kai Jun's matter is my family's fault for not being strict enough. We are willing to give Wu Jiang an explanation. It's the Dayu Villa, Yuanqi said. The more unfathomable Xianxia was, the more he had to follow Lu Yin. Otherwise he would not even know how he died. He looked at Kai Fei solemnly and his voice rang out. Kai Jun is a member of the Dayu Villa. We cannot be bullied by others, do you understand? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-35. Kai Fei had never heard of the Dayu Villa, nor did he understand why Yuanqi had created it. However, he could only nod. Understood. It's the Dayu Villa. Yuanqi's voice grew louder. The Dayu Villa accepts disciples from the outside, and they are only separated by good and evil. Anyone who joins the Dayu Villa, regardless of what they have experienced in the past, will be protected by the Dayu Villa. The Dayu Villa promises to protect all disciples to the greatest extent possible. Regardless of whether they have violated the rules or not, as long as they are not evil, they can join the Dayu Villa. Following his words, the flag above Boundless fluttered in the wind, and the words "True love is unequaled" were especially eye-catching. Within Boundless, Lu Yin laughed. Yuanqi is becoming more and more cooperative. Chui smiled. He wouldn't dare not cooperate. There is no place for him in the spiritualized universe. Kai Xuanhuan and Kai Junyi were shocked. Yuanqi had not volunteered but had been forced. These people were the masters of Boundless. Who were these people? They hurriedly knelt down. We request to join the Dayu Villa. Please grant us our request. Please grant us our request. The Kai family is willing to die for you. Lu Yin did not care about them, and his voice traveled to Kai Fei's ears. How does the Kai family plan to answer to the Dayu Villa's disciples? Kai Fei did not know who had spoken, nor did he want to know. The more he knew, the more troublesome it would be. A ruthless look flashed past his eyes, and he raised his hand to strike Kai Bai. Kai Bai had thought that he did not need to make a decision, but he had not expected Kai Fei to attack him. Kai Bai died and his corpse fell to the ground. Kai Juanhao and Kai Junyi are in Boundless and are at your disposal. From now on, the Kai family's direct line of descent will be changed to the Dayu Villa's line of descent. Is the Dayu Villa satisfied? Kai Fei's attitude was very humble. Yuanqi was calm, but this kind of thing had happened too often. For someone like Kai Fei, family was the most important. Regardless of whether they were direct or collateral descendants, as long as they had the surname Kai, it was fine. All of them were willing to sacrifice themselves for the Kai family. This was the family's philosophy. Old Tao shook his head and sighed. He had not expected that the Kai family would be forced into such a state. However, when he thought about the battle at the border, where Xianxia had joined forces with the Grand Domain and the experts at the border had been massacred, the Kai family did not stand out. Kai Jun, what do you think? Lu Yin's voice. Kaijun said respectfully, I'll follow Third Master's decision. Third Master? Kai Fei didn't understand this form of address. You can make your own decisions, Luin said. Kaijun took a deep breath and looked at Kai Fei. Kai Fei also looked at him. He had never thought that there would be a day when he would look at a junior with a pleading gaze. Moreover, it was a junior from a branch family, a character that was originally unworthy of his attention. Kaijun experienced the feeling of being above his family. This was all given to him by the Dayu Villa and the Third Master. He suddenly thought of something and said in a deep voice, The Dayu Mountain Manor made the decision for me because I joined the Dayu Mountain Manor and was recognized by the Dayu Mountain Manor. My matter has been resolved, but I'm not an ungrateful person. I need to pay the price for the Dayu Mountain Manor. Kai Fei was puzzled. What price? Luin was curious as well. This prodigy was actually fighting for his benefits. What could a prodigy possibly have that could catch his eye? Kaijun loudly opened his mouth. Kai family's pearl, Kai Kuching. Kai Fei stared blankly at Kaijun. He was astonished at first, but only then could he be clear. Old Tao's eyes lit up. This kid knew how to do things. Kai Kuching's reputation had spread throughout the spiritualized universe, and she was coveted by countless people. The Kai family had been troubled by her for a long time, and they didn't know how to deal with her. This kid actually wanted to bring Kai Kuching into the boundless universe. With Kai Kuching's beauty and temperament, would the Third Master be tempted? There was a 99% chance that he would. And this credit belonged to Kaijun. This kid wasn't stupid and he knew how to use limited resources. The surrounding people who were staring at the boundless universe grew anxious. What Kai Kuching? How can that be? Our sect master has taken a fancy to her. That's enough. How can your sect master be worthy of Kai Kuching? She's a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and only those major powers can covet her. Immediately send word back that Kai Kuching can't enter the boundless universe. The boundless universe has already broken the rules. If you take Kai Kuching away, don't blame us for being impolite. No one will let the boundless universe go. Even Yuanqi can't stop it. Luin heard the discussions around him and he looked at Kaiyu. He saw a courtyard and a woman and he was stunned. This woman's appearance might not be the most beautiful he had ever seen, but her unique temperament was charming with a hint of coldness, and her holiness with a hint of seduction. She was indeed very attractive. Moreover, this woman was a powerhouse of the sequence laws, and her talent was extremely good. She could attract even more powerhouses. Luin stood up and slowly walked to the bow of the boundless universe. Kai Fei looked at Kaijun, hiding his ruthlessness. This kid actually had designs on the Kai family's pearl. Bastard Kaijun, how that junior was also stupid. Since he had made a move, why didn't he clean it up and implicate the Kai family? He couldn't understand why the dignified Sang Tian would stand up for Kaijun. Kaijun stared at Kai Fei. Ancestor, you're not willing? Kai Fei was troubled. Kai Kuching is already engaged to someone. If she boarded the boundless universe, it wouldn't be good. Kaijun frowned. Engaged? Oh. Kai Fei wanted to slap Kaijun to death. This junior was too impudent, but he didn't dare. Oh. If he said it at this time, it would be the truth. But who? A name flashed through his mind. Before he could think of anything, Luin walked out and stood in front of Yuanqi. No matter who it is, even if it's Yu Sang Tian, this woman will still board the boundless universe. Kai Fei looked at Luin in astonishment. What a big tone. Yuanqi was surprised. Did he take a fancy to that woman? Kaijun was excited. This was the right step. He wanted to repay Lu Yin's help. He didn't have the ability, but the Kai family had Kai Kuching. As long as the third elder valued her, he would repay the favor. Luin stood at the bow of the boundless universe and looked down. Kai Kuching board the boundless universe. Kai Fei hurriedly said, Sir. I am the third elder of the Dayu Manor. Third elder? Kai Fei looked at Yuanqi and wanted to say something, but Old Tao walked out and reluctantly said, Old friend, we meet again. Kai Fei was surprised. Old Tao? Old Tao laughed dryly. I am the second elder of the Dayu Manor. Kai Fei was speechless. What was this? Kai Kuching walked out of the white courtyard in the Kai domain and looked up. The boundless universe's shadow covered the Kai family, just like the hazy life she had lived for so many years. Kai Kuching, the boundless universe. It didn't matter where she went. She was just a bargaining chip. So what if she had the sequence laws? In the spiritualized universe, were there few powerhouses at this level? If both sides didn't move, they were destined to be chess pieces. Kai Kuching slowly rose into the air and appeared in front of countless people. Numerous gazes fell on her, and the sound of rapid breathing could be heard. What a beautiful woman. That kind of temperament made people want to have her. That kind of beauty was irresistible. Kai Kuching was familiar with such gazes. Even when she was young, she would attract countless gazes when she went out. She was used to it. Lu Yin watched Kai Kuching slowly approach. The closer she got, the more obvious her cold and charming temperament was, and the more intoxicating it was. A snow fox that had fallen into a volcano. That was how Lu Yin felt. When a person was in a volcano, the heat was unbearable. This snow fox was a person's greatest desire. This woman was easy to get addicted to. Kai Fei was bitter. The Kai family had protected this pearl so well in exchange for the greatest benefits, but in the end, it had become like this. His heart was bleeding. It was all because of that genius. Damn it, the Dayu Manor had violated the rules and defied Yusang Tian. He would definitely die a horrible death. He had to keep an eye on the Dayu Manor and find an opportunity to make that genius beg for death. As for Kai Kuching, once she ascended to the boundless universe, she would no longer have any value. Her only use would be to stay in the Kai family and become a sequence law expert. If Kai Fei could think of this, then so could Kai Kuching. She ignored Kai Fei, Lu Yin, and Yuan Qi, minding her own business as she ascended to the boundless universe. Not being protected by the Kai family was the best protection she could give herself. A delicate fragrance swept past, bringing with it an icy chill. Yuan Qi sighed. No wonder even Lu Yin couldn't help but want to take this girl away. She was definitely a pearl of the spiritualized universe. Not long after, the boundless universe left the Kai domain, leaving behind the shattered Kai family. The news that Kai Kuching had ascended to the boundless universe was far more important than the Kai family. The spiritualized universe was in an uproar, and all the young masters and powerhouses who coveted Kai Kuching looked towards the boundless universe. They wanted to tear it apart as well as the third master. He was so young and he was so eager to let Kai Kuching ascend to the boundless universe. This person had to be killed. In the spiritualized universe's eyes, Kai Kuching had ascended to the boundless universe because Lu Yin had taken a liking to her. However, the people of the Tianyuan universe knew that this was not the case. Lu Yin had too many close female friends in the Tianyuan universe, and the spiritualized cultivators were more anxious. This was the fundamental reason why Kai Kuching had ascended to the boundless universe. He was here to cause trouble. The boundless universe had caused a ruckus in the Kai family, forcing them to pay the price for persecuting a genius. This was a promotion for the Dayu Villa, but the one who had truly spread the news was Kai Kuching. As the news spread, many people who were on the verge of despair looked towards the boundless universe. Could the Dayu Villa really protect them? There would always be people who could not be tolerated by the world, and such people were either idiots or geniuses. At the same time, in the Lushan domain, the Yuan family was surrounded by many people. Senior Yuan Hong, please come out for a meeting. The Yuan family must give us an explanation regarding the boundless universe. We once respected Yuan Qi, but now he has violated the rules and provoked the realm beyond heaven. The Yuan family must give us an explanation. Come out, Yuan family. The Yuan family. Within the Yuan family, the ancestor Yuan Hong, the family head Yuan Zheng, and the various branch family heads had all gathered. Even the younger generation of cultivators had gathered. There were tens of thousands of people present, and they were all members of the Yuan family who lived in the Lushan domain. There were even more Yuan family members scattered throughout the Lushan domain. These people were far away from the main line of descent, and they could not come even if they wanted to. The entire Yuan family was surrounded. You all know about what happened in the outside world, right? Everyone in the Yuan family looked at Yuan Hong, waiting for the ancestor to speak. Yuan Hong was Yuan Qi's nephew. Yuan Qi's son had died a long time ago, so Yuan Qi did not have any direct relatives. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-36. Our family has always been viewed with hostility, even when our ancestor was still alive. It's all because of Yu Sang Tian's relationship with our ancestor. After our ancestor left for the Tianyuan universe, more and more people started to view us as enemies, all of them vainly coveting Sang Tian's position. Our ancestor has clearly broken the rules and established Dayu Mountain Manor. He's already brought us to the opposite side of beyond heaven. Remember what I'm about to say. Yuan Hong's gaze was cold. Our family has never enjoyed the grace of beyond heaven. Since our ancestor has broken the rules, we will follow. If anyone is unwilling to follow our ancestor, they can leave now. The family will not stop them. No one left. They all knew what the family had been through in the past few years. Even if they left and joined Beyond Heaven, they wouldn't be accepted, and even if they did, what use would it be? They would be nothing more than stray dogs that would forever bear the name of a traitor. Not only had the family betrayed the spiritualized universe, but they themselves had also betrayed the family. Only by following the family could they move forward. Xuanhuan was satisfied. No one's leaving. Good, then remember this. From now on we will wait for our ancestor in Lushan domain. The family has sealed off the mountain, and no one is allowed to enter or leave. Unless they attack us, we will not move. The Yuan's sealing of the mountain had infuriated the surrounding people. They wanted to attack Lushan domain, but they also had misgivings. The primordial origin had openly rebelled against the spiritualized universe, so he was clearly prepared. No one knew how many experts there were in the boundless universe, so who would be willing to take the lead? All they could do was surround the Yuans and put on a show for Beyond Heaven. If the primordial origin was finished, they would immediately attack the family and steal their resources. If the primordial origin left Beyond Heaven helpless, they would have to think of other methods. As long as they didn't attack, everything would be fine. The Yuans didn't know that the primordial origin wasn't willing, but that was no longer important. The primordial origin had already accepted his fate. The primordial origin didn't know about the Yuan's attitude, so he didn't really care about them. Cultivators cultivated both power and the heart. Many cultivators didn't care about relationships, and they believed that emotions would affect one's cultivation. The Eternals believed this, and the primordial origin was the same. Indifference to family was the only way to go further. There were also people who believed that emotions were a ladder for humans to climb up, and Lu Yin was one such person. It was hard to say who was right and who was wrong, and Lu Yin's example could not become everyone's target. He had only been cultivating for a short period of time, and his emotions were still there. Yuan Qi had left the spiritualized universe a long time ago, and his family had long since faded away. She hadn't met Lu Yin, and he hadn't planned on meeting her either. As long as she was above boundless, it would be fine. Dozens of days later, Wu Jiang arrived at the Alan region, which was not far from the 100 Herb region. Looking into the distance, Lu Yin exclaimed, "Is that the water curtain?" Old Tao sighed, "Yes, that is the water curtain sky, the wonder of the Alin region." The water curtain sky was an arched bridge. Water flowed down from the bridge, splitting the starry sky and connecting the two ends of the Alin domain. It was a huge object, similar to the rainbow bridge of the starry sky of trees. The difference was that the rainbow bridge was connected from top to bottom, while the water curtain sky was connected horizontally. Anyone who passed through the Alin region would pass under the water curtain sky. There is a special kind of soil in the Alin region that is only attracted by the Alin spacetime. The Alin spacetime is connected to the spiritualized spacetime, and the gravity is the strongest. The further one is, the weaker it becomes. The Alin region arranged this soil horizontally, and as time passed, the soil was gradually attracted by the Alin spacetime and moved upwards, forming this bridge. The bridge. Due to the passage of time, the soil has solidified and become extremely hard. The people of the Alin region guided the water flow up and down the entire bridge, forming the wonder of the Alin region, the water curtain sky. Lu Yin looked into the distance. This water curtain sky is very important to the Alin region, right? Old Tao said, "Yes, the water curtain sky is the symbol of the Alin region. There are two leading forces in the Alin region, and they are separated by the water curtain sky. Each of them has a powerhouse guarding the sequence rules." Lu Yin smiled, "Two sequence rules? It's a very obvious aura, but it's too obvious." Wu Jiang rise. Old Tao didn't understand. Rise. This height was just enough to pass through the water curtain sky and rise again. Old Tao's expression changed. No way. Wu Jiang slowly rose and headed towards the water curtain sky. At this moment, above the water curtain sky, many eyes looked at Wu Jiang. Why is it rising? What is the meaning of this? This way it will hit the water curtain sky. Not good. Wu Jiang is going to hit the water curtain sky. In the dark, someone was anxious. It can't hit it. My dreamscape needs to be guided by reality. Reality is that Wu Jiang will pass through the water curtain sky and enter the dream through the water curtain sky. Once it hits it, the dream will fail. Can't it change reality? Change it to hitting the water curtain sky. From the looks of it, Wu Jiang is going to hit the water curtain sky. No, I can't do it. You are Master Meng Sang's disciple. I'm not saying Tian. Many eyes, some fierce, some fearful, all stared at Wu Jiang from all directions. This place was actually a place where they could kill Wu Jiang. The Daiyu Villa had caused trouble in the Kai domain, stolen Kai Kiching, and sealed the Zhen family's mountain. All of these things had formed a killing intent towards Wu Jiang. All of the great powers had gathered in the shortest time possible to take action in the water curtain sky. The first to act was Meng Sang's disciple, trying to get Wu Jiang to enter the dream. However, the dream failed before it even started. Wu Jiang headed straight for the water curtain sky. Two figures hurriedly blocked it. Senior Primordial Origin, the Alan domain did not offend the Daiyu Villa. Please lower your altitude and pass through the water curtain sky. Lu Yin walked out and stood at the bow of Wu Jiang's ship with an arrogant smile. No one can make Wu Jiang lower its head. You are underestimating it. The two were furious. It's just a bridge, it can't make Wu Jiang lower its head. Lowering its altitude is lowering its head. Are you looking down on the Daiyu Villa? Lu Yin shouted. The two opened their mouths but did not know how to refute. This guy was obviously twisting words and forcing logic, and his arrogance made them want to kill him. Lu Yin was impatient. Get out of the way. Don't blame us if you die. Who are you? Tell us your name. One of them had a fierce look. Lu Yin sneered. I'm the Daiyu Villa's third master. You can call me seventh bro. Wu Jiang headed for the water curtain sky and the two avoided it while staring at Lu Yin, who was standing at the bow. Boom. There was a loud noise and countless people in the Alan domain looked up to see a shocking scene. The water curtain sky that had stood tall in the Alan domain for countless years had been split in two by Wu Jiang. Due to the attraction of Alan's spacetime to the soil of the water curtain sky, the fragments did not fall. However, the water that existed in the water curtain sky scattered in all directions, causing a heavy rain to fall on the Alan domain. Wu Jiang crashed into the water curtain sky in the rain, and many pairs of eyes filled with murderous intent stared at Lu Yin from behind the rain. Lu Yin turned around and walked into Wu Jiang, completely ignoring the murderous intent. Kill. Someone could not help but attack. It was a powerhouse from the sequence laws, and his sequence particles soared into the air and spread towards Wu Jiang. Powerhouses attacked from all directions, and the most eye-catching of all were three violent and terrifying auras that accompanied their enormous bodies. They exploded from three different directions and attacked Wu Jiang at the same time. Not only did they want to deal with the people on Wu Jiang, but they also wanted to destroy Wu Jiang. Within Wu Jiang, Ba Lui Yao, and the others were deathly pale as they stared blankly at the sharp claws descending from the sky. What a terrifying powerhouse. Kai Jun was shocked and stunned. He had never encountered such a terrifying aura in his life. Kai Jun watched the claws descend, but his gaze was very calm. Old Tao raised his head. It was another old fellow from the Myriad Beasts border. As expected of one of the few organizations in the 36 domains that could rival the Divine Driving Mountain and the School of Arts. They had many hidden powerhouses. Two of the three old fellows were from the sequence laws, and one of them had broken through to the primordial realm and cultivated the sixth-ranked God's Radiance. The God's Radiance caused the terrifying beast to grow even taller, and a human figure appeared behind it. It was clearly a beast, but a human had appeared behind the God's Radiance. No one was unfamiliar with this person. Two of the 7 great mulberry skies had spiritualized beasts. One was Meng Sang and the other was this human figure, Wu Huang. Not many people knew what kind of beast form sovereign Wu Huang was. He always appeared in his human form, which was his appearance before he shed his spirit. However, everyone knew that he was a beast form sovereign Wu Huang. Emperor Wu Huang was the ruler of the 10,000 beasts border, and he was currently in the consciousness universe. It was normal for the experts of the 10,000 beasts border to cultivate the divine reflection art. Meanwhile, the peerless emperor that came out of the divine reflection was aimed at boundless. He raised his palm and pressed down. The peerless emperor's ultimate battle skill, lifeless destruction. Many people were familiar with this expert and they had also heard of his legend. Although he had failed in the competition for Sang Tian's position, his strength was very close to Sang Tian's, surpassing the death of 3 heads. He should be able to lead to a battle of the origin. At this moment, Limitless was locked in place. 3 colossal figures had made their move. In addition, there was Limitless Emperor, who had appeared from nowhere, as well as the Sequence Law powerhouse who was hiding in the dark. Countless people were looking forward to Limitless destruction. The origin was Sang Tian, who was extremely powerful, but could he block so many attacks? Just the three old fellows from the land of myriad beasts were enough to make Yuanqi suffer. The radiant god was a law of sequence, but it was used by a primordial realm expert. The other two old fellows did not use any laws of sequence, so they could not approach him. This encirclement would allow them to see through Wujiang at the very least. Lu Yin walked towards the rain observatory step by step. Three figures charged out towards the three colossal figures. They were Su Wang, the strength beast, and the star toad. The star toad was aggrieved, but there was nothing it could do. Since Lu Yin wanted it to take action, it had to take action. Charging out of Wujiang, Su Wang swung its tail at the colossal beast to its left, while the strength beast threw a punch at the colossal beast to its right. The primordial realm beast that had used the divine reflection art and the sovereign Wu Huang's battle technique, end of life and destruction, was targeted by the star toad. Since it had taken action, it obviously had to pick the most powerful one. That was the only way to show off, and only it could deal with a primordial realm expert. Bang, bang, bang. Three loud sounds rang out, and blood mixed with the rain from the water-curtained sky, splattering across the Alan region. Countless people stared at the sky blankly. Who was it? Why had it turned scarlet? The three colossal figures fell from the sky, crushing mountains, overturning seas, and shaking up the entire Alan region. Lu Yin sat back down and raised his head, his gaze deep. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-37. Huang and Force Beasts represented the limits of the Heaven's origin universe. Even Hongyan Mavis of the Three Realms' Six Daos could not defeat them in terms of strength. Hongyan Mavis was at the peak of the law sequence, and she could challenge primordial realm experts from the Three Realms' Six Daos. Huang and Force Beasts were not a problem for them to deal with two law sequence beasts. They could break through everything with brute force. As for the Star Toad, it was even less of a problem as it was a bitter calamity realm expert. After dealing with the three spirit-molted beasts and the hidden expert, the Star Toad waved his hand. The golden staff was raised high into the air and swept out in all directions, scattering all of the law sequence beasts that attacked Boundless. Boundless slowly passed through the shattered water curtain space. When the water completely fell onto the Alan region, light illuminated Boundless from above. The Celestial had returned, his clothes stained with blood, but his expression was calm. The battle had ended very quickly, but it had not been easy for him. He had traded his life for another, as his opponent was a spiritualized law sequence cultivator. Fortunately, the Celestial had a combination of the triumphant battle technique and the law sequence, so trading life for life was most suitable for him. Lu Yin stood up and stretched. Collect the corpses. Second Anima walked out and collected the corpses of the law sequence experts. On the other side of the shattered water curtain space, the two law sequence cultivators from the Alan region were stunned. The spirit-molted beasts from the myriad beasts territory had fallen right in front of their eyes, and the Celestial had killed them all. That person bathed in golden light was undying. Was this the strength of the Dayu Villa? Was this the strength of the origin Sang Tian, who had rebelled against the realm beyond heaven? Sang Tian had yet to make a move, so they still could not see Boundless' true strength. Ba Lu and the others were indescribably shocked. Even though they had seen the battle at the border and that battle had been even crueler, this battle was just too dazzling. Even the rain was dyed red. Boundless was just too powerful, and they knew very well that there were still many people who had yet to make a move. The third boss in particular claimed to be the third boss, but in reality, everyone had to listen to him. He was the true master of the ship and no one knew just how powerful he was. In the water curtain space beneath the shattered soil, a man patted the mud off his body. He watched as Boundless left bathed in light inside. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he didn't enter the dream, or else he would have died without a doubt. There was definitely an even more terrifying expert hidden in the Boundless realm. It was rumored that even Yu Sang Tian was afraid of primordial Sang Tian's Dao Bell. It was not without reason. Primordial Sang Tian had not made a move yet. He was probably waiting for Yu Sang Tian. Yu Sang Tian did not make a move. Perhaps he was also afraid of primordial Sang Tian. If these two really fought, the remaining cultivators of the spiritualized universe might not be able to take down Wu Jiang. Those cultivators were not united. Fortunately, he didn't make a move. Fortunately. When the news of Shui Liankong's battle spread out, it shook the spiritualized universe. They did not know that there was an even more intense battle at the border. The result of this battle was already shocking. The radiant stage expert from the 10,000 Beasts border had once competed for Sang Tian's position. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have been much weaker than Sang Tian. However, according to the news, Sang Tian hadn't done anything. It was a toad that killed the spirit stage expert from the 10,000 Beasts border. Toad? No one believed it. They all thought they had seen wrongly. Sang Tian must have taken action secretly. Otherwise, how could a toad kill a spiritual prime? What kind of joke was this? Unless the toad was also a spiritually molted beast. No one had ever heard of Sang Tian befriending a spiritually molted beast. However, the battle in Shui Liankong had strengthened many people's confidence. The Dayu Mountain Villa definitely had a strength that was difficult to detect. One by one they headed towards Boundless. Those who had been chasing after Boundless were getting further and further away, as they were afraid that Boundless wouldn't be able to catch up. Their spirits were dampened. They were all afraid of Boundless. Even if the words on the banner were dazzling, they did not dare to be impudent. Before Boundless had even left the Alan domain, someone had already chased after it and requested to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. Lu Yin was interested and he allowed the person to ascend Boundless. The person was excited as he had actually managed to ascend to Boundless. This was a place that not even those who controlled the laws of the universe could reach. When he arrived at Boundless, he saw many people and sensed many unfathomable auras. He tried his best to make himself appear less fearful. He arrived in front of Lu Yin and bowed. "I'm Sherbei. Greetings, Third Master." Lu Yin sized up Sherbei. "You're so young but you're already at the spiritual wander realm. Not bad." The spiritual wander realm was equivalent to an enlighter in the Tianyuan universe. This person's age was about the same as Hai Chi-Chi's, which meant that his cultivation was not bad. Sherbei respectfully replied, "I'm still far from Third Master's level. Thank you for the compliment." The surrounding people had strange looks. Compared to Lu Yin? Sherbei did not know Lu Yin's strength, and he had only speculated based on common sense. Lu Yin had not obtained the position of Third Master through his own strength, but rather through his connections with the primordial origin. Regardless of Lu Yin's strength, flattery was the right thing to do. Lu Yin raised a brow. "Why did you join the Dayu Mountain Villa?" Sherbei respectfully replied, "I believe that my talent is passable, and I'm willing to join the Dayu Mountain Villa as Third Master to serve the primordial origin." Lu Yin frowned. "That's it." Sherbei was stunned. This tone was not right. Shouldn't they be happy? Someone was willing to take the risk of offending the realm beyond heaven and even the entire spiritualized universe to join them, so the Dayu Mountain Villa should be happy. This meant that their strength had been recognized. That's it. Lu Yin stared at Sherbei. "No grievances?" Sherbei was confused. "Grievances? Should I?" "You should." "I don't." "Has your life been smooth sailing?" "I'm just a wandering cultivator. I don't offend anyone and I don't have many opportunities. However, my talent is not bad, and I once competed for a spot to enter the Tianyuan universe. I almost succeeded." Lu Yin casually waved his hand and threw Sherbei out of Boundless. What a joke. How could one be qualified to ascend Boundless without any grievances? He was here to cause trouble, not to take in disciples. Sherbei was stunned. Why had he been thrown out? Had he said something wrong? Why had he been thrown out? No grievances? Have you had a smooth sailing life? Lu Yin's words kept ringing in Sherbei's ears. This was the first time in his life that he had felt humiliated. He had indeed lived a good life because his talent was passable, and he did not offend anyone. Now, however, he had developed a strong grudge against Boundless. This guy was definitely a good-for-nothing who did not know how to cherish talents. Sherbei should have met the primordial origin. Someone appeared in front of him and grabbed Sherbei away. He was one of the few people who had been able to ascend Boundless and come out safely. Naturally, there were people who wanted to understand Boundless through him. This incident reminded many people that they wanted to understand Boundless. Why did they have to use force? Since the Dayu Villa was recruiting people, it was entirely possible for them to join. The primordial origins people were very powerful, but they could not see through people's hearts. At this thought, many people began to rack their brains. Large organizations were very efficient. Boundless had just left the Alan domain and was slowly traveling through space when people wanted to join. Lu Yin looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. Why do you want to join the Dayu Villa? The girl was a stunner, at least to most men. Although she was not as beautiful as Kai Yu-Qin, she had a seductive temperament that was irresistible. She also had an extremely alluring fragrance. There was a scream as the girl was thrown out of Boundless, just like Sherbei. Not long after, more people requested to join the Dayu Villa. They came from various organizations and they used various methods and excuses to join. Some of them used tragic backgrounds or persecution as reasons to join, but none of them succeeded. What's going on? You can't even join with your background? Some people did not understand. They had learned from Sherbei that the third master required people with grievances to join. You want grievances? Simple. They found people who had been wronged but none of them could join. Some of them were even more wronged than the geniuses. They were as miserable as they could be but they could not join. After summarizing these people's situations, they realized that the third master would do something. He flicked his finger. What did this have to do with joining the Dayu Villa? No one understood. Luin was very relaxed and even happy. What? Of course, it was because of the people who were constantly trying to join the Dayu Villa. Actually, killing them directly would deter them and make it impossible for them to plant people here, the primordial origin said. Luin smiled. Don't you think it's interesting? The primordial origin did not understand but he did not say anything. He only felt that it was a waste of time. To Luin it was not a waste of time at all. Everyone who wanted to join the Dayu Villa, regardless of whether they were ordered by someone or wanted to join wholeheartedly, could try the self-illuminating heavens technique. Although he had created this technique, it was still very unfamiliar to him. He needed to constantly try and cultivate it. This was the only cultivation method that Xianxia and Grandmaster Greengrass were afraid of. It was the technique that Luin wanted to cultivate the most. Karma could lead one to eternal life. How could he be careless? In comparison, it was quite interesting to see those people trying to join the Dayu Villa. It was more interesting than fishing. There were indeed some people who had been wronged, but their grievances were too small. Luin was only looking for trouble, not helping the spiritualized universe purge the sinister. It would be better if it was a big one. Along the way to the 100 Herbs region, there was a constant stream of people trying to join the Dayu Villa. Since Luin didn't kill anyone, there was a chance that they would be able to enter. Luin did not tire of using these people to test out karma, and both sides tacitly agreed to be at peace. It was just that the words on the flag were too eye-catching. Wu Jiang left Alin Domain and left an eternal legend in Alin Domain. As long as people couldn't leave Alin Domain, they would never forget the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood. Xian Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Pi. It was truly a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Beast form, spirit molt, corpses as big as mountains, blood as big as seas. The days of continuous sailing were not so boring, and various powers were trying to squeeze people into Wu Jiang. Luin was never tired of it and Wu Jiang was more lively than anywhere else. People were constantly entering and leaving. Some of the bolder ones even wanted to sneak in, but they would definitely be discovered. No matter how big Wu Jiang was, it could not compare to primordial origin's senses. However, they wanted to test the Dayu Villa's bottom line, and those who wanted to sneak in were prepared to die. Their goal was to find out just how many experts the Dayu Villa had. In the end, they found that there were many of them and it was terrifying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-38. The user of the black energy source was equivalent to the spirit progenitor, the disaster expedition, the Tianyuan army, the mechas, and so on. These people didn't really sneak into Boundless Realm, but what they saw when they tried to sneak in already made the outside world scratch their heads in confusion. Many people said different things, but if all these differences were combined together, then it was terrifying. The Dayu Villa had become a monster that occupied the spiritualized universe. Ah, he's here too. Old Tao was surprised. Luin casually threw out the man who thought that he had some talent and had an unruly temperament. Who is it? Prince Yu as in stupid. Luin was surprised. Nickname? Old Tao nodded. Luin laughed. You have a personality. Old Tao was solemn. Prince Yu is from the Wisdom Sky Domain. Third Master should have heard of him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The Wisdom Sky Domain? Now that was interesting. The Wisdom Sky Domain was one of the 36 domains of the spiritualized universe. Compared to the Divine Ruling Mountain and the Myriad Beast Territory, not many people knew about the Wisdom Sky Domain. Even the spiritualized universe's cultivators did not know much about the Wisdom Sky Domain. However, Yu Sangtian had determined that no Sangtian would be allowed to appear in the Wisdom Sky Domain. It was not that the Wisdom Sky Domain could not be reached, but that it was not allowed. If the spiritualized universe was a timeline, then the imperial mulberry sky, the 7 major mulberry skies, the sequence foundation, the sequence method, and so on were all embellishments to this timeline. Then, the wisdom space domain was the origin of this timeline. Like the supreme pole, it belonged to a certain extreme of the spiritualized universe. The supreme pole represented the extremes of the spiritualized universe's cultivation and battle prowess. The wisdom sky domain set the spiritualized universe's future. Whether it was the unified cultivation method or the sequence foundation, all of these ideas came from the wisdom sky domain. There was a saying among the spiritualized universe's upper echelons: the wisdom sky domain is an era ahead. The wisdom sky domain had never produced any shocking powerhouses, but the spiritualized universe's future was inseparable from the wisdom sky domain. Currently, the spiritualized universe's resources were distributed and its development direction was inseparable from the wisdom sky domain. Xianxia did not care about the 7 great xianxias teaming up, but they cared about the wisdom sky domain. The wisdom sky domain was like another spiritualized universe's xianxia. Luyin had learned about the wisdom sky domain, and it was one of the places that he had to go. He didn't expect that someone from the Zhikong domain would come ahead of time. In the tributary of the long river of time, Xuanhuan formulated a plan to deal with the spiritualized universe and proposed a plan to attack it. He once said that the spiritualized universe would definitely have extremely intelligent people, but such people would also be drowned in the consciousness of the spiritualized universe's civilization. At that time Luyin had agreed. However, the premise was that such a person was under the civilization consciousness. The intelligence space domain, on the other hand, was above the spiritualized universe's consciousness. It could even be said that the spiritualized universe's consciousness came from the intelligence space domain. The cultivation culture of the spiritualized universe was created by the intelligence void region. If the wisdom sky domain had truly transcended the current era, then they would have been able to see the disadvantages that existed in the war against the Xuanhuan universe. However, in the tributary of the River of Time, the first batch of spiritualized cultivators who had invaded the Xuanhuan universe had been defeated. They had been defeated by Luyin, but they had also been defeated by their battle strategy. This made Luyin unable to understand the Intellivision region. If the Intellivision region could clearly see the differences between the cultivation cultures of the two universes, then why hadn't they warned those people? Or was the Intellicong domain overestimated? Or perhaps they had other plans? If it was any other plan, the only one Luyin could think of was xianxia. The intelligence space domain had created the spiritualized universe's cultivation model to control the future of the civilization consciousness, but they could not control xianxia. Xianxia's refusal to allow xianxia to appear in the intelligence space domain was proof of this. If Luyin was someone from the intelligence space domain, then xianxia was an uncertain factor that should be resolved. A spiritualized universe could only move in one direction if the ultimate extremity did not appear. Right now it felt like a person's brain and body had been separated. The body wanted to go left but the brain wanted to go right. With this thought in mind, Xianxia stepped onto Boundless and walked towards Luyin. This person had an ordinary appearance and temperament, but his eyes seemed to be able to see through people's hearts. As he walked on Boundless, every step he took seemed to have been precisely calculated. Every step he took was steady and confident, which represented the strength of his heart. Luyin looked at Xianxia and suddenly released his pressure, which swept towards him. However, Xianxia seemed to be able to predict it in advance. The moment the pressure descended, his step did not stop. Just like before, he landed at the exact same time at the exact same distance, and with the exact same expression. Luyin raised his brows. Xianxia had predicted that Luyin would release his pressure and had prepared in advance. His pressure increased sharply. Xianxia suddenly stopped and looked at Luyin. "I overestimated you." Luyin smiled faintly. "Oh? What do you mean?" Xianxia shook his head. "Using strength to suppress others, you are no different from Xianxia." Luyin was surprised. "Are you comparing me to Xianxia? You overestimate me. I am only the third head and the first head is Yuanqi." Xianxia stared at Luyin. "Are you from the Xuanhuan universe?" Luyin did not refute. Xianxia has sealed off the news about this matter. Seems like my guess is correct. Then allow me to guess again. He has been to the Xuanhuan universe, right? Xianxia continued. Luyin's eyes flashed, but he did not refute. Yes, but also no. Xianxia had indeed been to the Xuanhuan universe, but that was in a tributary of the Time River and not the mainstream. Yusang Tian took a step forward and walked towards Lu Yin again. Lu Yin sat there calmly and just looked at him. Not many people in the spiritualized universe knew about the intelligent space domain, but the major forces that were watching Boundless definitely knew something. Although Yusang Tian was not recognized by most people, he was treated with respect by the major forces. Since he had boarded Boundless, he represented the intelligent space domain, and everyone was waiting for the results. They also did not know why Yusang Tian had boarded Boundless. Yusang Tian stopped 10 meters away from Lu Yin and sized him up. He then looked up and scanned the surroundings. There must be an existence on this warship that is comparable to Yusang Tian. He is the master of the Tianyuan universe, and regardless of whether it is you or Yuanqi, you are all controlled by this person. Old Tao stood behind Lu Yin and sized up Yusang Tian. There were very few people from the intelligent space domain, and each of them had unparalleled wisdom and could see through the situation. What he said was not wrong. The outside world believed that the master of the Dayu Villa was Yuanqi, but only this person could see that Yuanqi had no choice. Yuanqi had also guessed that this warship had come from the Tianyuan universe. Yusang Tian's gaze landed on Lu Yin again. You should be the descendant of that existence. It seems like Yuanqi is the master of the Dayu Villa, but it is actually you. Let me guess. On the surface you seem to have reached some sort of agreement with Yusang Tian, but in reality, you've been tricked by him. You've been forced to come from the Tianyuan universe. You've been forced into a passive position, but you can't do anything to him. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Ping Lu Yin's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but clap. So these are the people from the Zhikong domain. Amazing, amazing. Young Master Yu's expression was calm as he said, I can see through every single one of your actions. Now that you want to do the opposite, you want to make me mistakenly think that I have guessed wrongly. In fact, you have only strengthened my guesses. Yusang Tian has already suppressed the Tianyuan universe. You will all be buried by him. The battle at the border has already caused the grand entirety domain to be defeated. This is only his first step. Tell me, what has he grasped? I can help you. Otherwise, you won't have a good end. Lu Yin was truly impressed by this young Master Yu. In a situation where he didn't have any information, he had already guessed almost half of the truth. He had indeed been grasped by Yusang Tian, and he had no choice but to come from the Tianyuan universe. His identity was also that of the primogenitor's descendant. Aside from the fact that the primogenitor didn't control the Tianyuan universe, no one could have guessed his own rise. During the battle at the border, they had indeed been used by Yusang Tian to bury the grand entirety domain. They would still be used by Yusang Tian in the future, and this was something that couldn't be changed. Under normal circumstances, this person should have guessed 90% of the truth. In the distance, Su Wangtian dug his nose and stared at young Master Yu. The more intelligent a person was, the more likely they would have a bad end. Lu Yin stood up and walked towards young Master Yu. Young Master Yu looked at him calmly. He was extremely confident in his own guesses, and this was the confidence that had been acknowledged by the Zhikong domain. I heard that the successor of the Zhikong domain has a ball. Let me see, Lu Yin said, completely different from the previous topic. Young Master Yu raised his hand, and there was a black ball in his hand. It was pitch black, and it seemed as if all light had been sucked into it. There was nothing else other than black. Lu Yin didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the ball and examined it. Twinine. Young Master Yu's gaze turned cold and he looked at Lu Yin. Did Sang Tian tell you this? Lu Yin looked at the black ball and said as he walked, there are two successors of the Zhikong domain, the overt one and the covert one. The overt one walks the world and holds the twinine, while the covert one is hard to know. He holds the twin yang, and the covert one is said to be the true successor of the Zhikong domain. He has seen the world through the overt one, yet he sits alone outside of the world. Young Master Yu laughed, you only know one but you don't know the other. It seems so, but if you don't personally walk the world, you won't be able to understand the prosperity of the world. Does he really think that he has transcended just because he sits alone outside of the world? What a joke. Compared to me, he will always lack the experience of the world. What about you? After walking the world, can you still sit alone outside of the world? Lu Yin asked. Young Master Yu said, there is no need to sit alone outside of the world. Everyone is in the world, so what is outside? What is inside? It is just where the heart is. Once you see through the heart, you will be able to transcend. Lu Yin casually threw the black ball to young Master Yu. Well said. Those who think that they have transcended will never be able to transcend, but you are far from reaching this realm. He sat down again and looked at young Master Yu. You are very smart, and you are worthy of your identity as the overt successor of the Zhikong domain. However, if you want to cooperate with us, you need to be smart. You want to use us to experience some kind of change in the world, but we are not your chess pieces. Young Master Yu was surprised, and only then did he look at Lu Yin seriously. This person actually saw through his goal. His performance just now would make ordinary people think that the Zhikong domain was dissatisfied with Xianxia and wanted to do something. In fact, ever since Xianxia didn't allow the Zhikong domain to become Xianxia, the Zhikong domain had deliberately created this illusion of opposition. Everyone in the spiritualized universe who understood the Zhikong domain thought so, including the Xianxia. However, his real goal was to create a change in the world so that he could see the changes clearly, deduce the changes, surpass the covert one, see through the era of the spiritualized universe, and finally become the successor of the Zhikong domain. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 34-39. As for Yu Xianxia, he was just a ripple in the timeline. He could not achieve eternal life. In this timeline, Yu Xianxia would change, but Zhikong domain would never change. Whether or not he became Xianxia was meaningless. Lu Yin shook his head. It seems like you're not ready yet. Maybe I should wait for that secret messenger. He might be able to give me a pleasant surprise. He then waved his hand and threw the foolish prince out of the boundless void. Yu Gongzi had not expected Lu Yin to be so decisive and throw him out just like that. He had guessed the truth correctly. It was fine if this person didn't kill him, but he actually threw him out without any hesitation. This was something he had never imagined. Even if he had to leave Wujiang, he should have walked out on his own. He didn't need temperament, but he couldn't be humiliated like this. Falling through the heavens, Yu Gongzi looked towards the boundless universe. He did not see the primordial origin, nor did he see the true ruler of the Tianyuan universe, the person who could rival Yu Xianxia. However, Lu Yin had left a deep impression in his mind. This person was definitely not someone who liked beauty and was overbearing. His vision was definitely not bad. Above boundless, Old Tao hadn't expected Lu Yin to throw the foolish prince out like that. No matter how he looked at it, the two of them seemed to appreciate each other. He's too purposeful, and he's neglected the fact that he doesn't have the qualifications to talk to us about anything. I'm actually looking forward to that secret transmission, Lu Yin said indifferently. Yuanqi appeared. The wisdom void domain has always been dominated by covert communication, with overt communication as a supplement. After countless years, the overt communication has tried everything to turn the situation around, but to no avail. This person is extremely intelligent and he truly isn't afraid of death. He also has no respect for Yu Xianxia. His intelligence, willpower, and spirit are all excellent. It's just that he lacks power, Lu Yin commented. Normally speaking, the secret transmission won't come out. Since the boundless border is so eye-catching, the secret transmission won't come. Old Tao said. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Aren't we almost at the 100 Herbs realm? When the time comes, we'll set a rule and fully open the 100 Herbs dimension. The seeds of the 100 Herbs realm can't be given to anyone, not even your own son. They'll belong to whoever finds them. Old Tao was speechless. He didn't care about his reputation at all. A single sentence from Yushan had caused the 100 Herb region to decline, and Lu Yin was standing at the very bottom of that peak. He had directly overturned the entire region and he didn't care at all. Stillwater? That was a good idea. No one dared to go against the rigid rules. The infamy brought about by the situation created by Yushan was born by Dayu Manor alone. To be exact, it was born by Yuanqi alone. After Yuanqi left, he knew he was going to be scolded again. Yu Gongzi being thrown out of Boundless Border caused quite a stir. However, compared to Boundless Border's violation of the law, this stir was negligible. They were not far from the 100 Herbs region. Half a month later they crossed a region. The next region was the 100 Grass region. Lu Yin stretched lazily. They were finally about to reach their destination. Another person wanted to join the Dayu Villa, and Lu Yin continued to meet them. The karma of the self-illumination technique required an opportunity to break through. Not long after, a corpse floated in the starry sky, making many people quiet down. This person had just ascended the Boundless Mountain and was about to join the Dayu Villa, but when he came out, he was already a corpse. This was the first time Wu Jiang had killed someone who wanted to join Dayu Manor. Before this, The various great powers all sent people over, some of them brazenly carrying objectives easily seen through. At most, they were thrown out. Wu Jiang didn't kill them. Only this person was killed. What? Suddenly, another piece of news arrived. The power that had sent this person to monitor Wu Jiang had been killed. A ray of sword light had come from Wu Jiang, and it was unstoppable. Not only had the person who had ascended the boundless mountain been killed, even the person who had been sent there had been killed. Why had everyone who had gone out been killed? This result made others not dare to continue sending people to ascend the boundless mountain. The genius walked out and faced the starry sky. The Dayu Villa doesn't care about the past, only good and evil. This person's evil is rarely seen in the world, and everyone has the right to punish him. With that he returned. Countless gazes fell on the corpse, and many people began to investigate. The Dayu Villa considered evil, so they had to be careful to prevent sending out similar people. At the same time, they had a new understanding of the Dayu Villa. Only good and evil? Since when had Sang Tian been so kind? Not long after, that person's evil deeds were exposed. Even though the world of cultivation was cruel, this person's evil deeds still angered many, as they had crossed the bottom line. Above Wu Jiang, Lu Yin was in a gloomy mood. That person's evil deeds were unbearable, and this was only what he had seen. In fact, there were too many such evil deeds in the universe, and he had never planned to do anything about it. However, he still felt depressed, perhaps because of the promise he had made in the Tianyuan universe. It was harder to guide people to good than to ascend to the heavens. Some distance away from Wu Jiang, some people looked anxious as they continuously rushed towards it. There were also people chasing after them. Because there were too many powers watching Wu Jiang from all directions, someone had long since seen this scene. The person being chased felt his heart sink, as he was afraid that he would be delayed. Once he was delayed, he would not be able to approach Wu Jiang. However, not only did the people around him not delay him, they even helped him obstruct the person chasing after him, which puzzled him. That was one thing, but his goal was to join the Dayu Villa. The Dayu Villa had once said that it could protect anyone regardless of good or evil. This person needed protection. The surrounding powers also wanted to see who could join the Dayu Villa, and so far only Ba Lu Yao and the genius had succeeded. My name is Yu Block, and I request to join the Dayu Villa. Behind him, the person chasing him hurriedly stopped and looked at Wu Jiang in shock. This was Wu Jiang? The existence that caused countless people in the spiritualized universe to view him as an enemy, but they could not do anything about it. In the Battle of Water Curtain Sky in the Alan region, the 10,000 Beasts Borders Alliance of Sequence Laws experts were all buried. Only 3 giant beasts had attacked. That was all. Above them there was an expert at Sang Tian's level. They wanted to retreat, but their escape route was blocked by the people around them. They wanted to see if the Dayu Villa would accept Yu Block. Yu Block was also forced into a corner. He and the people chasing after him had accidentally entered a spatial rift. They came from a sect a long time ago and obtained that sect's cultivation techniques and resources. He had also obtained that sect's battle techniques, so he was being chased by everyone. He had been chased for many years, and no matter where he fled, that group of people would find him. The powers behind that group of people were tangled and complicated. Although he had a family background, his family background was far inferior to those people, so he could only escape. Now that he had nowhere to go, he came after hearing about the Dayu Villa. It was a desperate attempt. Yu Block anxiously waited for Wu Jiang's response. The people chasing after him looked at each other. They could not retreat, but if they advanced, it was Wu Jiang who could kill them in an instant. They could only watch helplessly. Unless Wu Jiang did not interfere, Yu Block would not be able to escape. Come in. Yu Block was overjoyed and quickly boarded Wu Jiang. Everyone looked on, waiting for the result. The group of people chasing after Yu Hai turned pale. They didn't want to fight against Wu Jiang. Soon Yu Block came before Lu Yin and knelt down to beg. Yu Block requests to join the Dayu Villa. I'm willing to offer a treasure in exchange for safety. Lu Yin moved his finger and the karmic spiral pierced through Yu Block. Yu Block's eyes widened and he looked down subconsciously. There was nothing, but it felt like he had been pierced through. Was it an illusion? He did not dare to move and just knelt on the ground. Lu Yin looked up. Sure. Yu Block was overjoyed. Thank you, senior. This is the treasure I obtained. It's a battle technique. No need. Keep it for yourself. Lu Yin did not care. Yu Block was confused. No. Lu Yin's lips curled up. My Dayu Villa is not recruiting for business. Since you're accepted, you can stay. Those outside can scram. 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 The sound waves overturned the starry sky. The people chasing after Yu Block were shocked and quickly fled. Yu Block really joined the Dayu Villa. Everyone was puzzled. Why did the Dayu Villa accept Yu Block? Among the people they sent out at first, there were those who were wronged and those who were being chased, but they all rejected. This Yu Block was really being chased so he could join. How could the people above Wu Jiang tell the truth? No one could answer their questions. Yu Block was confused. He only wanted to save his life, but he did not expect to keep his battle technique. The Dayu Villa did not want anything and allowed him to join. How could this be? He looked up and saw the flag fluttering. The 17 words made him shudder. Now that he came back to his senses, he realized what kind of force he had joined. This was heaven-defying. He smiled bitterly. So what if it was heaven-defying? As a dying man, he could only rely on this to survive. From now on, he could only take one step at a time. A month later, Wu Jiang arrived at the 100 Herb domain. Looking down at the 100 Herbs region, Yuan Qi sighed. The 100 Herbs region used to be so prosperous. There were people everywhere. The queue to enter the 100 Herbs region was so long that it stretched endlessly. Now it has become like this. Old Tao said, the 100 Herb domain exists in name only. If not for the 100 Herb domain being helpful to cultivators, it would have been replaced long ago. Now, anyone who is willing can enter the 100 Herb domain to look for herbs, but not many people go. By the way, Yushan is here. Lu Yin was puzzled. Didn't he climb to Yusang's sky by stepping on the 100 Herb domain? Why is he still here? Old Tao said, I heard that he is here but I don't know the details. Lu Yin was interested. Then I'd like to meet this Yushan. I'm afraid he won't dare to meet me. In the 100 Herb domain, Yushan walked out of the mountain stream. This person had a jade-like face and was extremely handsome, just like Kai Kiching. He had a masculine aura and the elegance of a scholar. His every move had a unique temperament, just like an immortal. Yushan was infatuated with countless women in the spiritualized universe. Coupled with his second place on the White Spirit list and his master, Yusang Tian, many forces were jealous of him and hoped to marry their women to him. Even the Kai family took the initiative to ask Kai Kiching to marry Yushan, but Yushan rejected them. He's finally here. There's no response from Master. I'd like to see what Yuan Qi wants to do. He took a step forward and disappeared into the mountain stream, heading towards Wujiang. Yushan was not alone. Just like how Wujiang attracted many people to follow him, there were many people around Yushan as well. However, they were all women. When he moved, those women followed him. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3440. No matter where one went, there was no lack of obsession with beauty. Yushan was a man that countless women in the spiritualized universe would fall head over heels for. He was gentle to all of them and just like his name, Yushan was unparalleled. Boundless slowly sailed through 100 Grass region, deliberately slowing down as Lu Yin wanted to take a look around. Not long after, he looked in a certain direction, where the void distorted and Yushan walked out. He bowed to Boundless. Junior Yushan greets Senior Primal Origin. Lu Yin looked at the newcomer. He really dared to come. Had Yusang Tian not warned him? Or was this person just too daring? You're Yushan? Lu Yin asked, standing at the bow of the ship and facing Yushan. Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Who are you? Seventh Bro, the third master of Dayu Villa. Yushan looked at Lu Yin. Who are you to Senior Primal Origin? Lu Yin was amused. Looks like you came without knowing anything. Didn't Yusang Tian tell you? Yushan spoke clearly. Since ancient times, etiquette cannot be ignored. Please respect me and address me as Lord Yusang Tian. Lu Yin smiled. He's not qualified. Yushan shook his head. No matter how Senior Primal Origin views the spiritualized universe, even if you're my master's enemy, there should still be respect between us. Your rudeness shows your lack of upbringing and arrogance. You will pay the price. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. I will pay the price, but neither you nor your master are qualified to make me pay. Dayu Villa has taken in a taboo offender, and it seems that your character matches yours. I have nothing else to say, so please come out and meet me, Senior Primal Origin, Yushan said loudly. Lu Yin stopped looking at him and calmly looked towards 100 Grass region. Boundless slowly sailed past Yushan, but no one paid any attention to it. Behind Yushan, many women appeared. Some traveled through the void on their own, while others were accompanied by experts. All of them looked at Yushan excitedly. Lu Yin saw this and thought of Ling Quebec. Could this guy be another Ling Ke? That shouldn't be. Ling Ke was a hired woman, and some of the women behind him had high cultivations. They were definitely elite geniuses. Yushan was ranked second on the White Soul list and Yu Sangtian's disciple. His face was like jade and he was peerless. Junior Yushan's name is Primal Origin. Yushan's voice came to Boundless. Wu Jiang didn't respond and continued to sail. Yushan's silhouette flickered as he appeared in front of Wu Jiang. Junior Yushan, would like to invite Senior Primordial Origin to meet me. Limitless continued to sail. Luyin looked straight ahead. Yushan continued, Junior Yushan, would like to invite Senior Primordial Origin to meet me. Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? For more than 10 days, Yushan had no intention of giving up. His attitude and voice did not change at all. He was not angry at all. On the other hand, the group of women who supported him scolded Wu Jiang and even scolded Yuanqi. Whether it was in the open or in the dark, the people of the various great powers exclaimed in admiration. As expected of Yushan Peerless, this kind of bearing makes people sigh in admiration. Compared to him, the original Sangtian is stingy. That's right. He doesn't even dare to meet a junior. He is no longer Sangtian. Lord Yu Sangtian is in seclusion and has yet to come out. Once he comes out, he will definitely strip Sangtian of his position. However, this Dayu Mountain Villa is extremely powerful. Even without Sangtian's position, no one in the spiritualized universe can deal with it unless Lord Yu Sangtian takes action. Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? Junior Yushan, would you like to meet me, Senior Primordial Origin? Within Wu Jiang, Ba Lu, Kai Jun and the others opened their eyes. The second on the White Spirit list was following them just like that. Old Tao had a headache. There were more and more important people, and this did not match his low-profile style. Kai Keqing looked to the right. Yushan Kai Jun's family had tried to marry her off to Yushan. Was this the person? He was very gentlemanly. Primordial Origin calmly waited within Wu Jiang. Without Lu Yin's permission, even Yu Sangtian would not meet him, let alone Yushan. Yushan could endure it and continued to follow Wu Jiang, but the others could not. An old woman led a woman in front of Wu Jiang and scolded, How dare you, Primordial Origin? Brother Yushan has asked to meet you so many times, but you have ignored him. This is too much. Lu Yin's gaze landed on the old woman beside the woman. She was actually a spirit progenitor. This woman had an extraordinary background. However, compared to them she was just SOSO. Little Yin, go back, Yushan said. The woman gritted her teeth. Brother Yushan, they are too rude. I will teach them a lesson. Beside her, the old woman's face was pale and sweat dripped from her forehead. She resisted the urge to drag the woman away and advised softly, Miss, go back. We cannot afford to offend Wu Jiang. Even the sect cannot afford to offend him. The woman did not care. What are you afraid of? We have so many sisters. No matter how strong Wu Jiang is, he can't kill us all. Sisters, come out. Around them, women appeared and blocked Wu Jiang's path. Primordial Origin, listen up. You must meet Brother Yushan today or we will not let you off. That's right. Do you know how many domains we sisters represent? Back then even Yi Sangtian was polite to us. Primordial Origin is about to be stripped of his position. What right does he have? Come out. Come out. The people following Wu Jiang were watching the show. These ladies were not to be trifled with. After all, to be able to follow Yushan and know his whereabouts, they must have some backing. Especially since they were focused on Yushan, they did not understand the outside world and did not know how terrifying Wu Jiang was. Now it was up to Wu Jiang to deal with them. With these women in front of him, if Wu Jiang crashed into them, there would be a river of blood. Yushan kept telling the women to leave, but the more he persuaded, the more they refused to leave. Lu Yin watched as they cursed with righteous indignation. They were all people who were immersed in their beautiful fantasies. They should pay the price, but not to the extent of losing their lives. Lu Yin curled his finger. The toad walked out unwillingly. Go toad. The toad grinned, wanting to emphasize that it was a toad, but Lu Yin's cold gaze made it endure. If it could not vent on Lu Yin, then it would have to deal with them. The next moment, the toad leapt out of Wu Jiang and charged towards the group of women. Ah dash, there was a scream as one of the women turned pale and fled in fear. Toad, there's a toad. Ah dash, help. Granny, take me away. Brother Yushan, there's a toad, a toad. Ah dash, in just an instant, all the women that obstructed Wu Jiang's path were terrified away. All of them seemed to have lost their souls, and their countenances were ghastly pale. There was almost no woman who was not afraid of toads, whether they were normal people or cultivators. The more they liked beautiful things such as Yuxian, the more they would be afraid of disgusting creatures like toads. Although these women's reactions were within expectations, the toad was still unhappy. Was it that disgusting? Its pride was hurt. Great-grandmother had clearly said that it was cute. The crowd was speechless. Everyone who saw this scene was speechless. Was this even possible? Kai Keqing's expression changed slightly. She was disgusted as well, but when she thought about that toad landing on her body, she immediately went into seclusion. However, this Dayu villa was not as cruel as she had imagined. Yuxian was stunned as well. There was such a method. He looked deeply at Lu Yin, who smiled at him and continued sailing. To deal with someone like Yuxian, one had to be down to earth. The more down to earth one was, the more helpless one would be. What that group of girls brought was nothing more than a farce, but it put Yuxian in an awkward position. That group of girls was after all standing up for him. Now that they were scared off, if he didn't do anything, the constellation he had constructed earlier would collapse. He stepped forward and stood in front of Wu Jiang, looking at Lu Yin. If Senior did not wish to see me, I could have waited. Even if it took 100 years or 1,000 years, I could have waited. But those girls just now were innocent. They were just a little anxious, and Senior used despicable methods to scare them. This will leave a shadow in their hearts for the rest of their lives. I cannot tolerate such shamelessness. Please give me an explanation. Wu Jiang, Dayu Manor, please give me an explanation. Wu Jiang ignored him and charged towards Yuxian. It was not polite to him at all. Yuxian's gaze turned cold and he raised his hand to strike Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang trembled, the huge force causing everyone to look askance. Even Lu Yin was shocked. What strength! This person looked refined, but he actually walked the path of strength. Interesting. Yuxian blocked Wu Jiang, wanting to stop it. Countless eyes watched. Yuxian alone could not stop Wu Jiang, but behind him was Yusang Tian. Would Yuanqi really dare to do anything to this person? If you want to ascend Wu Jiang, join Dayu Villa or enter yourself. Lu Yin looked down at Yuxian. Yuxian looked at him. Enter yourself? I'm standing here. If you have the ability, enter yourself. This is the rule of the cultivation world. If you are strong, you can enter yourself. Everyone was solemn. There were all sorts of rumors about Lu Yin in the outside world. Some said that he was Yuanqi's disciple, while others said that he was Yuanqi's direct descendant. There were even some who said that he was a great person from ancient times whose cultivation was close to Sang Tian's. All sorts of rumors had made Lu Yin famous in the spiritualized universe. There were more discussions about him than about Yuanqi. On the other hand, no one talked about Old Tao. He was very ordinary, and while his cultivation was not bad, he was still ordinary. However, the fact that Old Tao would lead to Torch City was intentionally suppressed by the Grand Entirety Domain. Yuxian retracted his hand and appeared in front of Lu Yin. Wu Jiang slowly bumped into him and he met Lu Yin's gaze. I'm a person who uses peaceful means before resorting to force. Since Wu Jiang is so rude and won't even let an innocent girl go, then I can only fight my way in and reason with Senior Yuanqi. Lu Yin said, I have a question for you. I have a question for you as well. Do you regret the decline of the 100 Herb region? Although we lost the 100 Herb region, it showed everyone in the spiritualized universe that people can be selfless and have no regrets. Yuxian said righteously, at this moment I will ascend Wu Jiang. If I accidentally kill you, will it be good or bad for Yuanqi's violation of the rules? Lu Yin's lips curled up. If I die, then there won't be such a thing. Yuxian's eyes widened. Good. If that's the case, then even if I have to pay with my life, I will kill this matter. The spiritualized universe is surrounded by enemies, and there cannot be chaos. He took a step forward and was about to ascend Wu Jiang. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3441. Lu Yin took a step forward, causing a gust of wind to sweep out and distort the space beneath their feet. Yuxian was unable to step onto Limitless. If he tried, he would lose his balance and fall into a disadvantageous position. He was shocked as he had not expected Lu Yin to have such strength. He took out a fan from his cosmic ring and pointed it at Lu Yin. The fan struck the air like a boulder striking the surface, causing ripples to appear. Each ripple contained a layer of power that was very close to that of a beast, which was the limit of a living being's strength. For this person to be able to do this, he would be considered extremely powerful even in the Tianyuan universe, comparable to the 3 realms and 6 daos. Lu Yin did not underestimate this person, as he was still ranked second on the White Spirit list. Although not all spiritualized universes sequence powerhouses were on the list, the fact that he was ranked second spoke volumes. This person had the ability to challenge primordial realm powerhouses. He seemed young, but he had already cultivated for far too many years. He was not much younger than the 3 realms and 6 daos, and the 100 herbs realm had also been in decline for far too many years. Xuanhuan wanted to rely on this to push Lu Yin back and step onto the boundless boundary, but Lu Yin flicked his finger and similarly struck the void, causing ripples. His ripples were like dragons that pushed across the void, pushing away Yushan's ripples tyrannically. This scene caused Yushan's expression to change and he looked at Lu Yin in shock. Lu Yin actually had such strength? How could this be? This person clearly looked very young and had only cultivated for 1,000 years at most. As for Lu Xian, he had cultivated for so many years. With the guidance of his master, he had cultivated for so many years. He had even captured creatures at the limits of spiritualized universe creatures to fight with him. How had this person done it? He no longer underestimated Lu Yin, even if he could tell that Lu Yin was only a soul progenitor. The sequence particles spread out, and Yushan's aura suddenly soared. A terrifying force surged from his body, pressing down on Lu Yin like an illusory pillar. Old Tao blurted out, "The 9th sequence technique, infinite strength." Yuan Qi narrowed his eyes and said, "Of the sequence arts, the 14th is limitless strength. The 9th is limitless strength. You can borrow the power of the starry sky to display limitless strength. I didn't expect this person to cultivate this sequence art. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the umbrella euro?" Bing. Strength was Yushan's foundation, but he did not know that it was also Lu Yin's foundation. Lu Yin could rely on the starry sky in his heart to repel these sequence particles, but when faced with Yushan's infinite strength sequence law, he changed his mind. Repulsion? There was no need for that. Resisting head-on was the true essence of strength. He didn't believe that this person could surpass him in terms of strength just by relying on sequence laws. If he could, Hongyan Mavis wouldn't have lost to the power beast in terms of strength. As the sequence particles erupted, Yushan was a meter away from boundless void. The pillar of strength pressed down fiercely. Lu Yin raised a hand, his palm facing the sky. Yushan's eyes flashed coldly. Courting death. Boom. However, the expected tremors did not occur. Lu Yin used a single palm to block Yushan's pillar of strength and channeled the terrifying power from the pillar of strength outwards, attacking Yushan horizontally. Yushan was caught off guard and was struck by the enormous force, causing him to spit out blood as he was sent flying. The next moment, Lu Yin shattered the pillar of strength and waved his hand, dispersing the clouds in the void. The shocking scene from before did not seem to have occurred. The surroundings were silent. Am I seeing things? Yushan used the 9th sequence technique infinite strength, but he was defeated just like that? One hand. That third master only used one hand. How is that possible? Is this person a spirit prime? Spirit prime? Even a spirit prime would find it difficult to do that. I didn't see any sequence laws. This person defeated Yushan with pure strength. I don't believe it. Impossible. No one could believe what they were seeing. Yushan had been defeated by Lu Yin with pure strength. Lu Yin clenched his fists. It was the same strength. Yushan had used infinite strength to display the same strength as Strength Beast, which was the limit of a living being's strength. In reality, Lu Yin himself could not reach this limit. Strength Beast and Su Wang were able to reach the limit of a living being's strength by relying on the sequence laws. Yushan had used different methods, but they had both reached the same limit. Only Lu Yin had broken through that limit and been able to suppress Strength Beast. Su Wang was also able to suppress Yushan, who had used the sequence laws. Without using the sequence laws, Yushan's strength was about the same as Hongyan Mavis, or perhaps a little weaker. But with the sequence laws, he surpassed Hongyan Mavis and was comparable to Strength Beast. This was the level of his strength. However, his future was different. The stronger the sequence laws, the more power he could borrow from the stars, and the greater his strength would be. It was like a springboard that could send people into the spiritualized universe. It could not be achieved by relying on human strength alone. No matter how strong a person was, they could not surpass the universe's stars. This infinite strength sequence law could borrow the power of the stars, which was a pretty good sequence law. Lu Yin was tempted. He wanted to learn it, but there was no need for him to do so. He did not know if the Gate of Techniques had a sequence foundation that could create infinite strength sequence laws. If there was, he could snatch it and break it down. The stars in his heart would make up for it, and he would not need to cultivate it himself. Hopefully there was. No, there should be. Did Xianxia not consider his disciple? Bao Qi had taken a shortcut and relied on the cauldron bell to reach Xianxia. Yushan could do the same. He had lived for so many years and he hoped that he had not lived in vain. Yushan stood in outer space, unable to believe what he had just experienced. He had actually lost in terms of strength? How was that possible? That was infinite strength, and there were very few beings in the spiritualized universe that could match his own strength. Using the sequence laws allowed him to reach the limit of a living being's strength. How had he lost? He looked at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin was disdainful. It seems that you haven't even reached boundless. In order to see the primordial origin, he had to surpass Lu Yin. However, this was only possible if he could reach boundless. When Yushan had attacked, all he had thought about was how to kill Lu Yin. He had never thought that even after using the sequence laws, he would still be unable to reach boundless. The cultivators who had been following boundless also noticed this, and they were all stunned. This was Yushan, a powerhouse who would definitely reach the primordial realm. He was ranked second on the White Soul list and the future Xianxia. Xianxia's disciple could not even reach boundless, and he had been stopped by a youth. Who was this third manager? Su Wangtian laughed heartily as this brat had kicked an iron plate. While the Tianyuan universe's progenitors seemed to be the strongest, Lu Yin was definitely the most difficult to deal with. Chu Yi and the rest retracted their gazes. With Lu Yin at the bow, even Xianxia could not enter. In the entire spiritualized universe, perhaps only Xianxia could enter. Only then could she clearly look at the bow. Was this person really that powerful? She had thought that he had taken a liking to her appearance, but even after ascending boundless for so long, this person had not seen her. Could he have forgotten? Ba Lu, Kaijun, Yudan and the rest were all excited. They had not expected the third manager to be so powerful. Lu Yin stood at the bow of boundless and waved at Yushan. Continue? Kill me and all of this will be over. You can also help your master. Yushan released his hand and slowly exhaled. He looked deeply at Lu Yin. I underestimated you. May I ask your name? Lu Yin stretched. I'll tell you if you win. The loser has no right to know. Yushan was not angry as Lu Yin had the right to say such things. Then please enlighten me. My master will teach me the 9 heavens change. Let's see how many changes you can endure. Yushan stepped forward and his figure moved. 9 heavens change. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. In the tributary of the river of time, the scene of heavens above being massacred appeared once again. Just like that, Xianxia's figure had moved that day. Every time he moved, his strength would double. The pressure had made it hard for Lu Yin to breathe, and he had been defeated in a single exchange. He could not resist at all. The 9 heavens change had left a deep impression on Lu Yin. Countless powerhouses of the Tianyuan universe had died under these changes. An uncontrollable killing intent surged from Lu Yin's body. Yushan's figure appeared in front of Lu Yin, and a palm fell towards Lu Yin's forehead. Yushan's aura was even stronger than before, but it was suppressed in a certain area. It was like boiling hot air that had been compressed to the extreme, and it was released with a loud bang. This palm contained the 9 heavens change and the sequence laws. Sequence particles surged. Lu Yin suddenly raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Bang! The two palms collided, and Yushan's expression changed. Intense pain traveled from his palm, and the bones in his hand cracked. This person's strength could be even greater. He did not hesitate to use the second change of the 9 heavens change. His palm pressed down with a terrifying force, but it was not enough. Lu Yin's palm realm battle force spread out from his arm, and the starry sky was released from his heart. Limitless strength swept out, and Lu Yin grabbed Yushan's arm and slammed him into the ground. Boom! Yushan spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes widened. He endured the pain and used his spiritual innate gift, human prisoner. Thorns spread out from Lu Yin's palm, wanting to surround him. Lu Yin casually waved his hand and the thorns shattered. He then kicked Yushan into a tree on the rain observatory. Yushan slammed into the tree trunk and coughed up blood again. His strength seemed to have been sucked out and he could not move. His body slowly fell down the tree trunk and he was finally hooked by the tree trunk. He hung there, blood dripping from his palm and mouth. It was a miserable sight. Lu Yin stood at the bow and let out a sigh, venting a little. He had unknowingly mistaken Yushan for Xianxia. The Nine Heavens change had left him with bad memories. These memories had happened before, but he had managed to salvage them. He would not allow them to happen again. The surroundings were silent. Ever since Yushan had used the Nine Heavens change, those who had followed Wu Jiang had been excited. The Nine Heavens change was Xianxia's ultimate technique, and they had not thought that Yushan would be defeated. They had not expected him to be defeated so quickly and so miserably. In just one exchange of palms, Yushan had been slammed to the ground, and the third master had kicked him into the tree trunk. He had ascended to Wu Jiang, and perhaps he would be able to meet Yuanli. However, he was unwilling to meet Yuanli in such a manner, and he had never thought of it before. At this moment, everyone's understanding of Lu Yin's strength was constantly being refreshed, and they felt that he was unfathomable. The second place on the White Soul list had been taken care of just like that. It had been so simple, and he had not used any echelon techniques or battle techniques, yet he had been completely defeated with brute strength. Just how strong was this person? He was probably on par with that monster from the Myriad Beasts border. This person looked so young. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3442. Within Boundless, Ba Lu and the others were stunned. Xianxia's ultimate technique had been defeated in an instant, and Yushan had been beaten so badly. Xianxia wouldn't come, would he? This third master was too ruthless. Kai Keqing was shocked as she could feel Lu Yin's overwhelming strength. He had dealt with Yushan so easily, and it would only take him an instant to deal with her. No wonder he could kill her with just 3 strikes. How many powerhouses were hidden in the Dayu Villa? At the bow of Boundless, Lu Yin looked at his palm, which was stained with blood. Of course it wasn't his but Yushan's. The bones in Yushan's arm had been shattered, and the broken bones had pierced through his skin. He took out a cloth and wiped his hand, looking at the sky and shaking his head in disappointment. This is the second on the White Soul list? Xianxia's disciple? How disappointing. Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan? Peek, go tell Xianxia that his disciple is in the Dayu Villa. If he wants him, tell him to come beg me. Ah. Arrogant. That was everyone's impression of Lu Yin. However, so what if he was arrogant? Lu Yin easily defeated Yushan, preventing him from even reaching the unbounded realm. He didn't even use any battle techniques, yet he was able to suppress Yushan to the point where he couldn't even raise his head. This was something only Xianxia could do. Although there were many fierce people in the spiritualized universe who had competed for Xianxia's position, each one more powerful than the other, they would always be lacking if they couldn't become Xianxia. But they saw Xianxia's strength in Lu Yin. Where did this expert come from in the Dayu Villa? The first and third masters were all at this level of strength. In comparison, the second master, Old Tao, whom they were familiar with, seemed very ordinary aside from being more popular. Boundless continued to sail through the 100-grass region. Yushan was hanging from a tree in the rain observatory, half dead. He couldn't escape, but he couldn't die either. This was Boundless deterrence. With Boundless repeated attacks, the spiritualized universe became more and more afraid of direct confrontation. Many people changed their direction, trying to get people to join the Dayu Villa while trying to find Old Tao. Lu Yin didn't stop them and allowed them to do as they pleased. Yushan's fate angered the ladies. They firmly believed that Yushan acted because of them. Otherwise, why would Yushan follow Wu Jiang for so many days and not act? They started to use their influence to form an alliance with various factions to suppress Wu Jiang. The outcome was very simple. They were all grounded. Now, as long as one was not stupid, they would not provoke Wu Jiang, unless there was a necessary reason or a way to win. Many people hadn't expected that the Dayu Mountain Villa would land in the 100-grass region. They had thought that Wu Jiang would continue to sail. The entire spiritualized universe used spirit threads to connect 36 parallel universes, forming the word spirit. The higher the word spirit, the stronger the parallel universes were. For example, the Myriad Beasts border, the God-commanding mountain, the Gate of Arts, and the Azure Water Heavenly Palace were all in the region above the word spirit. The 100 Herb region was located in the middle of the word spirit, according to its position. However, if one were to calculate based on the number of regions, it would be split into 2/3. There were only 12 regions to the north of the 100 Herb region, and 24 regions to the south. Along the way, Wu Jiang passed through 11 regions before finally arriving at the 100 Herb region. Everyone was trying to guess why the Dayu Mountain Villa had landed in the 100 Herb region. Some people recalled that the 100 Herb region's decline had something to do with xianxia. They then thought about how the Dayu Mountain Villa had provoked the realm beyond heaven and continuously violated the rules. They believed that this was also a form of provocation against xianxia. From the looks of it, the Dayu Mountain Villa's only enemy was xianxia. As long as the others did not follow the Dayu Mountain Villa, they would not follow the Dayu Mountain Villa. The Dayu Mountain Villa had no intention of causing trouble for the Zhuang clan, but that was on the premise that the Dayu Mountain Villa did not have any disciples who had been persecuted by their own family. There was no lack of smart people in the universe, and some people had already thought of a way to counterattack the Dayu Mountain Villa. The Dayu Mountain Villa's first order after landing in the 100 Herb region was that anyone who entered the 100 Herb region to search for herbs would only be able to use the 100 herb seeds they found. This seemed like a normal rule, but under Yu Shan's brilliance, it seemed extremely selfish. If not for Yu Shan's words to the 100 Herb region, no one would have said anything about this rule. However, because of Yu Shan's words, this rule was cursed by countless people as soon as it was announced. But did Luyin care? Did the Xuanhuan universe care? No one cared. In reality, most of the cultivators in the spiritualized universe heaved a sigh of relief. They had hoped to enter the 100 Herb region to search for 100 herb seeds to increase their strength, but due to Yu Shan's brilliance, they could not enter and could only give up on the 100 herb seeds. Now the Dayu Mountain Villa's rule gave them a way out, allowing them to search for 100 herb seeds without being criticized. Immediately, many people were tempted and decided to enter the 100 Herb region. On the tree at the front of the Rain Observatory, Yu Shan heard the rule but he did not react. His words were based on Yu Sangtian's approval. If anyone dared to resist Yu Sangtian, these words would be useless, and they would be easily disintegrated. On the surface, the scolding did not hurt, but in the dark, the blade was the most fatal. When the Dayu Mountain Villa landed in the 100 Herb region, it did not establish a sect. It was just a boundless territory. Some people joined the Dayu Mountain Villa one after another. These people were not arranged by the major powers, but rather voluntarily joined the Dayu Mountain Villa. Some of them had been tortured to the point of despair, while others had great treasures. No one would join a power that was Yu Sangtian's enemy until the very last moment. Once they joined the Dayu Mountain Villa, there would be no place for them outside of the 100 Herb region in the spiritualized universe. After using the karmic spiral on everyone, Luyin had a new understanding of the self-illumination technique, and he was just short of a flash of inspiration. They looked at the person wrapped in a blanket with strange expressions. What kind of appearance was this? Junior Jiangqi requests to join the Dayu Mountain Villa. Luyin looked at the young man who was wrapped in a blanket and trembling. He had seen this person before in the tributary of the River of Time, during the 37 years that had been reversed. This person had been captured by Luyin along with the spiritualized universe's battleship and brought back to the Above Heavens sect. This person had been one of the elite geniuses who had participated in the invasion of the Tianyuan universe's battleship. At the time, Luyin had been curious about this appearance and had specially examined this person, but he had not found anything out of the ordinary. Thus, he had thrown this person into the fifth tower. He had not expected to see this person again. There was nothing special about this person, but he liked to wrap himself in a blanket and tremble. Among that group of elite geniuses, this person was the strongest. Why do you want to join the Dayu Mountain Villa? Luyin asked. Jiangqi trembled so much that even the blanket was trembling. I have nowhere to go. Luyin stared at Jiangqi and moved his finger. He flicked his finger and the karmic spiral shot towards Jiangqi. He had thought that the karmic spiral would pierce through Jiangqi, but the moment it touched the blanket, it was blocked and changed direction. Luyin suddenly stood up and stared at Jiangqi in shock. Impossible. Atop boundless boundary, Chu Yi and the others looked at Luyin, not understanding what had just happened. Luyin had never lost his composure like this before. Jiangqi trembled even more and he quickly retreated. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave. Luyin stared at Jiangqi in disbelief. Jiangqi had failed. The self-illumination technique had failed. How could this be? This person only had the strength of a spirit warrior, which was equivalent to an emissary. It was impossible for him to block the self-illumination technique. Was it because of the blanket? Or was there another reason? The karmic Tao had caused Yu Sangtian to rush from the spiritualized universe to the Tianyuan universe. The primogenitor had praised him, and the maiden had envied him. However, this brat had actually blocked it. It was too inconceivable, and Lu Yin could not imagine how Jiangqi had managed to do it. This shock was no less than when he had seen Yu Sangtian slaughter the Above Heaven sect. What did you say your name was? Jiangqi. Did you join the Dayu Villa because you have nowhere else to go? Yes. Sorry for disturbing you. I'll leave. No need. Stay. Jiangqi was puzzled. What? Didn't you have nowhere else to go? Lu Yin asked. Jiangqi thought about it. Do you have some sort of goal for me? Lu Yin sighed and slowly sat down. You were the one who came to the Dayu Villa to ask to join. Now that I'm asking you to join, you're still doubting me? Your attitude just now was not right. Did I offend you in any way? Lu Yin naturally replied, Your blanket is too dirty. I'm a clean freak. Jiangqi was silent for a moment. I'll wash it. It'll be healthier if you wash it. Sun it when you have time. It's dirty. I'm sorry. Jiangqi did his best to shrink the blanket and even wiped the floor. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Yin used the karmic spiral once more. However, the moment it hit Jiangqi, it was stopped and shifted. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. He could not understand this person. This person was definitely normal. In anyone's eyes, other than having a slightly higher innate gift and being wrapped in a blanket, everything else was normal. Only Lu Yin could see that something was wrong with the karmic spiral. In the tributary of the River of Time, this person had been thrown into the 5th pagoda without any abnormalities. Why are you wrapped in a blanket? Lu Yin asked. Jiangqi replied, I'm afraid of light. Are you sick? I don't know. I'm just afraid. Lu Yin let him go. The boundless land had a place for these people to stay, and that was the desert of forgetfulness. However, they could also find their own place to stay since the boundless land was huge. After Jiangqi left, Lu Yin sent a message to Ba Lui Yao, Kaijun, and the others, asking them to approach Jiangqi and see if there was anything wrong with him. Another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, 3 more people joined the Dayu Villa after Jiangqi. During this half a month, Ba Lu and the others constantly approached Jiangqi. Jiangqi did not resist and would occasionally poke his head out from under the blanket to chat with them. He seemed rather easygoing and did not seem to be abnormal. The only thing that stood out about him was that he was very sloppy. Lu Yin also asked Chu Yi, Suwangtian, and the others to see if there was anything wrong with him. The results showed that there was nothing abnormal. They could pull Jiangqi out from under the blanket without any hesitation. Jiangqi was afraid of light, but that was only a psychological problem. He could still live without the blanket. Lu Yin pondered this. Nothing abnormal? The results were the same as what he had found out. Without using the karmic spiral, there was nothing abnormal about Jiangqi. He was just an elite who had a psychological problem, was afraid of light, and hid under the blanket with an extremely high innate gift. He was no different from what Lu Yin had seen in the River of Time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3443. How many people in the 3 universes could see karma? It was so rare that even the primogenitor could only sense it but not resist it or see it. Even Yu Sangtian was afraid, which was why Lu Yin had time to use karma to awaken Zhao Ran. But this Jiangqi could actually avoid karma. What did he have? Talent? Battle techniques? Techniques? None of those. After joining the Dayu Villa, Lu Yin had already found out everything that Jiangqi knew. It had nothing to do with karma. Actually, it was obvious that it had nothing to do with karma. No matter how powerful this person's battle technique or talent was, it was impossible for him to avoid Lu Yin's heavenly illumination technique. No one could be so heaven-defying. Lu Yin could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. This person had to stay in the boundless by his side. It did not matter if he had intentionally approached Lu Yin or not. Even if he was Yu Sangtian or paramount, he had to stay in the boundless. On this day, someone visited the Dayu Villa looking for a friend, Xuanhuan. There used to be a library in the boundless, but it had been burned down by the crazy director and turned into a villa. Within the villa, Lu Yin looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Are you from the Zhan family? The man looked at Lu Yin. I am Xuanhuan, Xuanyan's uncle. May I ask if you are the master of the Tianyuan universe? Lu Yin nodded. Yuanqi and Old Tao were behind him. You know Xuanyan is here? Xuanhuan said, if she's not dead, she's definitely here. Tell me your purpose. Lu Yin was casual. The Zhan family of the Door of Arts was a colossus in the spiritualized universe. Xuanhua's arrival had attracted many people's attention, and they were all waiting for the conversation between the Door of Arts and the Dayu Villa. The myriad beast territory had long since formed a death grudge with the Dayu Villa. If the Dayu Villa offended the Door of Arts, then the spiritualized universe would be filled with enemies. After all, the royal god mountain belonged to xianxia. Xuanhua looked at Lu Yin and said in a low voice, "I want to know how Xianyan is. Let me see her." Lu Yin raised a brow and looked in a direction. "The last person who spoke to me like that was already dead." Xuanhua frowned. "I don't mean to be disrespectful," Lu Yin said, "but I need obvious respect." Xuanhua stared at him. "Do you know that I represent the School of Arts?" Xianyan said so too. Xuanhua realized that the third master was not easy to talk to. "I know why the Dayu Mountain Villa represented the Xuanhuan universe in my spiritualized universe. If I'm not wrong, primordial origin must have been controlled by you guys. He's just a cover for the Xuanhuan universe. Your Xuanhuan universe is the one that's truly fighting against you, xianxia. You know the goal of the spiritualized universe. I admire you for daring to come to the spiritualized universe, but this won't stop the Xuanhuan universe from being reactivated. You've already offended the myriad beasts region, and the same goes for you, xianxia. If you make an enemy out of the gate of skills, no one in the spiritualized universe will speak up for you. If the Xuanhuan universe is destined to be reactivated, I believe that your ultimate goal is to keep a group of people from the Xuanhuan universe alive. That group of people is you. You have come to fight for a position in the spiritualized universe in the future." Lu Yin laughed. "You said a lot, but I didn't understand." Xuanhua said, "Do you think that by displaying your strength and causing Yu Xianxia to have some misgivings, you can delay the reactivation of the Xuanhuan universe and raise your status in the spiritualized universe? You are too naive." The spiritualized universe has a unified cultivation model, and all the distribution has been perfected long ago. Aside from us, the School of Techniques, no one else will help you. We don't need any resources because the Sequence Foundation is one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe. No matter how much resources are fought over in the outside world, it won't affect us. Only we can help you. Xian Xian de Xian Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Xing Chuan Ping Lu Yin sighed. "I've said so much, but I still don't understand. Just tell me what price you want to pay in exchange for Xianyan." Xuanhua's eyes lit up. "Xianyan is not dead." Lu Yin nodded and smiled. "How could I bear to let such a lively and adorable girl die?" Xuanhua heaved a sigh of relief. "I told you that I can help you gain a foothold in the spiritualized universe. I don't want to listen to empty words. I'll give you one more chance. If you continue to waste my time with empty words, I'll tie you up outside with that Yushan," Lu Yin threatened. Xuanhua was furious and wanted to say something, but after thinking about it, he held himself back. Yushan's name made him realize that Yushan was the disciple of Yu Xianxia, who was second on the White Soul list. Yushan was currently tied up in front of the Dayu Villa, and this person had even threatened that Yu Xianxia would only release Yushan if Xuanhua begged him. This person was lawless and he was extremely powerful. Xianyan had yet to return, so it would be unwise to confront him head-on. Xuanhua took a deep breath and regained his composure. "What do you want in exchange for letting Xianyan go?" Lu Yin thought about it. "I don't know yet. Give me a sequence foundation to play with first." Xuanhua was stunned and his face twitched. A sequence foundation to play with? Was there a need to use the word play to describe a sequence foundation? On the surface, there were only 10 sequence foundations in the spiritualized universe, but that was one of the foundations of the spiritualized universe's cultivation. This person was too arrogant. You people from the Xuanhuan universe have no idea how difficult it is to create a sequence foundation, and how many people have died. Xuanhua gritted his teeth. Lu Yin was disdainful. "What does that have to do with me? In any case, give me a sequence foundation to play with first. Otherwise, don't even think about bringing Xianyan back." Xuanhua suppressed his anger. "Xianyan is the apple of my Xian family's eye. She's a genius who can help my Xian family achieve the position of Xianxia, but she's not the only one. Please be careful. My Xian family would rather give up on Xianyan. Then scram." Lu Yin waved his hand, and a golden staff suddenly appeared and swept out. Xuanhua was shocked as he had not expected Lu Yin to attack so quickly. A sequence particle appeared in front of him. Devour. The golden staff viciously smashed into the sequence particle, but the devourer did not even have time to react before it was swept away. Xuanhua coughed up blood in midair. This person was a powerhouse of the Sequence Foundation, but he was far weaker than Victor the Celestial. However, he cultivated the Devour Sequence Foundation, which was the same as xianxia. Xuanhuan had helped the Eternals start a war in Primordial City, and the Zhan family was the enemy of the Tianyuan universe. The entire spiritualized universe was the Tianyuan universe's enemy. Lu Yin had never thought of cooperating with anyone as there were only benefits and benefits. It was that simple. As long as he had Zhan Yen under his control, he would not be afraid of the Zhan family overturning the situation. Xuanhuan was swept out of Boundless by the staff, and he only stopped after flying far away. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he angrily glared at Boundless. How dare Boundless ignore the School of Arts? If not for the fact that Zhan Yen was in their hands, Xuanhuan would have led the School of Arts powerhouses to destroy Boundless. Even Yu Sang-tian would not treat him this way. How preposterous. In the surroundings, the cultivators who were staring at the Dayu Villa were horrified. Even the School of Arts had been swept away, which was too domineering. The Dayu Villa was not afraid of anyone, and they dared to offend anyone. Within Boundless, Lu Yin said, "Did you hear that?" Zhan Yin walked out and looked at Lu Yin's back. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Yin stood up. "It's nothing. I just don't trust them." "You won't trust anyone here," Zhan Yin said. Lu Yin looked at her. "That's why you can't leave." Zhan Yin was helpless as she really could not leave. She had complicated feelings about Lu Yin, and she did not know what this person was thinking. No, it did not exist. They were on opposite sides, and there was no need for such unnecessary emotions. This person had saved her life in the game of life and death. At that time she was a little grateful, so she had complicated feelings about Lu Yin. However, this gratitude disappeared when she saw that Yuanqi was still alive. Yuanqi was not dead, and she was not dead either. That game was clearly fake. There are too many old masters hidden in the School of Arts. Although these masters do not belong to the School of Arts, to a certain extent, the School of Arts can influence them, Zhan Yen reminded him. Lu Yin did not care. "Don't worry about that. As long as you are in my hands, they will not dare to act rashly. They have to listen to me." Zhan Yen was helpless. She had been forced to reveal the secret of the key, which was Lu Yin's greatest reliance. Whether it was the School of Arts or Yu Sang-tian, they all wanted her key. However, at this moment the key was in Lu Yin's hands. The 100 Herbs region gradually gained popularity. The Dayu Villa's rules made many people go to the 100 Herbs region to look for the 100 Herbs seeds. However, because the Dayu Villa was hostile to Yu Sang-tian, not many people came. They were afraid of being implicated. Many people were waiting for the School of Arts' response. Xuanhuan had been kicked out, and the School of Arts had lost face. They would not let the Dayu Villa go so easily. If the School of Arts cooperated with the Myriad Beasts region and the Royal God Mountain, it would be hard to say what kind of powerhouses they would send out. It would definitely shock an era. More and more people gathered in the 100 Herbs region, waiting for a good show. However, the School of Arts did not respond. No one joined the Dayu Villa during this time, and Lu Yin soon found out the reason. Someone had secretly colluded with various forces to seal off the 100 Herbs region, preventing anyone from joining the Dayu Villa. Although they did not dare to attack the Dayu Villa was only restricted to the 100 Herbs region. Unless they spread out, they could not unseal the region. As long as the seal was not lifted, no one would be able to join. Although the major forces did not know why the Dayu Villa was recruiting desperados, it was right for them to stop what the Dayu Villa wanted to do. "I will go out and take care of it," Celestial Champion said. Lu Yin waved his hand. "Wait a little longer." A few days later, a piece of news came. It was a list of names from various regions. Lu Yin looked up with a cold gaze. It's time to make a move. The Mongshan region was one of the 36 regions that Wu Jiang had passed through. There was a sect and a family here. The sect was called True Feather and only recruited female disciples. The family's surname was Nye. The True Feather sect and the Nye family had joined forces to occupy the Mongshan region and controlled the resources there. Although the Mongshan region was not very eye-catching in the 36 regions, it was still one of them. There was a huge underground lake between the True Feather sect and the Nye family. At the bottom of the lake was a villa where a man and a woman lived. The man was the Nye family's ancestor, Nye Fei, while the woman was the True Feather sect's ancestor, Qi Yan. Almost no one knew that the reason why the True Feather sect and the Nye family had joined forces was because these two forces were originally a couple. They had split up to create the True Feather sect and the Nye family so that others would not be afraid of them. They would think that the two forces controlling the Mongshan region were the same force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3444. Will there be a problem with this? I've seen the primordial Xianxia before. He's sinister and ruthless. Without full confidence, he wouldn't rebel against sky beyond sky. Now that the Dayu Villa is going against him, the primordial Xianxia must have grasped something. He might even have a breakthrough in his cultivation and reach the peak of bitter disaster. Then he'll be able to fight against sky beyond sky. Niefei was worried. It was Qian. What are you afraid of? It's not just us. The 5 regions are working together this time, and it's just a blockade. Our goal is to show our loyalty to Sky Beyond Sky and get Sky Beyond Sky to give us more resources. Once our goal is achieved, we'll retreat. We won't be enemies with the Dayu Villa. Niefei was worried. I keep feeling uneasy. Qian snorted. Even if the Dayu Villa takes revenge, True Feather Sect and the Nye family will be destroyed. You and I can create another True Feather Sect and the Nye family. Don't forget who's behind this scheme of the 5 regions. That person's goal isn't the Dayu Villa but the Alliance. The 36 regions are fighting for themselves. Sky Beyond Sky's eyes are always on the north. We won't get any resources at all. Only by working together will we have a chance to speak. Do you still doubt that person's wisdom? Niefei agreed. Let's not go out for now. How's the arrangement for the direct descendants? We've avoided it. It doesn't matter even if the Mongshan region is destroyed. Qian didn't care. As soon as she said that, the void shook. An indescribable sense of danger rose in their hearts. It was as if they were facing the mouth of a ferocious beast. The horror from the source of their bloodline made their expressions change. With a boom, the lake shattered. A giant beast claw slammed down toward the two. The two were shocked. Who was it? They dodged together. Surging sequence particles spread in all directions. At that moment, they saw a giant beast standing above the lake under the stars. It was looking at them with bloodthirsty and cruel eyes. 10,000 beasts territory? What? Niefei was confused, but he didn't hesitate to attack. Even if he was facing 10,000 beasts territory, he wouldn't give up. Qian's body moved. She was beautiful, but this kind of beauty was meaningless in the eyes of the giant beast. The behemoth was an origami. On this day, the Dayu Villa would show the spiritualized universe what it meant to not make enemies. The Avicii dagger axe was both real and illusory. It pierced through the sequence particles and directly pierced through Niefei and Qian's bodies. Both of them were masters at the level of sequence precepts. Even though they attacked with sequence precepts, it was useless. They were facing the origami's destructive sequence precepts. How could the two of them fight against the self-created destructive sequence precepts? Their individual strengths were not even comparable to old monster Mo's. There were many levels of sequence laws in the spiritualized universe, which originated from the unified cultivation method and the spirit seed self-awareness. The difficulty of cultivating sequence laws in this universe was far lower than in the Tianyuan universe. In comparison, anyone who cultivated sequence laws in the Tianyuan universe would be considered an expert in the spiritualized universe. Niefei and Qian did not understand why their sequence method was useless. They did not understand why the seamless dagger axe used space as the pole and time as the blade. Time was too illusory in the spiritualized universe. Although Lu Yin and the others were unable to draw out the river of time since they had arrived in the spiritualized universe, the river of time still covered all of the universes, and their usage of time would not decrease. You have to follow the rules and regulations of the Umbrella Euro? Pink join hands, wings of Nirvana true art. Niefei roared. Qian's face was pale as she approached Niefei with streaks of blood. Their palms collided, and a giant palm shadow appeared behind the two of them, covering the sky as it slammed towards the origami. On this day, everyone in the Mongshan domain saw it. The giant palm struck the giant beast in the sky, but it was torn apart by the giant beast. The Avicii spear pierced through the palm and Niefei and Qian's shoulders, lifting them up. Everyone from Nye family and True Feather Sect were horrified when they saw the miserable state of their old ancestor. The origami let out an earth-shaking roar. How can trash like you provoke the Dayu Mountain Villa? Today all 5 domains will be empty. With that, the giant beast's claws pressed down on the Nye family and True Feather Sect. The two great powers that controlled the Mongshan domain were not weak even in the realm beyond heaven, but they were crushed by the beast's claws and no one could escape. Nye Fei opened his eyes and under his mangled vision, he saw countless people from the Nye family being slapped into nothingness. They should not have listened to that person. They were wrong, they were wrong. How could they participate in a battle at the Xianxia level? They were all wrong. Qi Yin was in despair and fear. She and Nye Fei had worked together secretly to control the Mongshan domain, which was enough to record the history of the spiritualized universe. Why did this happen? Did this giant beast come from the Dayu Mountain Villa? She had never heard of such a giant beast in the Dayu Mountain Villa. Let us go, let us go. We are willing to join the Dayu Mountain Villa, Qi Yin pleaded. The origami gripped the seamless dagger axe and suddenly pulled it out. It streaked across the sky, tearing through the void and leaving. Nye Fei and Qi Yin turned into blood that scattered everywhere. They would not have another chance. This was the Dayu Mountain Villa. At the same time, 4 other domains were attacked. Lu Tianyi, Celestial Lord Victorious Battle, Su Wangtian and Mu Zhu all attacked. On this day the 5 domains were empty, and the powers that once controlled the 5 domains disappeared. On this day the spiritualized universe was shaken. The Dayu Mountain Villa did not only affect the 100 Grass region. They could go out and kill, causing the 5 domains to be empty. They also had a powerful intelligence network. Otherwise, how could they know that the 100 Grass region was sealed by the 5 domains in such a short time? This information about the spiritualized universe was even more frightening than the power they displayed. Everyone knew that there must be other powers behind the Dayu Mountain Villa. Or rather, the Dayu Mountain Villa had already set up the spiritualized universe and had not just appeared. Sang Tian of the Origin had been planning for a long time. Some people were excited while others were afraid. The Yuan family of the Lushan region was completely relieved. Their ancestor did not provoke the realm beyond heaven on a whim. The Dayu Mountain Villa was too well prepared. The cultivators surrounding the Yuan family retreated one by one. They still needed to wait and see. It seemed that even if they became enemies with Yu Sang Tian, the Dayu Mountain Villa would not be defeated so easily. The battle of the 5 domains caused everyone to re-evaluate the Dayu Mountain Villa. 7 sequence law experts had died in that battle. The bright stars shone with a cold light. Countless people knelt on the ground and prayed to a statue. The statue depicted a middle-aged man with an elegant temperament. He looked up at the starry sky and was holding something up with one hand. Suddenly the statue cracked and the cracks grew larger. Finally, it shattered and fell to the ground. Those kneeling on the ground screamed in despair. It was as if their faith had collapsed. They frantically tried to snatch the statue's fragments. Not long after, the statue's fragments were all snatched away. Only a barren land was left. Lu Yin walked out of the void and landed on the barren land. He clasped his hands behind his back and looked calm. Is this a show for me? Are you the Dayu Mountain Villa's 3rd master? A gentle voice sounded. A man walked out in front of Lu Yin. It was the person depicted in the statue. Lu Yin looked at the man. What are you trying to say? The man smiled and looked at Lu Yin. As expected of the person who defeated Yushan. Even I feel threatened when facing you. Your strength is not much weaker than Sang Tian's. I'm curious, who are you? Didn't I tell you when I asked you to deal with the Dayu Mountain Villa? I like to investigate on my own. Lu Yin laughed. Sometimes what you find out is beyond your control. The middle-aged man calmly replied, Did you see those people? When my statue shattered, their first thought was to protect their beliefs. In their hearts, I am more important than anything else. Similarly, in the hearts of all the cultivators in the spiritualized universe, Yu Sang Tian is more important than anything else. The Dayu Mountain Villa provoked the realm beyond heaven and tried to deal with Yu Sang Tian. This is destroying the spiritualized universe's beliefs. You should not have done this. Lu Yin met the man's gaze. After saying this, I'm not even interested in knowing your name. You're confident in your beliefs? Then I'll let you see if you're really that confident. With that, he flicked his finger and a karmic spiral swept towards the man. The man could not see the karmic spiral, but he instinctively dodged. He did not underestimate Lu Yin, especially since Lu Yin dared to face him alone. He definitely had the confidence to do so. After all, he was a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity. Why were the 5 regions so confident that they dared to join forces and fight for the right to speak in Yu Sang Tian? Why did they dare to deal with the Dayu Mountain Villa, which had already made a name for itself? It was because they had a powerhouse who had survived bitter adversity standing behind them. This person was from the Zhikong domain, and he was a secret protector there. The alliance of the 5 regions had come from the Zhikong domain, which was why Lu Yin had been interested in taking a look. However, he had not expected this person to say something like this. What was the relationship between the Jikong domain and Yusang Tian? Why was this person siding with Yusang Tian? Lu Yin did not know, and he did not want to know. He also did not want to know what the secret protector was planning. What should appear would appear in the end. The middle-aged man attacked. Someone who had survived bitter adversity was definitely not weak. This person might not be as strong as Yusang Tian, but he was not much weaker. At the very least, he had the strength of a star toad. This strength was worthy of Lu Yin's attention. Lu Yin had another goal in coming here, which was to test out the self-illuminating technique. During this period of time, he had continuously used the karmic spiral and tried to use the self-illuminating technique. Now that he had a direction, this person would be the best test subject. The middle-aged man faced Lu Yin and drew with his finger. Light flashed in the void as countless stars rotated, allowing Lu Yin to see endless scenes. It was as if he had experienced these scenes before, but at the same time he had not. This was a sequence technique, and it was ranked 5th out of the 88 sequence techniques. It was called the second image. The second image, the second phenomenon, or even the second illusion could be anything. Lu Yin released the starry sky from his heart and repelled the sequence particles. The karmic spiral swept towards the middle-aged man from behind. The middle-aged man could sense the danger of the karmic spiral. After all, he was at the level of bitter adversity. Even Yusang Tian was at this level, but he had already reached perfection. This level represented the peak of the universe. Although there were differences in power levels, they were extremely sensitive to the dangers of karma. I don't know what you've done, but you've made me feel danger. The middle-aged man sighed. Since that's the case, I'll have to be more serious. A strand of air appeared and circled around the man's fingertips. It then transformed into a sword that slashed towards Lu Yin. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.